afternoon, depending on your time of day and sleep schedule. I am Brickbat, joined by a whole cast here of North American Strikers League players, and we're going to be answering some questions that you, the community, submitted for them. I'll be splitting them off into pairs of two, and we'll be kind of rapid firing some of these questions so that you could learn a little bit about playing in the North American Strikers League and what goes through the heads of our players here. So I'm going to start off now on question number one. I'll start with our Lilybun Liari duo here from Bun Bun Bonanza. If you could pick someone from another national team to be on your team, who would you pick and why?
Wait, Lily, do you have any idea? Let me look at the national player list.
Yeah.
I think I would vote for
Wait, Al Dente. He's making his debut today. We had a scrim with him last night. It went swimmingly. We won like every game for sure. The vibes were immaculate. And yeah, he's this up and coming, really good brawler player, has a nasty X. I'm excited to see him in the first game of the day today.
All right, yeah, that's a completely fair one. I guess, yeah, Al Dente will be making his wonderful debut here in the North American Strikers League. So excited to see that today. I'll move on to the next duo here, Dropletto and Forgot, the former Bozo Bunch duo. Now Calamities and Bozo Bunch respectively. How do you practice team coordination with your teams? What do you feel like is an important strategy to do that? Oh, and I should be saying who these questions are from. This is from Yu Yoshiki, if you guys know them. The previous question was from Jackie.
Oh my god, hi Yu and Jackie. Sorry.
I don't really practice coordination, just through scrims. I just play for vibes. I don't know.
That's fair. Dropletto?
I just kind of listen to whatever this eye guy tells me to do. Like, he wants to be fast too. Good for him. He's getting that fast.
Fair enough. So it's just like playing games and listening, I guess. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll move on to Gumi and Borg. What music do you listen to lock in? This question's from Dave.
I'll go first. If I really need to lock in, the only thing I'll ever put on, I normally just play without music. But the only thing I'll ever put on is like Twitch space gliding music. That's the only thing I'll put on.
It's fair. Borg.
So I actually have a very strict music regimen before my matches. I listen to Orthodox chants within 3 hours before my match. If it's anywhere from 3 to 1 hour before my match, it's Orthodox chants. And then 1 hour before my match during my warm-up, I'll listen to, depending on the day, either like just very, very like Mexican party music, or I'll listen to just straight dubstep. Like 2008, Skrillex, you know it, just dubstep. And then when match starts, pause, lock in. I'm not listening to anything.
Oh,
That's
just
big.
silence.
Silence.
Yo, can
That's
I answer
fair.
this one as well?
Yeah, absolutely forgot. Go for
All
it.
right. When I really need to lock in, you know what I put on? I
Hmm.
blast that white girl music. So loud.
Me too!
I don't even listen to my team anymore. All I hear is the white girl music.
Is
It's
it
so
like
best.
like what? Like, are we talking like Taylor Swift or like?
Yeah, like right now, probably my favorite is Starships.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Rock came out before you were even born.
Yeah, so.
No, I'm just
That
I've
was
been
fair.
listening to Brat
You like
by
the old
Charlie
classics.
XCX. Pretty best.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, Starships being that old is crazy. I remember. Okay, I'm old.
It's old.
Anyways, going back to the Liari Lilybun duo. This is a fast food question. If you guys eat there, in and out order, what do you go for? This is from Ma2.
That's what I'm saying. I've never eaten in and
Yeah,
out
we're
in my entire
East
life.
Talking to
Coast.
Easties
I
over there.
was so
No,
excited, like, oh my god, they're gonna
I
ask me
have-
about Taco
wait,
Bell. They're
okay.
gonna ask me about Wendy's.
Gooby, you're the only Westie here. In and out order. In and
I
out order.
mean, the only correct answer is double animal style and animal fries. Like,
Okay, there
let's
you
be
go.
honest.
All right, there you go. That's the answer that we have. All right, I'll go back to Liari and Lilybun so you guys can do that last one. From Wallaby Gangsta, if you can make one striker unavailable in the North American Strikers League, which one would it be and why? Just remove this character forever from being picked.
Yeah, I'm answering this one. It's Mako. We're banning Mako. I
Is it
hate
just
that character.
playing against it or playing as it?
Both. I think
Okay.
that she's a goofy character that likes to hold the spacebar button, and I think that Omega Strikers would be better off without that character in the game currently. That's what I think. But
Oh.
that's about it.
Boosted goalies like to play that character.
For real.
All right, Liara, are you in agreement then? I take it.
Fun Bun is not a Mako enjoyer.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'll send this one to Forgot and Dropletto. I think you guys might have something to say this. Which Nassel team would be the best at playing Core Strike in real life? If we just replicated the rules in the core, which team would be the best playing it? Which team do you think would take it home in an actual playoffs?
Call.
Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot to get a 1v9 this entire league. It's so easy.
It's calmer. It's calmer. Last call is what I'll say. I
Well,
think
what's the
last call is
reasoning?
last call is 3 solid like athletes, I guess. Like
Mm.
I'm pretty sure all 3 of them used to play. Yeah, Borg's an athletic trainer. That
Oh
guy's a beast.
shit.
Oh yeah.
And then me, I play decently high level soccer. I play volleyball. I play hockey. I play a lot of sports, and I'm pretty athletic. So then I think
Mm.
my teammates are pretty athletic too. I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. Dropletto, do you have any differing opinions?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna gas up Forgot. This guy's an athletic sports genius. He's just too humble to say it.
Gotcha. So Cosmic Calamities. I'll ask the entire group here. Does anyone have any difference between Last Call and Cosmic Calamities? Do we have any dark horses?
Can subs play?
Yes. Subs can
Sad
play.
Boys wins, they have Merchant.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, is Richard
is
like an
so
actual soccer
real.
player, or?
I have no idea, but it's Merchant. He can do anything.
Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
but we have Kainub though.
Oh,
That's so true.
you know what that is, Goovy. I'm not going to say it though.
All right, fair
I'm
enough.
down for Tom. I like that. All I will say is
That's
there's a
so
difference between children and adults. I'll say that much.
Oh
all right, fair enough. Then
No,
all
but I
right.
like the confidence though. I love that answer. Forgot. I love the confidence.
Yeah, if we ever get into if we do a dodgeball game at LAN, I know who I'm picking between for the attendees there. But that question was from Achi. I forgot to say as well. But then our next question, Borg and Gumi, what striker do you think is the hardest to master at a high level?
oh, that's an easy one. It's definitely Luna.
Oh,
Probably actually, yeah.
Hmm.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, Luna's pretty hard because it's just like it requires a couple things, right? One, you got to play the worst control scheme to be masterful at it, right? You got to play MOBA or controller. I don't know why you'd play controller though. That's just weird.
Hmm.
So maybe that, but other than Luna, I'd say Master.
Yeah, just to play at the top level
I
and be
mean,
like a known player for it, you know?
Zentaro midfield.
do I need to say it, guys? Zentaro. I mean, I don't think people have mastered this character yet. I'm gonna be honest. I think people are still hitting face, and they're just trying to kill the midfielder, and it works. So there's no need to like get better at the character. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I
Okay,
think
fair enough.
pretty
So
good.
we've got Zentaro and Luna up there.
Ooh,
for-
Brickbat, ask me my question that I put.
Oh, wait, I gotta go find that. Hold on.
Actually, definitely don't ask my question.
Okay.
I just
Okay
wanted
then.
to point it out to you.
So we're gonna be wrapping up here. This is the last question, just for all of you. We'll just rapid fire it. Go down the line. Favorite pizza topping. I'll just start with Dropletto, and we'll just go down. In
Meatball.
terms of the
Bacon.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Forgot says bacon. Liari.
Pineapple with jalapeno.
Okay. Yeah. Fair. That's good. Lily Bun.
Pepperoni.
Okay. Borg.
Well, since Liara gave 2, I'm gonna give 2 banana peppers, goaded for
Goated.
vegetables,
Goated.
and for
Goated.
meat, I'm gonna give a little spicy answer, chorizo.
Mm. That's
Uh,
true. Yeah.
I'll have to go with the better sausage, linguiça.
Okay. Fair enough. That's crazy.
Bro, think he's special. Saying
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Okay then. So that'll be kind of it for time from community questions. Thank you for all submitting them. We will be moving on to our predictions coming up soon. Again, we'll be splitting this off into duos for answers here. So the first one is going to be boys versus lob. We'll start with Liari and Lily Bun. What do you guys think of this matchup?
Bad boys. That is all I have to say.
Yeah.
You
I
made
think
that sound so sad.
it is Al Dente playing, but I played with Al Dente last night. I think he's very good, so I think they will be fine. I think it's a
And
sad
Puffy
boys team.
FPS.
Oh yeah, Puffy, my goat. I forgot he's playing. Yeah, okay. They're so chill. Puffy's gonna carry. It's gonna be Puffy MVP. It's a sad boys sleep.
Sounds good. Gumi, Borg, any difference in opinion?
I'll just bring out some hidden scrim leaks. Last time I scrimmed Lob City, they had like 2 subs and they swapped halfway through, and they also said, "Can we just draft in game? We don't care anymore." So I'm gonna give it to Sad Boys.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna give it to Sad Boys.
Hmm.
Sorry for the leak, guys. I apologize, but I need to see some more out of you. I need to see some more out of Lob City. I need to see some more fire to that flame.
All right, fair enough. And forgot and drop Leto your prediction coming into this game as well.
I'm gonna have to give it to Sad Boys. No words, no. Al dente is my father on this X character, and it's not even fair. Like, it's not even close. It's really sad, actually.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
the number one Sad Boys Glizzer on as my duo. So
Yeah, fair enough. So it's the Sad Boys. I, as the host as well, will confirm the Sad Boys sweep here on the prediction. Sad Boys are Sad Boys for a reason. They're a renowned team, and Lob City has been having nothing but a pretty hard season so far. So I feel like just following that, I think giving them the sweep will be sound and reasonable. All right, into our next matchup: Showtime versus the Bozo Bunch. Liari and Lily Bun. What are your thoughts going into this one?
This is the first time we're going to see Shianzu in like 2 weeks. We're also seeing Barcode for the first time. Showtime, I think they're looking really strong with this roster. They have a very defined identity. They play to it. I think Bozo Bunch has a chance, but I'm giving it to Showtime.
Okay, fair enough. Borg and Gumi, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think that Bozo Bunch is going to beat every team that doesn't have it 100% figured out. I think they're really good at punishing mistakes. And if you don't know what you're doing against Bozo Bunch, you're going to get swept. So Showtime with Barcode coming in for the first time and Shianzu coming back after not playing for a while, it's going to be tough. I think personally Bozo Bunch is going to have the victory here.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a reasonable answer.
I think
Borg.
same answer. I'm agree. We'll put the Bozo Bunch as our duo answer here, but I think Showtime will stand a better chance than people think. I think this Barcode guy, if you just pick something he's comfortable on, he's still really good, and that's all he really needs to do is just hold it down. No special job there. And also, I mean, Drupletto's not going to pick Kazan. That's Barcode's kryptonite. He's not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. If you pick Kazan, I'll be very proud of you though, Drupletto. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he will do it. Maybe I'm going to get proved wrong, but I'm excited for the match regardless.
You're like mind
Alright.
controlling him. In the picking
little.
Kazan.
Thinking about it.
He wants
Well,
his prediction to be right.
I mean, speaking of, the spotlight's on you, Dropletto. What are your thoughts of this series so far?
I think Forgot should actually say his part, because I'm a little bit biased, if you can
Okay,
tell.
fair enough. Yeah, I forgot. What are your thoughts then?
let's go Bozo Bunch.
Yeah.
Notably not biased, forgot.
No, I'm not biased at all. Surely.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep the desk uneven. I think I'm gonna put down Bozo Bunch as my prediction. I think Gooey's case was pretty convincing. I think Bozo Bunch is a good enough team. They've been playing for a while. They're all vets of the scene as well, and I think that they're gonna be more in form compared to Shianzu and Barcode, who have both had their breaks recently. So I'm gonna vote Bozo Bunch on that one then. But for our next series, then let's get into that. Raw versus Bang. I think this is a pretty exciting matchup to watch coming to this week. Bang has been looking really good, but obviously Demons Raw, a staple of the scene, one of the best teams to ever do it. Liari and Lilybun, though, what are your thoughts of this?
I think oh, is this Bang Bang with the sub roster?
Oh, actually, I'm
It's-
not sure.
There is no confirmation yet.
Yeah,
I
let's
see.
just assume full roster is going to be
Okay,
there.
full
Yeah.
roster. If it's full roster, I think Bang Bang has a really good shot. I think that it'll be close, and I think Demons Roll is like really strong, and they can win against basically any team. But I do think that Bang Bang has really good preparation, and I think that they'll probably give Raw a run for their money. So I'm gonna put down Bang Bang, assuming full roster.
Okay, fair enough. Borg and Gumi. I'll give this one over to Borg a little bit, obviously biased. But honestly, Gumi, if you want to chat a bit, I won't stop that. But Borg, what are your thoughts on this matchup as well?
Interesting. The bounty hunter finally has his chance to take them down. However, I can feel the synergy right now, just with Gumi right now and me. There we go. Like I just the fact that like I could just feel the connections right now, and I could feel this guy's ready. And also Snake's drinking, which means he's unbeatable right now. So they're also getting the last call warm up, so unbeatable. I think everything is against Bang Bang right now, so it's going to be a tough mountain for him to climb. I think Demons is going to take it in the end.
Okay, fair enough. Gumi,
Yeah.
10 words or less. What are your thoughts?
I'll go quick. Even though Bang Bang has like 30 coaches, our coach is Gap. We got Gravity and Kava. Simple as that. And Keckle. Don't forget Keckle.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll see these coaches then face off, I guess, vicariously through these teams. So excited to see that. Then for our last duo, Forgot and Drop Leto. What are your thoughts of this as a third party to the series?
Drop can answer this one.
Okay. Let's go Demons Raw. Yeah. Well, anything else to say? I don't know.
I agree.
Fair enough.
Good
Yeah,
team.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey, Demons Raw. I'll balance out the desk on this one. I think that these are long, like I think in my mind, I think that Demons Raw. Obviously the more storied team. They've probably, the players are very good, but and they've been playing very well so far this season. I'm just excited to kind of see an upset. I wanted to balance out the desk after being the one agreeing with everyone so far earlier with these predictions. So I'll just put Bang Bang down for the fun of it. But I think when it comes down to it, in my mind, Demons Raw is like the more storied team. I think that they have more than enough clutch factor or just power generally to go through it with it. But I'm being told by production to move forward so we can get started with our game. Let's go to our next series: Bun Bun versus EKC. I can't avoid the bias here. Liar Lily Bun, what are your thoughts of this series?
It's a bonanza. There are no other words.
Yep, that's that's
There are
fair
no
enough.
other words for this one. It's a bonanza.
All right, Borg and Gumi, what are your thoughts of this?
I mean, EKC hasn't had like a starting three the entire season. I don't know if it's gonna start, but I think even though EKC historically has been like the kryptonite of Bun Bun, I still think that Bun Bun is gonna overcome it. And wait, no, they have to be the underbuns. EKC.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you.
I forgot.
All right, Forgot and
Yeah.
Drop Leto.
I don't know. I think it's gonna be close.
Okay.
It is
Bun Bun's gonna
EKC
win.
full roster.
I said it last week. The Bun Bun Bonanza has already scaled. It's over for the entire league. They're no longer the underbuns. They're on the come up. It's gonna be a Bun Bun sweep.
All right. I will also agree with the Bun Bun Bonanza. I think that the team has been scaling. I know I will not give. It's impossible. I would. The best I could do was tie it up. So I cannot give the Underbun narrative the power it deserves. So I will be going with the Bun Bun Bonanza as my vast mind tells me to do. And on to, I believe, our final series, Last Call versus Cosmic Calamities. Also a really interesting matchup, I think, so far this week. Liari and Lilybun, what are your thoughts of this one?
I'm really excited to see this. This feels like a series where Last Call should like be able to prove themselves, and it also feels like a series where Cosmic Calamities can be like, yeah, like we are separated from the bottom of the pack. We've contested with Sad Boys, we've contested with Bun Bun, and now like we can show that like we really are this mid-tier to upper tier team and can make playoffs. I think I'm voting Cosmic Calamities. I like them a lot. They're part of the Bonanza. Yeah.
Workspace. That was so funny.
I'll just let Gumi talk.
All right, give your thoughts on this matchup. What are your thoughts on your duo partner here on the pre-show?
This is a hard one. I've never played against Calamities in my entire Omega Strikers career, so I honestly have no idea how good.
Screamed you.
Wait, did we? No, we didn't.
Yes.
Wait, did we actually?
Yes.
He just screwed you guys on television.
Wait, I'm pretty sure you're joking. Like,
I'm pretty sure you just asked in the in-house server, and then we did.
No, that was,
Hey.
that was
I remember
random
this.
last weekly.
All good, Gooby. Hey, with what the information that you have right now, what are your thoughts on this matchup so far?
okay, I don't know how good they are. I must have forgot, okay? And last call, I'll be honest, I thought they were worse than they were, and when we played them last week, I was like, wow, these guys are actually really good. Like, even though if you look at the overall points of the match, we kind of like waxed them, but each point we had to like use our brains and we actually had to try to win each point. And last call was a lot better than I expected. So I'll take the known quantity and I'll go last call. I'm a believer now. I've been turned.
All right, fair enough. And then our final prediction here, Forgot and Dropoletto. I'll send it over to Dropoletto as third party here. What are your thoughts on Last Call versus Calamities?
I'm gonna have to give it the last call. I think there's gonna be a bit of a midfield gap this game. Like sorry for Forgot, but this board guy is kind of gonna wipe the floor, even if the brawler's gonna be a bit close.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
All
That's
good,
the Last
all
Call
good.
prediction. All right, there's no way I can escape this one unscathed. I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna put Calamities out to balance the desk. I think this
Boo.
team is looking really good.
Boo.
I think they're an up and coming team. You know, hey, Killbug used to be my teammate for like 2 tournaments at some point, so I'm gonna give it off to them. I think that both of these teams are like scaling teams in terms of like the narrative behind them and stuff like that. I think they've both been playing really good. But I think I'm gonna give the edge out to Cosmic Calamities here. I just got I just saw a DM in the corner of my eye from Fresh. I'm not gonna open it, but I will look at it later. But I believe that'll be it from the pre-show, though. Before we transition over to a break before our first game, is there a final statement that anyone has about any of these matchups?
Lilybun is cool.
There we
Oh
go.
my god,
Hey,
Mary is cool.
and that'll
Good
be
luck,
our
everybody.
final point of the statement. Yeah, good
Good
luck to
luck,
all the teams
everybody.
today.
Org is sexy and hot and cute.
Let's give some cinema today for our teams so that we get some amazing games. All right, we'll be going to a quick break before our first game, but stay tuned. We'll be getting our Omega Strikers game started right away.
I hope Drop Letter loses. Goes a bunch wins, but
Welcome back, everybody. It's a tough pre-show to follow, but we are live with game number 1 of the week for the North American Strikers League. We're going to kick things off with the Sad Boys taking on Lob City. I'm Gordo. I'm joined by Dendar. Dendar, happy Saturday. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon where you're at, but it's time to get into another day of Omega Strikers.
Middle of the day, but nothing mid about this game. You mentioned that pre-show, but we've got some information about this game after we got some information about those players. Going to be on Demon Deus with Siege Machine and Peak Performance being the starting awakenings. Siege Machine and Peak Performance, two very different ideas. One's a bit more scaling and will give you some survivability to live on this map that is known for just a heinous amount of damage. And the other one potentially could lead to some very hard lockdown situations where once you're winning, you just suffocate the enemy. So we'll have to see what they aim for. But this game has two potentially new to you players. The Puffy FPS, one of my favorite players in this game, and the legendary Al Dente making their debut. Mr. Gordo, how are you feeling about these debuts?
Yeah, I wasn't ready for the Puffy side of this. I was getting all prepared for Al Dente all day long. There is also Killiest playing over on the Lob City side, if I'm not mistaken. So quite a few newer faces here. I mean, the Al Dente debut, though, going to be the talk of the town for as far as a new player coming in on the Sad Boys. That's always an exciting one.
Well, much like Al Dente, they'll have to just throw him to the wall and see if he sticks. But let's take a look at these starting awakenings here. We've got a lot of peak performance. All right, Siege Machine was not on the table, even with a character like Now being picked. I think that's pretty reasonable considering picks like Zentaro and Estelle and Vice are out here. That's a lot of damage. But Lilian on the Juliet, maybe not looking for damage here, just looking for the dash punch KOs, but supplying damage at the same time. But both locks are down, Gordo.
Yeah, that's a really explosive start coming out of Lob City here, and Leo Leon going to look to take advantage, but Killiest just sneaks on through, finds that drone, and pushes it through. Goal number 1 going over to Lob City.
Excellent primary there, and one thing to note is with this Now pick, they're going to have a lot more speed, so situations like that are going to be a little bit easier to set up, but they don't have the potency of those Estelle primaries and ultimates. So we'll just have to see if that speed is enough to get them in the leading position. But right now, the Sad Boys are leading in damages. Killius is looking pretty low here. No locks taken yet, but Leon almost taken off the sidelines. Lots of resources burned here for those kills and damage. We'll have to see how the defense can stack up with just a couple strikes to defend themselves. But Leon looking for even more damage on the new debut Puffy FPS, fighting over the orb, but not able to steal it quite yet. But more resources burned here. But the locks aren't really going down. The defense has been excellent so far, but the offense is making their move.
Yeah, really great stuff from Puffy here. Great passing setups, great angles, and pushed through into the goal. Sad Boys going to be able to equalize there. Some really nice dribbles from Puffy and Al Dente on that last play just to try to keep the pressure on towards those barriers, not taking the obvious shots right up that Shapeshifting is going to block every time, keeping the dribbles going and managing to find themselves the openings to be able to clean up that point. Now the pressure coming in on towards the Sad Boys barriers. Leo already was able to take the first. They are going to be able to get it past Shapeshifting here. They are being able to rotate around fast enough to be able to keep up that defense. There's the flip and the shot from You Already Lose, and a KO found by Al Dente on the top side. Puffy helping out with that, using that piercing shot, and there's the Supernova out of Shapeshifting. Not going to be able to keep it cleared out for long, but will protect the remaining barrier.
One thing I'm noticing here is these players are very good at locking it down, and once they do, they're already in position for the take, and just like that, the goal goes in. It seems like as soon as that second lock gets taken, all the players are in position to just collapse on that goalie, giving them no breathing room. We'll have to see if either the defense can adjust for that, or if that's just simply the nature of the map when these players are of this caliber. But right now, Killius is working on a flip here, but everybody else is pretty low energy, it feels like. It seems like you have to burn a lot here just to stay alive.
Yeah, Shapeshifting losing a little control of it there. It bounces back up against the goal gates and finds its way onto a barrier, but now going to still have one more to hang on to. Going into the Oni's Blade is Al Dente, trying to push for the remaining one. You Already Lose, looking to buy some time as the team regroups, but the pressure from Leo Leon is enough to find the first barrier. Very surprised that Flame Flurry didn't find the second, was just on a knife's edge. They're going to keep up that pressure. All three members sending it in, but You Already Lose keeps up the defense, bouncing off of the gates. Will be able to find that second barrier, and a piercing shot in from Puffy will clean up the point, and we are going to point number 5 in the first set.
Excellent control there by Puffy. I like how they went for a little bit of an unorthodox angle. They didn't just strike it straight at the barrier. They recognized what was available to the enemy team and worked around that. Really great awareness by them. But that earlier barrier by Lilian, I think it's because on this map there is that slight recast timer before the barrier can be taken after one lock is taken to avoid situations like that where the ultimate is just pummeling it down. But one taken each side here, that Flame Flurry is out, but not a lock taken.
Absolutely, and now keeping up this pressure towards the barrier yet again. Killiest is staggered, and Al Dente keeps it going. Nice death touch out of You Already Lose. Going to be able to finish him off on the other side. Now opening up the barriers. There's the piercing shot. Supernova keeps up the defense, but a nice pendulum swing out of You Already Lose. Going to be able to send it back up towards the top and protect the barrier. Flip out of shape-shifting to keep up the defense for longer. Al Dente not letting up yet, but used quite a few resources on that last attempt. Going up towards the top side. Going to have to go evasive to avoid going down to Leo Leon. Rush forward. Goes in for another slice and dice. Puffy there on support, setting up for a piercing shot. Rose warps in, and not going to be enough even with the specials used from both members. Puffy takes another shot, sends in the Crystal Thorns. Al Dente dribbles it up the top side, but the Flame Flurry from Leo Leon going to be enough to clear it back out. Killius passes it down to Leo, who takes the remaining barrier. Open goals now on both sides. Al Dente taking it back away with the rush. Shape-shifting sends it back down. Puffy keeps up the aggression, and Puffy sends it in with the Rose Warp. That's a 3-2 score for the Sad Boys. They take set number 1.
Really, really tight set from both players there, both teams even. Very difficult to score on either side. All these players are playing excellently here. It feels surprisingly even. One thing I want to talk about, though, is I feel like it's a rare sighting to see the You Already Lose Rasmus, as normally that is the famous Bells pick for this team, so it's really exciting to get to see them play this team. However, the scaling in this draft is starting to come up. We see that bulk up taken to go with the peak performance taken earlier, but Orb Dancer. One thing I want to talk about Orb Dancer on this map is the orbs are in a little bit awkward of a position for the left and right side because you have to go all the way behind the lock. So you really set yourself out of the play. So while normally it would be a little difficult to pick those up, that extra speed to get back into the play is really going to help this team make the most out of the EXP you get, as well as the energy from those orbs and the ability to just stay alive here. But shapeshifting is trying to change that living part.
Yeah, absolutely. Leo with a full frontal assault now on towards the barrier. Takes a KO onto Al Dente while he's at it. Rookie brawlers in the league having a tough time against Leo Leon. Some things never change, and there is going to be the second barrier falling on down here for Lob City as they look to turn things back around. Killius gets it over to Leo, bounces off the top. The defense will be kept up by You Already Lose, but they have a nice little replicatable offense here. It is going to get sent back over to shape-shifting. Leo coming in on the bottom, has access to the flip as well, right in melee range. There's going to be that Oni's blade out of Al Dente, keeps up the defense and prevents the goal from coming on through. Now stolen back away. Al Dente going to try to reset up some offense here for the Sad Boys. Leo with a good angle in the one-on-one. Didn't seem to have the dash punch available, though. There is Supernova being channeled by shapeshifting. Going to have to get back over in time. It won't be able to save the remaining barrier, and now it's open goals on both sides. You Already Lose sends it down. Leon looking to recover on towards the bottom. Flip out Achilles, and right in the corner. You Already Lose. Not going to be able to save that one.
It looked a little difficult there because they couldn't secure the kill, but with that flip, they will secure the goal. I think one difference in these team comps is while they do have a lot of damage on the side of Lob City, they don't have any real kill confirm options like that Zentaro primary into really any of his buttons, or even the Rasmus death touch, just securing the kill by yanking them off the map. So it's going to be a little difficult to secure those kills once they do get them, but the map does lead you to sitting on the sides quite often. So that may be how they're going to start getting those kills, but even without them, they seem like they're doing just fine.
Absolutely. Flip comes out of You Already Lose to defend the last remaining stack of the goal barrier, and they will be able to hold on to it for now. That's a KO found on a Puffy by shape-shifting on the other side, so it's a 2 versus 3, but Sad Boys are still the aggressors here, now trying to fall back. They're going to start to feel the power play a little bit more as they lose their second and final barrier. Puffy back on the offense now, back in respawn, going elusive to avoid Leo Leon's combo and sends through the Crystal Thorns, nearly being able to find their way onto the score. There's a Rose Warp setting up for Al Dente, but he was already charging forward, getting a little bit of damage there onto Killius. KO found for Leo, another power play for Lob City, and a big opportunity here to be able to take the score and go up 2-0. You Already Lose keeps up the defense, still holding on. Shapeshifting is out of the goal arc, keeping up the aggression. A huge last-minute save from You Already Lose will prevent it from coming on through, and now Al Dente resetting with that rush. Not going to be able to find it, and now it's shape-shifting, sending it back over to Achilles. There's the flip, sending it down off the bottom. The dash punch from Leo. It's perfectly set up. You already lose, can't defend. It's 2-0 for Lob City.
That was a really great awareness by Kilius there. Recognizing that the pass was cut by Al Dente, but finding an angle around, and Leo Leon making the excellent adjustment to get that dash punch, an angle that isn't quite direct, but still directs them to a lead in this set 2-0 so far. But Puffy maybe be getting led to the sidelines here with a lot of damage coming out on them. With the enemy team having this now, they're able to recuperate some of that health just a little bit, but Puffy has to just play their life like they've been playing this entire game. And while they've been doing that excellently, how long can you keep that up for in the face of these players?
That's going to be the tough ask here. Puffy staggered right now, dribbling it off the top. Al Dente looking to take it back in towards the barriers, but Leo will be able to get the bounce off of the backside and just sends it through. A 3-0 set for Lob City. They close it out after a rough first one.
Al Dente holding on to that energy burst will not carry over to the next set. Lob City had some of their own working, but now we speak of the energy, but we do not see the catalyst or the quick strikes here. Two awakenings that could be very powerful on this map. However, we do see the Monumentalist now potentially coming.
Absolutely here, Monumentalist going to go over towards the Rasmus instead, grabbing themselves the heavy impact, reverberation on top of some other stagger awakenings already going to be the selection for Al Dente.
This is a tough draft if you're the side of the Sad Boys. Your goalie basically gets denied an awakening. The scaling of the stagger is nice for Al Dente there. That's going to be a good pickup for them. And stacks on stacks, if you're dying as much as Puffy is taking damage while they've been managing to stay alive, if they start losing those stacks, that could be really bad. But Lob City, they get out like bandits. They get 1-2 punch on Juliet, almost securing a kill off of it just there. We get heavy impact on the Now, which when you're in these tight closed spaces, that's going to be a lot of cooldown reduction you're getting, and also a lot of damage and potential knockback, so you've got to be careful about that. Al Dente almost losing their life there. And then finally, you get the cast to last on shapeshifting, which is going to make those stuns last a lot longer to set up either some kill confirms or even just potentially set up their team for more kills.
Quick double barrier there secured for Lob City as they manage to open things up. Al Dente going to try to go for the counter-offensive. Nice dribble set up with that slashing strike. Will be able to eventually push through for the barrier and set up with the open goal now. Orb spawning on the bottom side. You already lose. Going to pass it on down. Leo Leon going to be able to disrupt. Sends it through. Follows up with a flip. Sends it to Kilius, but Kilius not ready on the reception. And the play's going to break apart. The counter strike from Sad Boys will be able to take it into the goal, and they break the losing streak.
That's a bit of a tragic goal there, as it was the Chain Lightning that sent it in. You can see them doing a little bit of a dance at the end of that round. Chain Lightning, a mechanic that, oh my goodness, that Castellast almost taking a life there. But that Chain Lightning, typically on the receiving end, is quite tough to deal with because it puts you in some very awkward situations that you might not have been ready for. But there, it's the defense that gets punished by their own abilities. So that's a little bit of a tough break for them here in this next set.
Absolutely. Here comes the counter-strike yet again from You Already Lose. Comes in with that pendulum swing, not able to push forward for more, and the defense out of Lob City going to be able to hold on to this last barrier for a good amount of time. Finally, Puffy going to be able to push it through. Kilius already staggered, very low, very much at risk of going down, but will be able to hold up the defense. Nice setup off the Oni's blade. Puffy takes it through with the Rose Warp, and it's 2-0 Sad Boys.
That was a big adjustment by Puffy there. They recognized that the Oni's blade was going to send it backwards. They sent it back into the Oni's blade on the good side. And then to follow up, the Rose Warp secured it. That was a great sequence of abilities and positioning by them to make sure the core got hit instead of a player. Beautiful midfielding by them to help out their brawler.
Oh!
But right now, they might need some help on the defensive side, as You Already Lose is low on HP, and there's almost 3 people in this net.
Yeah, did use the flip there, but was able to hold on to things for the time being. One barrier left apiece. Shapeshifting coming out of the arc, going to have to blink on back using that escape button, but the aggression coming through from You Already Lose on this small map can always just step up the midfield and throw through the pendulum swing. They managed to find the barrier off of the bounce, and looking for the counter 3-0 here are the Sad Boys. Shapeshifting, going to try to shut it down, comes in, helps out the aggression, and takes down the barrier for themselves. Puffy getting it over into Al Dente's hands. Thunderstruck not quite going to be able to land. They will be looking for the power cord to push it through. That one not going to connect either. Al Dente dribbling back and forth with Kilius, goes into the Oni's blade, sent back over by Shapeshifting, who has access to the flip. They are going to try to force it out, nearly getting it out of their control as the Supernova channel doesn't go off in time, but the help out from Kilius will be able to keep up the defense. Kilius is down now, though. It's one-on-one. Shapeshifting versus Al Dente. The flip from Leo Leon will be able to send it back over to the left and hang on for the rest of the time, but now there's going to be a counter-offensive coming back through the flip into the bottom corner. It's 3-0 for the Sad Boys. Al Dente finds the goal.
It really just felt like nowhere was safe there. Both forwards have a flip. You have the Flame Flurry to contest the first one, but even if you try to send it somewhere, there's just really seemingly nowhere to send it to. But the reward here is catastrophic, as Catalyst is the pickup. On this map, you generate so much energy from hits. You're going to be generating even more. You're going to get hit a lot. So that's going to be a ton of energy going into the hands of Al Dente. And we saw there with that last flip, they were able to secure the goals with it. So it's not like energy is weak on this player, but Stinger pickup, very scary stuff, as that's going to be a ton of damage. And with Unstoppable pickup by Kilius, that's going to be some survivability. The Quick Strikes goes to You Already Lose, actually. So that's going to be double energy generation for the side of the Sad Boys. And Leo Leon picking up this Orb Ponderer. Going to be a little bit difficult to keep that stacked up when you have to be so in the action all the time against these players, but I think that's a player that could certainly do it if given the opportunity.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise to see that one coming through, but Leo Leon making the decision, going to have to live with it now. Going to be You Already Lose, sending it back down, and a counter-offensive from Lob City, going to be able to find their way on through the barrier. You Already Lose, holding on, KO found onto the now. And a power play available for the Sad Boys. Al Dente immediately coming in from the top ropes, looking to set up for the goal. Doesn't even need him, though. Puffy going to be able to push it through with the Rose Warp after Shapeshifting's defense.
Locking it down with that Rose Warp. Excellent positioning once more. But that speed is starting to stack up on Puffy. The stats are about halfway there. They've got double stagger for that peak performance. And we saw that earlier kill. The extra power from the bulk up may have been in part due to that, but there is so much damage coming out here and no locks to defend with.
Puffy, it's just 1v6 this game. I don't understand. He's just coming up here, taking every single barrier, and there's You Already Lose showing up to get their name on the goal and close it out. But what was that sequence out of Puffy? He just takes it all.
Looking a little inspired here, but if the gameplay keeps up like this, we will see potentially a 3-1 sweep here, but we have to get through this next round first. There we saw the lane swap, potentially recognizing that now is a little difficult for Zentaro to fight on the kickoff, as Zentaro not the best kickoff options, but Al Dente making good use of what they have available to them. This defense, though, is looking more like the offense, as we see this Vice pushing up again. Very strong use of that kit.
Puffy is just grooving today. Comes in with another Rose Warp to find that additional barrier, and now going to be an open goal and a chance to close out game number 1 here for the Sad Boys. KO found by Leo Leon. Al Dente, though, on the breakaway, goes into the Oni's blade, has access to the flip. Flip from Shapeshifting will come out first, but that's that resource down. There's the flip right past Shapeshifting. Can't be covered by the power cord. And another 3-0 set will close game number 1 out for the Sad Boys.
That's a fierce game 1, especially for the debut of both Al Dente and here we have Puffy FPS on this MVP screen. So really just showing how much potency they had in their gameplay, like you were talking about with that potential. I mean, they scored more goals than the Brawler did. So you may have been onto something with this potential 1v9 talk. But that said, I think all players played excellently, but one side was just a bit more dominant than the other.
Yeah, Puffy, not been a starter in Nassel since Season 2, back when they were on Finesse, but looking like they haven't skipped a beat here. Coming out as a sub on the Sad Boys, putting up a fantastic performance here, and yeah, I mean, gonna take a well-deserved MVP here.
If I can see correctly, I believe it is, I want to say Clarion Test Chamber as our next map. If I'm seeing that right.
Yes, that looks like Clarion. It's 3 words. That means it must be Clarion Test Chamber or Inky's Splash Zone, but it doesn't look like that.
A fair analysis, but that map could lead to a bit of difference here, as there are some very polarizing setups in that map. It's not like Demon Days where you know what you want to do, you know how to attack it. Every single variant you have to attack differently and have to play around what tools you have, what tools you don't have. So you really have to make sure you're making the most of everything. But if Sad Boys are playing like this, I have no doubts they'll be able to. It's the adjustment from Lob City that we need to see here, but it'll be difficult to do when the other side equally is going to be making adjustments of their own.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be Lob City's map choice, so you hope they've got something cooking, or at least they've got a lot of reps in on the Clarion test chamber to be able to come out with those performances. But really, really fantastic debut there for Al Dente, as well as for Puffy under the Sad Boys banner. They're definitely going to both be pretty pleased with that one, looking to keep that momentum going and see if they can stay undefeated here in Season 4. Going to be the bans coming on through. Sad Boys going to take away the Kazan. Lob City going to take away that Aimi. That does leave the Estelle still up and in question, but it's going to be a first pick X. We've heard about Al Dente's X, Dendar, and here it is in game number 2.
We'll see if X Dente can be the X factor here, but I do like X pick on this map. I got to play it with Dropletto just the other day, so I can tell just how potent it truly is when you have somebody like Puffy backing you up. But that said, Mako on the defense here is a tough nut to crack, as that is a very huge defensive wall. We heard earlier in the pre-show how we were talking about that character can be a bit difficult to fight, but we will just have to see if they can crack that iron wall. But that Estelle pickup is here, like you mentioned. So, good mention by you. I'm not sure what the pick 4 and 5 are going to be here, but stacks on stacks in prime time. 2 pretty good, solid options regardless. It just depends on if they want that extra core control or they want the speed to try to run around the enemy team. We'll just have to see what the picks are.
Absolutely here. So, do they want to try to capitalize on the potential lower primary cooldowns or the movement speed they've got? Are they going to try to go for some kind of Era X comp? Yes, they are. Era going to end up coming on through here, and now the question going to be, what are they going to look to pair it with?
Ooh, the Vice.
Ooh, Vice and the
Do
goalie,
a lot of
probably.
damage. But I like the second comp. We do have the double beam action between the Zentaro secondary and the Estelle primary. But did we not just see this forward duo, but for the side of Sad Boys, we had Al Dente on the Zentaro and Puffy on the Estelle? Perhaps they're feeling a little bit inspired by that performance and want to take a note of it for themselves. But we're getting into this game here, and we'll have to see if this X-Era comp being heralded by the Vice instead of what you typically would see the Mako goalie there for the extra double enchanter support. I think we called it last week. But that said, we're into it now, and we'll just have to see how it shapes up.
Yeah, for sure. So we will have to see how they're going to be able to execute on this composition. The Vice looking like it might be going to You Already Lose, as we expected. We did see some Vice midfield out of the Sad Boys prior, but that was back when they had Vaughn on the team rather than Al Dente here. So maybe making those adjustments in real time and seeing You Already Lose start to pick up the character. All right, and now I think we lost Dendar to the old mute, but hopefully he'll be able to get back.
Production was informing me that I was a tad quiet. Perhaps I'm a little bit easier to hear now.
You are louder now. That is definitely
okay. Excellent.
True.
Well, louder may not be better, but we're getting into this game, so no more time for adjustments. We just have to roll with what we have available, as these players will as well. But looking at these starting awakenings, only 3 stacks on stacks. It's actually an even split here. Puffy and Al Dente on the stacks, Killiest on the stacks. But You Already Lose, Shapeshifting, and Leo Leon on that prime time. We will have to see which choice ends up on top here as we get into this game. Lots of resources already burned here, but on this Gates of Obscura variant, there's a lot of damage that you get just for existing. We see Killiest already extremely low. The Vice ult coming to suffocate that space and potentially punish Killiest, but Puffy is now on the losing end of this health exchange, and Al Dente's on their way. There's just so much damage coming out here. We see that Vice pickup really coming out, but also a kill come out. You Already Lose full HP, but down a player on their team.
Yeah, Leo Leon seeing an opportunity and capitalizing there as he takes the fight to him. Going to be able to create a power play, but they've yet to be able to convert that into another barrier. Al Dente got to be very careful about getting staggered and stuck in the goo. Does look like he'll be all right for the time being. Killius going to be able to send it back on up towards the top corner. Now getting bullied here, stuck in between Puffy and Al Dente. There's another bell ringer. This one not going to connect on anybody. He's just getting pushed and shoved around and not going to be able to find the angles so far. Puffy ready to receive on the bottom, looking to pass it up towards Al Dente. There's going to be the Oni's blade pushing him back away, taking him in for the KO. Leo Leon able to create a second power play for Lob City on this point. Will this be the one where they can close out? Trades back and forth. Puffy not going to be able to grab it, and shape-shifting. Perfect pitch from across the map takes the solo goal.
Big power play opportunities there, but we have the flip available still, so that is going to be another opportunity for this defense. But right now, we'll have to see with this X-Era comp, they do have a lot of scaling potential. So even if this first round doesn't go quite their way, they will still have a lot going for them. But Zentaro, also a character that can scale quite heavily with the right awakenings. But right now, we need to get some things to scale these health bars, as these players are taking seemingly infinite damage here. And these players are taking all the space they can get off of it.
Yeah, the bouncing bumpers really making a difference off these last couple of shots, as it's going to come rocketing back over towards You Already Lose. Able to block it away again. Channels the Supernova for another defense. Leo Leon now has the opportunity, but there's going to be the flip out of Al Dente. Taking one down. Leo, though, exploding on the opposite side. Able to take a barrier for himself. Now coming back to help out on the defense. Al Dente going to be able to knock him away, but You Already Lose. Can't grab it on the defense. Leo Leon going to take credit for that goal, and it's 2-0 for Lob City.
It seems like the only thing that has been lost was control of the core there. But new variant, new round. Got to keep the mental fresh even in the face of such disasters. But You Already Lose getting a quick barrier for their team. And this X is huge with the Era Beam and the Maelstrom, Project Maelstrom. That's going to be a huge X that is just funneling the offense here.
Yeah, that's a big boy. Al Dente going to be able to find the second barrier using some of that power, and just hoping to get a taste of that one again. Drum and bass from Shapeshifting, going to be able to keep up the defense for the time being, but now channeling the Supernova. You Lose takes it in. Double KO plus the goal, claiming it all.
Buy one, get one off of that Vice ultimate, but that's going to be a Vice ultimate down for this next point on the defense. We'll have to see if You Already Lose can either help keep up the offense and not have to worry about that defense, or whether or not that's going to come back to bite them. But that said, Puffy FPS is in great spots as always. And a great kill comes out, almost a double barrier there. But Leo Leon, with this flip available, is going to be able to help on this defense. Though, that said, they're looking quite low. This scaling potentially doesn't even need to come out. There's just pure deaths left and right, and the flip gets burned even without the pressure on them. Just the pure aura that Al Dente is putting off was enough to get that flip out.
Absolutely, and You Already Lose getting in there with another really well-placed Supernova, going to be able to force out resources, going to be able to claim another barrier. Puffy, though, getting bullied by Leo on the other side. The Ensnare Drum's going to buy some time for that combat to take place. Al Dente not able to fall back in time to be able to protect the barrier. Flip going to be forced out of You Already Lose. It's Al Dente falling back out of the top side as Leo Leon already taken low and at risk of getting taken out. Still not staggered, now is, as Puffy connects the Bewitching Beam, and Leo should be pretty much out of this play. It's going to get sent right through by Puffy, and Killiest and Shapeshifting cannot arrive in time. It's 2-2. Sad Boys looking for the comeback in set one.
Puffy playing absolutely stalwart in these last two games, even in the face of death. No HP, no energy. Still finds themselves in the perfect spots and winning the strike wars that they absolutely need to get these cores into the hands of the player Al Dente. The flip beaten out though, but with this Atlas Orb available, potentially could lock it down, but it is Al Dente who's locked down and locked up. Throw away the key, put that man in prison. He is down for the count, and we'll have to see if these barriers can stay up, even with that player being down.
Yeah, Shapeshifting just giving Al Dente the business there. They block the shots and are able to take out the KO. There's the counter, though. Al Dente showing he can do the same, creating a power play for the Sad Boys and looking for a chance to take it all the way home. Puffy waiting on towards the bottom. Another Bell Ringer going to connect onto Leo on the top side as they keep up that aggression on towards Shape-Shifting. Thunderstruck going to push him back, but somehow managing to hold up onto the defense the entire way through. And this barrier, it just will not fall. Supernova channeled on the opposite side by You Already Lose, hanging on towards the defense. Al Dente with a breakaway opportunity, but without the bull rush, not going to be able to take it forward. Shapeshifting keeps up the defense, and Snare Drums comes out, do not quite connect, and they are going to be able to find that barrier. Al Dente now, right in melee range with the goal, can't quite push it through, but there's another expanse coming out of the center, and another opportunity for the Sad Boys. Killius taking it back up towards the top. KO found on towards Al Dente. Power play now for Lob City as they look to take it back and win themselves set number one. We were in this position in game one, and it was the Sad Boys who ended up on top and carrying it through for the victory. Shapeshift Shapeshift forced to flip off a little bit of a botched clear, but Leo Leon still can't take it on towards the barrier. Al Dente looking for the defense to help on out, pushes it past with the Bull Rush. Thunderstruck not quite going to connect onto the core. You Already Lose comes out of the arc, has to blink back and keep up the defense. Puffy sends it back towards the top. Al Dente with a shooting opportunity, one-on-one with Shapeshifting, but cleared back up towards Kilius. You Already Lose trying to keep this play going, but it will not be able to hold on. Kilius goes in for the flip, going to be able to open up the goal on the opposite side. KO found onto the era for Lob City, and the chance that they have to win is presented once again. Piercing shot out of Kilius, can't quite find its way into the goal. Shapeshifting sends it to Leo. Leo flips it to the top corner, and Lob City are going to take it.
That point was cinematic. There were so many instances where a single mistake could cost them everything. We saw that flip have to come out from the clear. We almost saw it happen again on the side of Sad Boys, but they make the adjustment needed. And now it is going to be Shapeshifting leading this draft and potentially rewarded. But there's a lot of things you have to watch out for here. That Catalyst is available, and you can't let that get to the X or the Zentaro, so that's going to be the pickup from You Already Lose. Bulk up pickup here, that's going to be more health, and with X having a high base stagger already, that's going to be a lot of extra scaling that they get seemingly for free. The team player here is going to keep the core out of their half. Unstoppable pickup here, typically a deny for the Estelle, but is actually the pickup here is not going to save you from that Bewitching Beam, but potentially going to save you from some of these Vice Ultimates or primaries, but that Chain Lightning could deny that quite expeditiously if they keep standing in the wrong spots. But both the barriers are down. Who's really standing in the wrong spots here?
Yeah, I mean, Lob City just coming alive on their map pick here. They take a quick couple of barriers, and Leo with a nice slashing strike just takes it right around You Already Lose, forces the whiff of the strike, and is going to be able to get a 4th point here for Lob City. They do get themselves off to a lead in set number 2.
Definitely a lead, but this Project Maelstrom, we saw last time how big this X can get. You're going to have to be careful here. But there, it actually goes to Leo Leon on the Zentaro. That's going to be a huge primary hitbox that almost takes out Al Dente there. But that said, only the barrier is taken down. Leo has this flip for the defense, but they don't use it, and instead the barrier is taken.
Yeah, they're going to be able to come up with both of them there. Counteroffensive from Lob City. They were able to use some of that power that they've got from Kilius to be able to take the first of the barriers, but not going to be able to turn it into a second. Puffy getting shoved around, getting taken out by Leo Leon, but Al Dente able to pick up that big upgrade. Going to be able to take a KO of his own and just stands there on him for a second. He's down too. Everybody's dying of the course, not even moving. It's a 2 versus 1 for Lob City, but Puffy coming back up, looking for the one-on-one with Shapeshifting. Not going to be able to push it past as the Magical Maelstrom channels, goes wide, doesn't connect onto the core, doesn't connect onto the players. Leo Leon tries to take it in towards that barrier, wants to be able to cut through the ranks of the Sad Boys, but You Already Lose and Puffy hanging onto the defense for enough time. Al Dente's back up, but the barriers have fallen. It's open goals on both sides. It's sent right through the center. Leo Leon takes a second.
Perhaps it is the enjoyment of this debut going well so far, but Al Dente, perhaps it dies to a bit of hubris there, getting locked up by that ensnare drum and then taken away by the Estelle primary. So we'll have to be more careful about that, as right now they are down 0-2 in this set. A big change up from last game where we saw such dominance by the Sad Boys. Notice Lob City, who's putting on an excellent performance here. We don't know, maybe it's perhaps some of the character picks, or perhaps it's just the map favoritism. Like you said, I believe this was their pick. So it seems like they're playing excellently here so far.
Yeah, absolutely. A much better showing than we got out of game number 1, at least at this stage. Although, you got to remember, game number 1, right? It was a close 5-match or 5-point set in set number 1, and then in set number 2, it was a 3-0 for Lob City. The only difference here is that they actually won out that first set this time around. We'll see if they're going to be able to take it and try to finish off the game this time around. But the Sad Boys, they're certainly going to have to start to come alive here. They don't have that one-set barrier from winning the first one that they had the last time around. The flip comes out of Al Dente, not quite going to find its way on towards the barrier. Nice stuff of the flip out of Kilius, but can't do it a second time. Shape-shifting sends it off the bottom. Leo Leon ready to receive, and that is a 3-0 set for Lob City.
So much damage here. Leo Leon was on a knife's edge, but they're rewarded for their play of staying alive with a great passing play there to get that point. But this Awakening draft has some scary stuff. We've got Might of the Colossus potentially going to X or Quick Strikes. Can't really deny this player here, Al Dente, so they're going to get something good. Rampage also available. But it's the reverberation to go with the stagger scaling. I like that pickup. Extra survivability, extra cooldown reduction, extra power. You get it all package deal. but it's actually the Might of the Colossus going to Zentaro here. Missile propulsion, a bit of a deny from shapeshifting, but also a huge pickup for You Already Lose. That's going to be a lot of damage. The Chrono Boost taken to prevent this era from going nuclear, but they are still going to get cast to last, so there's a lot of great pickups here for both sides. But I think Sad Boys actually got quite a good deal here between all said and done, but that Quick Strikes onto Killiest is going to be quite tough to deal with in this midfield.
Ooh, a little bit of an inadvisable piercing shot there on the top, and just lets Al Dente step up and line up a perfect bell ringer there to be able to take him up off the top side. Now a power play available for the Sad Boys. They take one barrier off of it. Will they be able to convert for a second? The Magical Maelstrom nearly getting it there, but Killiest falls back on the defense and will be able to keep things standing. Center Expanse comes on across. Al Dente stuck on the top side now, while all of the actions taking place on the opposite. Leo Leon keeping Al Dente very low on the health bars here, but the second barrier will end up falling to Puffy. Gets the shrink down on a shapeshifting, dribbles it off the bottom, going in for the 1 versus 2, and taking it home for the goal. Sad Boys on the board.
That's actually such a huge 1v2 there. Not just because it gets them a point that could lead to this turnabout, but it allowed Al Dente to go pick up that orb, get the health they need to survive, and now they have a flip available for this round. So that is going to be a huge play by Puffy. But the defense is also looking quite huge here, as You Already Lose is getting hit with a lot of things, but is managing to defend just fine, and the passing plays are coming out here. It's going to be an excellent offense in this power play, Gordo.
We've heard rumors about Al Dente's X, and they are coming true here as they manage to find themselves the KO. There's another one, ends up coming on through. That credit goes on over to You Already Lose. The second barrier falls down. Al Dente setting up for the bull rush. Can't quite get it onto the core, but it's keeping these health bars low. Pops the Maximus, beaten onto Killiest, who's going to end up staggered. And meanwhile, Puffy can take it home for another point. 2-0 Sad Boys in set number 3.
We were trying to turn Killiest into killed there, but that said, they managed to survive, but not with any energy to defend themselves for this next round. Just that lone unstoppable to give them the help that they need to survive here in the face of the player Al Dente, whose X is going nuclear right now. But that said, Puffy has a lot of energy available, and so does Al Dente, so that's going to be quite tough to deal with once they get those flips online, as they are about to come up here, it seems like.
Grooving their way into this play there, receiving the pass from You Already Lose off the flip and just taking it all the way home, bouncing it between these tiny little barriers in the center of the map to be able to find their play. Not quite connecting with that flip, not going to be able to take it into the barrier there either. Shapeshifting, able to keep up a last-second defense and hang on towards the last one. There's going to be Puffy taking it over towards the middle, and Al Dente going in with the swing. Magical Maelstrom carries the core right into position, but again, it is batted away by Shapeshifting. They're going to be able to trap Al Dente there in the ensnare drums, getting some damage on across, keeping him out of the play for a little bit longer. Killy is taking it back up towards the top, looking to find this barrier, goes in for the flip, blocked away by You Already Lose. KO found onto the era onto the bottom side. Leo Leon doing his job and creating an advantage state here for Lob City. Killius sends it down, looking for Leo Leon to be able to take it through to the barrier, not quite going to be able to find it there. Gets sent back through the center. Al Dente stealing it away from Killius and trying to take it towards that top barrier, the last one standing for Lob City. Al Dente goes in for another one of those bell ringers, not quite going to be able to connect, and Leo Leon can't get his hands on the core either. Killius sets up for a piercing shot. Nice, perfect pitch across the map from Shapeshifting. Will find its way on towards that last barrier. That might be the X factor that Lob City need to be able to break open this point. Puffy sending it back over towards the top barrier. Al Dente fending off these attempted clears, moving it slowly further and further towards the right. The ensnare drums connect right in front of the barrier. They're still not able to take it down. Shapeshifting hanging on for so long here, keeps it going even through the supernova. Another flip from Al Dente down towards Puffy. He's in the Maximus, just trying to do anything he possibly can to clear out this goal arc, but Shapeshifting is immovable and unstoppable. Will not let this go down until it finally does, nicking it on the side and taking it all the way through. You Already Lose comes through with the power chord and sends it to 3-0 for Sad Boys.
Shapeshifting putting on a masterclass of defense there. It took 3 versus 1 to get that in. That's how potent that defense was. While they aren't rewarded with the draft, they are rewarded with first pick for their team in this draft, so perhaps they will be able to pick something up here. We see Al Dente with the first pick, though. There could be another stagger pick up here with this peak performance or reptile, but it's going to be the Orb Dancer going to You Already Lose. Going to help them get around the field a bit more and make those eject button plays a bit more potent, but it's actually Stinger getting picked up here with Reptile Remedy going to Killius, that's going to be another layer of survivability that they have available. And of course, you have to deny that explosive entrance from the Zentaro. But that's also going to be some dash speed, giving them a bit more power on these plays with the Flutterfly. So we will just have to see if they can make the most of it. And it seems like they are with a quick kill, but a quick barrier taken and reconciliation by Lilian, and almost a second one going down as well.
Really great stuff here. Leo taking another KO there and just trying to use these bumpers to be able to push it in for that remaining barrier. He's going to start to get bullied by Al Dente, though. Loses a huge chunk of HP. Going to be a little while before the Reptile Remedy can get him back up and moving. Going to have to fall back and go and get some barriers here. But meanwhile, the counter offensive here from Killius going to actually be able to take that second barrier. Even without Leo, they can't manage to clear things back away. They're going to lose a barrier on the other side, though. Al Dente started to try to carry things through. Leo dashing forward, low on stagger, but thinks he can close it out. The defense from You Already Lose is going to be too much, and he will be able to send it back away. Shape-shifting, dueling back and forth with Al Dente now on towards the bottom side. Leo coming in to rejoin, but is staggered. Going to be able to pick up one of those orbs to regenerate. Al Dente still at full stagger, still with the cooldowns, looking to finish off Leo, but he's just a little bit too slippery. Nearly takes out Puffy. Al Dente going to be able to finish off Leo. It's a power play for the Sad Boys. They push forward and find themselves the second barrier. Killius flips it, though. You Already Lose. Barely going to be able to keep up the defense. And now Shape-shifting doing much the same on the other side. Goes in for the flip, sends it off the top. Not going to be able to get it past You Already Lose. The respawns are there, but it is too little and it is too late. Al Dente has sent it through.
Some scary situations in that last round. Lots of very tight angles that were just barely saved, but that one cannot be. The defense by Shape-shifting, while excellent, does have some gaps in it, and Al Dente making the most of that. That said, we're on side streets now, so part of this is that you're going to have to keep track of where the players are when you don't see them on the map. I know there's been a lot of kills that take people off the map, but these barriers are being the things that are really being taken out here as two go down in one swing.
Double barrier secure for Lob City to try to break this loss streak, but Al Dente coming back in to try to make sure it stays winning for Sad Boys. They take themselves the second barrier. Killius going to be able to guide the core up towards the top to hold on for a little bit longer. Sends it through, able to nearly cause an own goal off the back of that Supernova, but You Already Lose going to be able to detonate it in time. Puffy falling back towards midfield, already staggered, looking to get taken out by Leo, but manages to dodge out on the eye rush. Now going to be Al Dente with the flip available, trying to take it at midfield, right past Killius. Does manage to sneak it past the first, but the defense from Shape-shifting clears it back towards the top. They're not going to be able to hold on to it. It's Lob City setting up their own offense. Leo Leon trying to receive it midfield, but going to get taken away by Puffy. Down to about half stagger. X Maximus already channeling. This core is rocketing, but the defense from Shape-shifting is still coming through. Thunderstruck connects onto Leo. Shape-shifting is taken down. It's an empty goal. Leo going to try to fill in his substitute goalie, but can he do it? Not while Al Dente's there to take him into the goal. It's 2-0 Sad Boys.
This core is so fast and so loud, I thought I left a kettle on the oven. But a good pickup there by Al Dente. That was a huge passing play there between them and Puffy FPS. So if they could keep securing these kills like they have been, and with the help of this Gates of Obscura variant, that should help get that damage where they need it. But the scaling has really come to life here. We see them really just making so much of the awakenings that they have available. The damage from that Stinger really just putting the pressure on. And You Already Lose always showing up exactly when they need to. Even if they don't convert quite away, they do manage to get it regardless. So that said, the net's open in a tight point.
Yeah, it's looking like the ranks of Lob City are just getting broken here, while Al Dente manages to piece together the offense with the era buffs at his back, sends it through yet again. It is a 3-0 set for the Sad Boys. We are going to set number 5.
Set number 5. But that said, Al Dente really putting on that X performance like you mentioned, but the awakenings here are actually quite interesting, as we could potentially see that specialized training come out, or extra special, to continually make the most of that X Maximus, but that's going to leave Orb Ponder available for Shapeshifting, who's already been putting on a huge defense. That's going to give them even more tools in that tool belt, more cooldowns to work with, but You Already Lose getting some cooldowns of their own with that extra special. Going to be a lot more pressure off of those eject buttons. And with Among Titans being picked up by Puffy, that's going to be a lot of speed going to them and size to the team on an X that was already huge. And on this Project Maelstrom could get even bigger. But that's going to leave Recovery Drone to help keep Killius alive. They've got sort of the defensive suite here. They've got Unstoppable Recovery Drone and Reptile Remedy. They should have no problem staying alive here, unlike these barriers. And with aerials being picked up by Zentaro, that's going to give them the dash distance they need to get into the mix here, as they are right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I want to call out, too, aerials secured for Leo. Leon, who comes up with the goal credit, finally getting the dash awakening on the Zentaro. He's been craving it all game long, finally paying off here, and maybe going to be the secret ingredient that Lob City needs to be able to take a game and force a game number 3.
Definitely potentially there, but that said, there's a lot of pressure here. You already lose, making excellent use of that extra special already, putting a ton of damage, but it's mostly been healed up. It's actually Al Dente who's taking the brunt of the damage here, as they are almost down. And with Kilius having this flip available, that's going to secure the stagger, and now it's up to Zentaro to secure it with the help of that perfect pitch, unable to. But that's good awareness by the goalie to help up on these killing plays. We'll have to see if Al Dente can keep themselves alive, but these barriers are going down relatively quick. No flips available, but a lot of pressure here.
Absolutely. There's going to be that Thunderstruck channeled on the opposite side. You already lose. Gets it back into the hands of their forwards, but Al Dente taking incredibly low here. A beautifully placed Thunderstruck out of You Already Lose. Forces elusives out of multiple members. Al Dente able to convert one of those into a KO right into the goal, and Kilius looking like they might lose that revive here before too long. Al Dente, though, getting taken back up against them. Going to be able to hold on as they get bounced into the bottom corner. Will finally get finished off by Leo and Kilius. Now with the power play, Lob City going to look to turn this scoreline into a 2-0. Puffy and You Already Lose hanging on for now. Bewitching Beam strings down Leo and clears out the core in the same breath. Another power chord going to be able to clear things away for the side of You Already Lose. And now the respawn has come on through. Al Dente is back, and Al Dente immediately takes out the opposing brawler. Leon punished for hanging out too close to the bottom, and it might be what it takes for Sad Boys to tie things right back up and keep themselves alive. On the point, there's the flip from You Already Lose. There's the score. Sad Boys tie it up. It's 3 goals to go.
Oh, we are 1-1 in this final 5th set. Every single point matters here. Everybody is fully scaled. No more awakening drafts here. Just your skill to carry you. And right now, the offense of Sad Boys is looking good, but the defense of Lob City is looking equally excellent. It's so tough to tell who's going to come out on top here. But that said, a lot of resources burned here as we see all of these players fighting for their lives. We'll have to see if they can fight for these barriers as well. But that's going to be the recovery drone down. That could be potentially a weak spot available for Kilius Life.
Yeah, that is what you get the recovery drone for. You want to make sure you use it at some point, but now going to be down for the remainder of the set. The flip comes through for Puffy, and it finds the second barrier and the goal. Puffy just sneaks it through. There were 4 strikers between him and the goal, but doesn't matter. We'll slide between them all and take Sad Boys to game and match point.
Some people would argue, how do you not flip there if you're shapeshifting? But when you're these players, you know your ranges. It was just slightly off. Puffy finding the perfect angle there to get it past the defense. But that said, the offense is 3 in the net, and Kilius does not have the health to survive here.
Leo got KO'd so early on the point, and that could be the final nail in the coffin as Puffy and Al Dente have cleared Kilius away and have kept them low. There's the KO found by You Already Lose on the opposite side. It's a 3 versus 2 aggression once again from the Sad Boys as they look to close out even 2 subs deep. Shapeshifting going to be able to clear things out towards the bottom. Leon trying to take it back into an aggressive angle for the team. It's a pass from Kilius, and Leo now with an opportunity. Crystal Thorns out of Kilius going to be able to find its way on towards that barrier. KO found for Leo, and this is the chance that Lob City's been waiting for. They're 3 versus 2, and Snare Drum's gonna clear it back out. Somehow Al Dente has found the last barrier. Perfect pitch doesn't connect. Al Dente takes down Leo and can take this power point even further, trying to get the score. Still not gonna be able to find it. Kilius snipes it from midfield, takes it right out of You Already Loses hands, says, "Give me that." It's going to point 5.
If you are Kilius, you are standing out of your seat for that play. That defense with the help of shapeshifting, even in the face of that 2v3, where time and time again, Al Dente has made these opportunities for their team to create a 3v2 power play, just like this one here. They managed to find the defense and even steal the goal, but they have to do it again as now Leon is the one that is up for this team.
Another great setup from Puffy, taking the second barrier, looking to be able to close out the game. You already lose, sends it down into the bumper and takes the own barrier. It's open goals for both sides, but Al Dente pushes it through. Killiest and shape-shifting cannot hold on. And it's going to be the Sad Boys taking the series 2-0.
What a cinematic game. I believe we will be seeing some of that in the chat, but that said, these players played their hearts out in this game, but at the end of the day, after 15 KOs with a total of 22 for the team, it is the Sad Boys who come out on top here with Al Dente and Puffy FPS leading the charge on that offense, and you already lose holding it down on the defense. Excellent performance by both teams, but at the end of the day, one team's got to come up on top, and today it is the Sad Boys.
The Sad Boys taking another win here. They will move up to 4-1 at the end of Week 5. Lob City, a heartbreaker there in game number 2, going to drop down to 0-5. Putting up a hell of a fight here against the best team in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're putting up that kind of a performance against this team, what does that say about the rest of this league for you? If you're playing this well already, there's still more weeks to go. There's still more games to play. And even in the face of these Titans, you are playing this well. That just shows how much effort these players have put in and how much they're being rewarded for those efforts. But that said, some of these goals seemed almost picture perfect. How did they even potentially find them? But find them they did, and rewarded they were. But at the end of the day, we are going to be moving on to our next set. What do you have to tell us about that, Gordo?
It's going to be Showtime taking on the Bozo Bunch, so a little bit closer in the standings there. Showtime coming in at 1-3, Bozo Bunch at 2-2. Both of these teams posturing to make sure they're going to be able to find themselves a place in the playoffs at the end of the season. And we've crested over the mid-season mark here now, Dendar, so it's starting to really heat up as far as both these teams looking to see if they're going to be able to make it.
We'll have to see if they are able to. But we mentioned earlier in that pre-show that Bun Bonanza scaling. We'll have to see what other teams have started to scale here as we do get into the later parts of this series. But for now, it appears we will be going to a slight break while we wait for the next two teams. Gordo, do you have any last thoughts before we move on?
No, we'll be back here in a couple of minutes, so stay tight, sit tight, stay tuned, whatever. Combine them together if you want, and we will see you guys in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's stream of the North American Strikers League, where we are now getting into the second game of the day. Looking like we are going to have Showtime taking on the Bozo Bunch here, and looking forward to another close matchup today after game number one started to get a little bit heated there, maybe a little unexpectedly.
Those players were looking inspired that previous game, but in a similar vein to how previous game we had Puffy FPS, a bit of an old head filling in for a player. We have Barcode filling in for Megaverse on the side of Showtime. So we're going to have to see how that player can make their debut here for this team. But that said, we've got the map pick and ban for you at the bottom of the screen. We're going to be going to Atlas Lab first for the pick of Showtime. Gates of Obscura for Bozo Bunch as the second pick, and should we get to a third, it will be Clarion Test Chamber. Gates of Obscura, I feel like a map I haven't gotten to see too much in the series, so we'll just have to see how that's going for us. But that said, how do you feel about Barcode being here in these trying times?
Well, it's cool to have Barcode back playing here in the North American Strikers League. Not sure where Megaverse is off to, but it'll be interesting to see how that affects Showtime's performance coming on in here. We've already got that first draft up on the screen below you as we do start to load onto the game itself. But looking like the Bozo Bunch bringing out the Drakkar, a pick that we haven't gotten to see a whole bunch of. Curious how they're going to be able to perform on this one in what looks like a little bit of an unusual composition. Probably going to be Drakkar in the goal box, it looks like.
It definitely does look like that Drakkar goalie. Like you said, character we don't see too terribly often, but in the right hands can be performing well. But with the Now and Asher on the forward duo, that's going to be a lot of pressure, but a couple ways to work around Asher on the defense. But that said, we've got Mako, Rasmus, and Kai. Rasmus Kai, a good forward duo for core control. Not going to be as much damage, but should someone find themselves staggered, I'm sure that the Joker will be able to pick them off just fine. And Xianzu, player that has a bit of notoriety within this scene, we'll have to see how it performs here as we get into this first game. Let's look at these starting awakenings that all the players have picked. It's going to be 6 Orb Dancers and 1 kill going to the side of Showtime as we lead off this game.
Yeah, definitely going to be an early KO for Showtime here as they take to the field. Going to look to see if they can take that into a second barrier already. Joker setting up with this Rasmus, and Xianzu coming in on the Kai on the bottom, trying to get things back in towards position. Muncher going to be able to try to clear things back out using some of those close melee range drones, and Purebreds on the Drakkar goalie so far done a good job of being able to hold on towards this remaining barrier. Dropletto trying to take it on towards the bottom side, but Xianzu going to be able to keep on sending it through, bounces it off the center, now sending it back over to Joker. Muncher dueling back and forth with Xianzu here, and Dropletto finally getting the breakaway they were looking for, caught in the ensnare drums, and somehow still not able to push it on towards that barrier. Lockdown defense out of Barcode so far in their first game back here in the North American Strikers League. Finally, Dropletto going to be able to find one and turn it immediately into a second off the back of the rebound. An open goal available for the Bozo Bunch. Flip out of Muncher right into Dropletto, who flips it themselves, but Barcode hangs on to the defense the whole way through. Xianzu helping out on the assist.
Yeah, multiple flips coming out here, but a third goes down. But Barcode might be seeing the light of another day if they can survive here.
Oh, fighting for it. Oh, right up into the top corner. Obscurebreds sending it from midfield, gets it on through. And the goalie going to be the first one here with that score.
Yep, a quick goal there, but we saw a lot of flips come out, and that's one of the things with this Orb Dancer start is players are going to be pining for those orbs a lot more than you might see in some other games, and that's going to be a lot of energy that goes around, but the energy is on the side of Showtime as they are getting the energy into the enemy net, but they do get that breakaway on the defense.
Yeah, there's going to be another fight here. Potentially a duel for it. Dropletto pushing up towards the top barrier. Going to be able to find the second one. Muncher able to help out on the rebounding, able to guarantee that this aggression does not stop, and even 2 versus 3 with Joker falling back to help out on the defense. Bozo Bunch been able to put themselves together a pretty strong rally here. Nice follow-up from Muncher. There's Dropletto ready to receive, and they take it 2-0.
There was a quick mix-up there by I. They did the flip and then had the primary ready to mix up the timing of the core to get it past the strike, and then Dropletto, of course, funneling in their excellent offensive play by the team, the Bozo Bunch. But that said, Showtime not quite out of this yet. They're getting these barriers relatively consistently. It's just how they end these rounds that they need to get going. But that said, they're getting these barriers taken left and right. It's a bit of back and forth here, but there's a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, there's going to be the pass on over towards the center. Xianzhu going to be able to fight for it. Obscure Breads juking back and forth, passes it up towards the top. There's going to be the explosion off of the center. And Muncher going to be able to fight for it here at midfield. Xianzhu gets taken off the bottom. Dropletto going to be able to close out that one. Barcode gently escorting the core back around this barrier to be able to keep up the defense. This power play looking like it's going to expire pretty quickly. The core just moving so slowly and steadily. Not really going to be able to get anything done in that timing. Pushing forward, Dropletto tries to set up for another path splitter. There's going to be the ultimate coming on out. They will be able to get it through on towards the barrier. And now sending it forward once again. Flip comes out of Dropletto, doesn't quite snag on towards the core. Muncher has to fall back using that lifeline. Gets it back into Dropletto's hands. The barrier beam not going to be able to send it through into the goal. Barcode does end up stunned up by it, but Core not right in the right position. Dropletto sent back up towards the top, nearly staggered, nearly taken down. Death Touch and Pendulum Swing will close it out for the Joker. And now it's a power play for Showtime as they try to get themselves their first point in the game and fight their way back in. Nice Pendulum Swing out of Joker. Will open things up. Xianzhu coming on up with a passing play. Joker sends it down. And it's 2-1. Showtime on the board.
But Xenocloak just barely not fast enough to get them where they need to go. So that is going to be a point that's going to start evening things up here. But I'm seeing a lot of good patience on these defenses, even in the face of these power plays. But one thing I'm noticing is that the lineups on these core flips just haven't been quite exactly what they need. Maybe a little bit of mistiming on something like the Asher Primary, not quite having the hitbox out yet before the flip comes out. We just need to see some slight adjustments to have these flips really go crazy there. We just missed the strike, but it's the first game, it's the first round, the first set. We just have to get them through here. But that said, I is taking a lot of damage, but they do manage to heal up with that now ultimate. And there we see the orbs getting picked up. This orb dancer, you really got to be careful. Make sure you don't lose these stacks, as Dropletto has only one at the moment. But it's actually pretty difficult because to take the stack for yourself, you have to take yourself out of the play a bit. But now these players are getting into this defense.
Yeah, Dropletto coming in for another push here with the path splitter. They will be able to take the second barrier. Dropletto getting forced on back. And there's going to be another dash forward. The lock and load comes through from Obscure Breads, and there's going to be another push through. Dropletto going to be forcing another fight with Joker, keeping him very low on the stagger. Xianzhu uses the barrage to keep fending on off those barriers. Another dash punch from Dropletto. Muncher forcing it through, taking it 3-1 for the Bozo Bunch.
That looked like the latest possible strike they could have gotten there, and they are rewarded with the first pick in this draft. We could see something like the Monumentalist come out, but instead we see potentially a Stinger pickup here by I. This could be a lot of damage in these pockets where a lot of the offensive plays happen. But that said, that's going to leave quite the slew of options for Obscure Breads here, as that rapid fire is almost certainly going to be taken as a denial, but it is the hot shot denied away from Barcode, and also just an excellent pickup here to get those shotguns back locked and loaded. Twin Drive is going to be a lot of speed coming out here. The aerial pickup on Kai is going to be really nice to get those Giga Blasts where you need them to go, as well as the barrages, and then the prize fighter. We saw towards the end of that round, we did see the dash flip kill. Shoutouts to Al Dente putting on a performance there. But Dropletto finding these kills, these KO prize fighter stacks are going to be stacking up. But that said, these barrier kills are also stacking up as it's 1-1 both sides.
Yeah, there's another barrage coming through in towards that remaining barrier, and Bozo Bunch are just not letting up on this aggression. They have been able to take both barriers in a quick time, and despite the KO, Dropletto gonna send it through, keeps pushing up and up and up, and Barcode cannot keep pace. First goal of set number 2 to the Bozo Bunch.
That is an important goal to win if you're Dropletto in that exact moment, because Muncher has just lost all of their Orb Dancer stacks with that kill, so you have to win that interaction quick. But that said, with them stacking it back up in this midfield here, it is going to leave the defense in that 2v2 situation, and they do take a barrier as compensation, but now they've gotten a barrier of their own, and that hook is looking to potentially start a goal here.
Absolutely here. There's the fending back and forth. Dropletto comes on forward for another attempt at the barrier. Open goal already been secured for Showtime, of course. Obscure Bread sends it on forward. Joker with a well-placed pendulum swing takes it into the goal and ties things up at 1-1 in the set.
Making excellent use of that primary. They did not take Might of the Colossus, which would have given them some size to really put the pressure on, but I think that is the right call here when everybody else is moving so quickly, so many orbs being taken, you have to fight over them, and being given a reason to is definitely good. There we see, like we mentioned, those orbs being picked up, but 2 barriers being picked up for the offense of
Great
the Bozo
place
bunch.
on the flip. Now going to be able to look for another Dropletto. Coming on through, the drone falls into place for Muncher, sending it back up towards this Asher barrier beam, trying to get the hit stuns onto Barcode, and Snare Drums going to hold Dropletto up and stop the play. Obscure Breads emerges from the goal arc and goes in for the flip, will get deflected away, and he's going to have to fall back, continuing to use that strike shot. Muncher sends it back over to Dropletto. Dropletto sends it into the center once again, passing plays back and forth. Muncher to Dropletto, back to Dropletto. And now going back in towards the goal. Another path splitter comes on across. Could have been a great shot. They're not quite able to get over towards the barrier in time. Somehow that KO ended up coming on through. I think that was the Molten Bolt just taking off the map there for the Joker and setting up for another attempt from the side of the Bozo bunch. They still aren't quite able to get it all the way through into the goal. Obscure Breads back over to Dropletto, down towards Muncher. Follow up with the drone and right between the legs. Barcode can't get to it in time. It's going to be 2-1.
If Muncher keeps up with this performance and they win this next round, that could be really bad for the side of Showtime, as that would be another now MVP. With Monumentalist still on the table, you have to be wary of that. Either you need to pick up the pace and start getting these goals for yourselves, or potentially funnel the offense a bit more into the defense to allow the goalie to have to take that first pick. But that said, a quick barrier is taken, but Joker fighting a retaliation, resources used, but the Sad Boys angle and the clear.
Wow.
Excellent clear by Obscure Breads there as Dropletto finds themselves a kill with the flip available. This could start a huge power play.
Dropping the emote there as well. What a beautiful control over the core there. Hang out of that barrier for way too long, eventually securing the team the KO with that timing it allowed. And now with both barriers open, a shot at set number 2 here for the Bozo bunch. Resetting their aggression. There's going to be the Ensnare Drums holding down Dropletto for a little bit of time. Cooldown going to keep on going, though. Drum and bass coming on across for Barcode, going to be released. Xianzhu trying to take it up towards the top, snagging away that core, getting that extra movement speed. Dropletto can't quite keep pace with it, trying to take Xianzhu up towards the top, not able to finish him off. Barrier beam coming up soon. Xianzhu able to dodge away from it. Joker goes in with the death touch. Flip comes out of Obscure Breads to keep things cleared away from the barrier, but Joker comes back with a strike and a flip of their own. Going to be able to find it in there. Going to have to force Obscure Breads to keep up the defense. Not going to be able to hold up against the passing plays between Xianzhu and Joker. Obscure Breads lets it through. Joker takes a second goal. We're going to 0.5.
When the orbs are up, this offense becomes so suffocating from the side of Showtime, as Kai having that high base speed, the orb dancer giving you a percentage, not just a flat amount of speed, is really letting Xianzhu fly around this field and make the most of their offensive capabilities and positioning. But that said, I needs to be a little bit careful. They have to burn the now ulted there and get rewarded with a flip for the extra XP and the healing. But that said, they were on a bit of a lifeline there, but it is Obscure Breads holding down this defense, but they do finally go down, and the power play has started.
Yeah, there's going to not be enough defense falling back there from Obscure Breads. They do end up losing a member, and they do end up losing both barriers now. Again, it's really tough for this Drakkar to defend once both barriers end up falling down. They need Dropletto and I to be able to come back on through and find themselves some counter-aggression. There's going to be a KO off the center there. Really well placed from Obscure Breads to be able to take him down. And now going to be a pass coming on through. Dropletto goes in for the flip. Muncher trying to set up towards the bottom. Xianzhu trying to take it away, though. One-on-one for Xianzhu. Fall back from I to be able to get into position in time as they pass it back on over. Xianzhu still holding on at midfield. Joker sends it back over. Xianzhu trying to get it back over into that Rasmus, but interrupted by Dropletto standing in between the two of them. Another lifeline, another heal out of I, but still not going to be enough to take back control over the core. Joker pushing in towards this top corner. Obscure Breads still hanging on to it. Dropletto receiving the clears, preventing Xianzhu from keeping this play going, but Joker resets it yet again. Death Touch not going to be able to convert into a strike with lashes ready. Flipped, sent down towards the bottom. Muncher able to hold on to it for the time being. Xianzhu gets a flip of their own, blocked back away by Obscure Breads, and Dropletto still here to help out. Bozo bunch, they're hanging on for a long time, but they can't get the clears back into Showtime territory.
It's close, but not over yet. Barcode has a flip available for this defense, but the net is open for the side of the Bozo Bunch. You have to be careful here.
Ooh, flip comes on through. Dropletto goes on a 4x KO streak, able to take Joker off the map, and this might be the moment they were waiting for. Nice flip out of Barcode, clears things back out. Path Splitter still not able to clear a path in towards the goal, and Joker's back in respawn, and nothing's changed since you left, buddy. Still going right back to business as usual, trying to take it right past Muncher in one of the longest points we've seen all day, easily the longest. Xianzhu keeps up the aggression, still can't get it past Obscure Breads. Dropletto clears it out yet again. Joker's still resetting. Xianzhu passes through. Obscure Breads holds it and keeps sending it back on over. Somebody's going to have to change up some tactics because we're going nowhere.
The defense on both sides has been immaculate, but the opportunity is there. Obscure Breads just can't catch it with the lock and load. So it's going to be a point for Joker and a tied up set count at 1-1. Xianzhu, with an insane performance on that last round, is going to be rewarded, and rewarded they are heavily with the second orb awakening available to them, and they pick it up expeditiously.
Heartbreaker, Dendar, as they do manage to get it through. We are tied up at 1-1, and Showtime keeping things close in this game number 1. Bulk Up going to end up coming on through for the Asher there, trying to get a little bit of additional power, trying to get a little bit of additional KO potential. And that specialized training just going to keep those ensnare drums being oh so impactful.
Absolutely. Some good survivability picked up as well. Dropletto getting a little bit of extra stagger to help keep the Prize Fighter stacks and the Orb Dancer stacks alive. That said, this Black Hole does a lot of damage even through that, so you've got to be careful if you're Dropletto. You've got to keep these stacks up to keep the tempo up for your team. That said, Joker needs to get some orb stacks of their own as they are stuck at 1 right now. We'll have to see if they can change that to 5 to really get the full value, or whether Xianzhu is just going to make full use of them and just run circles around this field as they have been the last set. But Joker's looking a little low here. This could turn into a power play even with the net open.
Yeah, he's really starting to get chunked out. That Molten Bolt still working its way on through his health bar, getting him into that staggered state and risking that he gets finally KO'd. There's going to be Muncher forced into the elusive, and using the flip just to try to stay alive. Will manage to survive off the back of it, but that is going to be a crucial cooldown down, and Xianzhu able to finish off the job with a Giga Blast over on the other side. Dropletto just trying to buy time here, dribbling it off the bottom. Joker going to try to take it in back towards Obscure Breads, who does manage to clear it out once again. These kind of positions, again, really hard for Obscure Breads to hold on to, but a beautiful clear. Finds its way back over towards the barriers, now has open goals for both teams. Flip available for Dropletto. They just got to get it into his hands. Dashes back away, comes in for the flip, sends it right through the elusive, and a point to Bozo Bunch.
A point and a flip stolen away. That is a huge offensive pickup for the side of the Bozo Bunch. Barcode not having that flip available. They've been holding onto it for so long, waiting for just the prime time to use it, and there it just gets snatched away from them, just as that barrier does. But Dropletto, not a ton of energy to defend themselves. Could be the prime time to get the pressure onto them. But with Obscure Breads moving so quickly, it's hard to find an opportunity, even with these Giga Blasts hitting their mark.
Absolutely here. There is going to be Dropletto dribbling it off the bottom. Barcode falling back on the defense. Going to try to set up for Xianzhu and Joker to take it. One barrier already down. Back into the hands of Dropletto, dribbling it off the bottom, sends through the Path Splitter, buying a little bit of space. Elusive out of Barcode to be able to keep up the defense, but it will end up coming on through anyway. Flip out of Muncher, not going to be able to be converted into a strike as Joker actually manages to time it right and steal it back away. Now falling back to try to defend this remaining barrier. Can the Bozo Bunch continue to hold on? They cannot. It will fall on down. The goal's going to be opened up. Flip out of Xianzhu, and a great follow-up pendulum swing from Joker will take it 1-1.
These pendulum swings have been excellent all game long, both offensively, trying to get these goals, get these locks, get these kills. Joker always in the perfect spot, knows the range excellently. But that said, the defense on both sides has been immaculate, but this is a scary situation. Joker has the flip, but gives only one barrier there. They were in the prime opportunity to take 2, but 1 is all they were rewarded with. But a kill, potentially their newfound reward. But Joker looking like this life insurance that they have on the recovery drone maybe taken swiftly as that Black Hole sets them to staggered.
Yeah, but Joker's still hanging strong here, does not end up going down. They will find a nice bounce shot on towards a barrier there, but Joker's still hanging tough. They do manage to get the respawn back on through, so continuing to go on as this point fights on. There's going to be another KO coming on through here for Showtime. They got themselves the reset. They got themselves a chance here to be able to take this second barrier and try to get themselves another point. There's going to be Dropletto still clearing things out. Muncher able to respawn and come back over here in time. Will clear things back over to the right side of the map. Dropletto trying to guide it on over there. Joker still just standing strong, confident that he cannot be KO'd and refuses to let anything drop. They will be able to open on up the goal. Now look to convert for the point. Barcode lands a nice perfect pitch to stun back Dropletto and get a opportunity here to push for more. Nice block from Xianzhu, nice KO from Joker, and Showtime coming up with a second one.
I mean, we mentioned these pendulum swings, and they are just being ripped left and right there. Huge collapse there by the side of Showtime. Excellent performance by them. But that said, Barcode has his flip available, but almost loses both barriers. A little bit of a scary situation, but they do manage to recover. But that said, Joker, recovering some energy of their own, has a flip available, potentially tried to make up for the double barrier attempt to last round, but fails to do so there. But that's it. Oh, the pendulum swing finally actually making a bit of a missed mark there, as the flip looked like it was going to take a barrier, but then for once the pendulum swing sent it just straight forward. The net was not quite open yet, but the idea was good to get this help on the offense. But that said, one barrier is available for both sides, and Muncher has a flip here looking to potentially move up with it.
Yeah, really trying to send through these drones. Does come out with the flip. Gets it. Nice angle there off the bottom. Will be able to bounce up and take that barrier, but a barrier found in turn for Showtime. Open goals on both sides. Joker taking low on Stagger. Going to have that revive blown. Was 3 points in, though. Certainly got plenty of value out of that one already. And Xianzhu looking for a bit of a breakaway. Will get fended back off. Muncher and Dropletto able to clear things back out. Comes back up. Dropletto with a shooting opportunity. Takes it on through Xianzhu. Blocks it back away. Obscure Bread still holding back on the defense. And Muncher going to be able to join him using that lifeline. Dropletto throws down the path splitter, trying to split some paths for himself. And what a bounce off of Dropletto. Gets it into the goal, and we're going to .5.
Big bounce there to tie things up, but unfortunately, that is going to mean that this next point means a whole lot, because that's going to be a draft that could potentially change the entire tempo of this game, and you don't want to be on the losing side of this. But that said, Barcode and Joker both pretty high on energy drop. Leto and I working on their own. That said, we'll just have to see what comes out here, but what comes out is 2 barriers taken.
Really great stuff here from Showtime, being able to open on up the map, being able to open up the goal. Cleared back away from Barcode. A real opportunity here to take the set for themselves and make it 2 in a row. Muncher going to try to prevent it. There's going to be a nice KO found. I think that was Dropletto taking it back over from the other side, able to send him off the map and able to create a power play here for Bozo Bunch. Dropletto resetting inside the goal arc. Muncher getting it back in towards his hands. Flip comes out of Barcode, fended back away by Dropletto, still hanging on towards the barrier, but finally Dropletto will be able to navigate it on through. Joker, though, finds the KO, finds the swing, finds the goal, and takes it 3-2. Showtime back up 2-1.
Joker there cracks the whip, and we move on to this next draft, where that's going to be a big kill, as now they are up in sets, and the enemy goalie Obscure Breads is out of stacks. So they will have to rebuild that goalie. It's a little bit easier to rebuild those orb stacks, but that said, it's going to be tough, as now Xianzhu has this quick strike available, but Catalyst taken as compensation. The Might of the Colossus going to be a good pickup here, make those pendulum swings just a bit stronger. Team player getting the core down the field, but Rampage, if it was on the forward, might be a little scarier, but on this goalie is just going to be a little bit of extra size to help out here. And then finally, we do have that Reptile Remedy for Dropletto. That's going to be a little bit of stagger scaling. They had a little bit already to keep those stacks up, and now they have even more. But those Prize Fighter stacks are back to 1. We'll have to see if they can get that power back up. But it is the barriers being taken, but 1 for each side.
Absolutely. Barcode actually just got a stack of the Rampage there, so is getting a little bit of value out of it, at least occasionally, but certainly going to be a little tougher than on a forward. Joker resetting for another attempt here, going to be taken low, and wow, already losing the revive. Recovery drone might as well not even be present for this set number 4. We'll see if it ends up making a difference here for the Showtime squad. Joker still willing to reset and get right back into the aggression, trying to brawl up against Obscure Bread's nice death touch, takes him over to the other side of the core and opens up an easy barrier for the Joker. Now resetting to try to take it all the way home for the goal. Dribbling off the bottom, Xianzhu taking it in there along with him. Muncher stunned back away by the pendulum swing. Dropletto going to be able to come back and try to receive as he gets cleared back from the other side. Obscurebreds does have access to that flip. Once it ends up back in his face, Xianzhu does as well and might end up having to use it here on the defense. Bolton Bolt connects onto Joker. Joker goes elusive just in time to avoid being KO'd by Dropletto. A flip from Dropletto, going to be able to send it back in and take that remaining barrier, and a beautiful dash forward right into the goal. Dropletto takes the first point for the Bozo Bunch.
The Brawler is getting it done here, but that said, I have come to the conclusion that maybe one thing we might have overlooked was the fact that Rampage also counts on assists, and I don't know if that drum and bass is what's going to be giving Barcode these stacks when his team is taking the barriers. That said, we will just have to see if that size keeps stacking up, but right now, the defense is stacking up. One flip used, but another available for this offense on Xianzhu, and Joker is working on one of their own.
Absolutely here, and Muncher going to be able to fight for it on towards the bottom side. There's going to be another pass on up from Dropletto, and maybe another shot here from Muncher to be able to push on forward. Path splitter comes on through. They're going to be able to find the flip. They're going to be able to send it on through. They are going to be able to open on up the goal. Obscurebreds and a Muncher fighting for it now. Flip comes on out of Joker. They will be able to take the remaining barrier. Dropletto finding another KO, though, keeping that streak alive. And now going to see if they are able to convert it for another point. Joker brawling with him, trying to take the core back over to the other side, buying that additional time for Xianzhu to be able to rejoin. Xianzhu is here now, but Joker going to be able to pull it back in with the death touch. Goes in for the pendulum swing, trying to take it in on towards the left goal, but Dropletto just KOs him again. Will be another power play for the Bozo Bunch. They take another shot at the goal. Dropletto's here in perfect order. Beautiful path splitter sends the core up and will take it 2-0 for the Bozo Bunch.
Keeping the core nice and fast there. They certainly split a path for their team with that goal. The slight redirect off of it sends it just out of the range of Barcode. So great use of that ultimate by Dropletto. That said, Joker looking for a potential comeback, but the barriers are down so fast.
Dropletto just coming alive here in set number 4, saying, all right, we're taking this the full distance. Both barriers fall in an instant, and now all that's left is the goal. Joker taken to about half. Dropletto trying to take things back up against Xianzhu. Will be a nicely placed pendulum swing, but Obscurebred's able to fend it back off, and now a low HP Joker going to have to wait a little bit until they can actually get into the fray of things. They do manage to get an orb to get back up, but not Dropletto yet again. Right in position, right up top. Barcode can't clear it. Dropletto takes the point. 3-0 Bozo Bunch. We're going to set number 5.
A quick evening up there, as now we are in set 5. This is going to be the last draft, and we do see that Monumentalist on the table, and there is a now third pick. But if you're Barcode, it feels bad to take it because it's going to make your ultimate not quite as potent, but it feels like you almost have to, and that they do. So that's going to make the ultimate a little bit more difficult to utilize to the fullest, but it is a necessary pickup against a player like I. That said, more stagger being picked up by Dropletto. I like that choice. The heavy impact is going to be some cooldowns. Explosive entrance is going to be a lot of speed for Joker, who's already running circles around this defense at times. That's going to be a huge boon for them. And then finally, Prime Time going to Kai, kind of late in the draft, but a great pickup for them regardless. As Missile Propulsion goes on to Obscurebreds, it's going to help out on the defense, and also from these midfield plays on the offense, helping their team, acting as a second midfielder, almost like having a strike shot. Ooh. But Joker continues to find kills with this pendulum swing.
Really good stuff there from Joker, able to create the power play. Ooh, Dropletto fends off another shot in towards the barrier and will be able to hang on to it until I respawns. Flip comes through from Xianzhu. They will be able to get it on towards that barrier. They will be able to open up the goal, and it's a real advantage state for Showtime now. Joker gets the breakaway. Joker just takes it home with that extra mobility you were talking about, and it will be the first point of the final set here to Showtime.
This offense is certainly mobilizing here, and they've got a lot of Orb Ponderer stacks still on them, but Muncher is just not able to get up with those Orb stacks. They are currently at 0. They will have to find an opportunity. But when the offense is so potent between Xianzhu and Joker, it feels like you never have time to really escape from the scene and go pick up those orbs. And by the time you finally do, Xianzhu is just somehow faster than you even with it. So it's just so difficult to find these opportunities. But that said, the flip has to come out from a missed strike. But no boys angle this time. We do finally get the barrier, but it's 1-1 each side, and Muncher has this flip available to help Dropletto. Can they get in there, or will Xianzhu use their own?
That's the question. Flip comes across from I, will defend it away, and they hang on towards the barrier. Xianzhu takes him off the bottom using that barrage, and will be able to find the KO that they were looking for. A nice setup, Flip into pendulum swing from Joker. Will get the hit stun and the push all in one to be able to take that second barrier as they look to try to close out the game. It's been close the whole way through, but Showtime looking advantaged here. They take it towards the bottom. Xianzhu's waiting for it, and Joker will be able to send it in off the rebound. 2-0, 1 point to go for a Showtime win in game number 1.
Potentially the last point here. These collapses by Showtime have been immaculate. It feels like they're always both working hand in hand together. It feels like there's no hero plays, only consistent value, and that they are finding. But Xianzhu, helping on this defense, is able to do just so. But Joker looks like they could be on the chopping block here with a lot of HP taken away.
Absolutely. Really low. Does still have the recovery drone. Second barrier found off the ricochet on the top side. Muncher sent back away by the explosion in the center. Joker going to be able to take one barrier. Great defense from Barcode as they send it right back in towards the left side off the perfect pitch. But now a great setup here coming on through for the Bozo Bunch. They want to be able to push on forward. They want to be able to take this point. Nice block from Barcode. Dropletto taken up towards the top. Nearly KO'd by Xianzhu, who does still have access towards that flip. Snuck on pass. Dropletto sends it down. Muncher waiting to receive. Gigablast gonna disrupt, still keeping it forward. Path Splitter pushes it through, splits the path, and despite flips from both Barcode and Xianzhu, it will be a score for the Bozo Bunch.
A score for the Bozo Bunch, but the energy is high on the side of Showtime, and they only need 1 point, and they have just about 3 flips available. It's going to be tough for the defense here, but we've seen Obscure Breads do it before. Both 2 barriers gone, and the point taken. It is going to be Showtime with a pendulum swing from the Joker, taking this game.
Absolutely here. There's going to be another point and the game for the side of Showtime. Congratulations to them here on their first win of the weekend. Now, will they be able to take it for a full series? We will have to see here. Bozo Bunch keeping things very close the whole way through. And Showtime now with their shot here to be able to get themselves a little higher up in the standings. Like we said earlier, it's getting to be that time of the season where you start to really think about where you are in the playoffs race, and this is definitely going to be a place where you want to make sure it works out.
Working out indeed. The teams here, I mean, just look at these redirects. We've got 350 on Xianzhu, 300 on both Obscure Breads and I. Dropletto with 250, 260, 235 on Barcode and Joker respectively. These players were hitting the core. I mean, we had that one round that went just so long for both sides, just played excellently. But at the end of the day, the game does have to end. Joker with 9 goals for their team, contested by Dropletto with 8 of their own. Both of these forwards were getting it done on the brawler roll. But that said, I do think that Xianzhu was just running so fast in these games between the Orb Dancer, the secondary from Kai, really just making sure that everywhere they needed to be, they got to. And I think that is a big deal for this team. But that said, we will be potentially going to our next match here fairly soon. It's going to be on Gates of Obscura, a bit of a different map. Atlas Lab, one that a player like Barcode is a bit more familiar with, having been an older player. But that said, Gates with a lot of updates. I don't know when the last time Barcode was in a series that had this map with the changes, so I'm sure you can enlighten us, Gordo, here as we get ready for this next game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. I haven't gotten to see very much of Gates of Obscura as of late. It feels like relatively few teams have really been taking it. I think I got 1 game of it last week, if I'm not mistaken, Dendar. But going to be an interesting one here, especially as a choice for the Bozo Bunch as they look to try to fight their way back in. It was a very close game, number 1, like we've been saying. So maybe that map pick going to end up being the extra difference maker here. Does look like the Awakenings are going to be a Monumentalist in that 1-2 punch. So could be a couple of different directions to take this in. I wonder if we get the now ban.
Could be, but we just have to wait and see what the opportunities are as we potentially get into this next draft. Yeah, with that Monumentalist, it maybe has to be the now ban. You can't really let either side have that. But is it Showtime who's going to toss it away? But with their first pick, I don't think they'll ban that out. As with Showtime, I mean, you have Xianzhu. That's a player who can pilot this now character about as well as anybody ever could. So I don't think you're going to be banning that away. You're going to force the enemy team to take it from you. But with the 1-2 punch available, That's going to be making it a little bit easier to clear out, as the goalie is going to give you that extra core speed as you go through these interactions, especially since a lot of things happen in the corner. It is going to be the Mako band, and then now we do see taken out, like you mentioned. But it's X going to be the first pickup here, going to be making really good use of that 1-2 punch.
All right, so Showtime X as they try to see if they're going to be able to take this one home. Now an opportunity for the Bozo Bunch to take a pair of their choice. We did call it that now ban. I like the choice to ban the Mako, by the way, out of Showtime. It was very tough for the Bozo Bunch to break through the Mako last time around. So if you don't want it, then might as well take it off the board. Here's that Era being hovered to deny the Era Axe. And wonder what the brawler they're going to try to pair that one with.
Yeah, that Era pickup is smart. We see it time and time again where the X gets picked up and you feel like you have to take the Era. Otherwise, you just get put in such a perilous situation, especially with Monumentalist on the table there to really lock down these corners with the Magical Maelstrom. But until we see what that last pick is, it's going to be a little bit up in the air. It's going to be the Asher, but this could be goalie or forward. So that does leave a bit of a flex pick here for the pick 6, but pick 4 and 5 available. It's going to be Showtime finding both their midfield and their goalie picks here. But until then, we'll have to see what they come up with. But it's going to be the Rune pickup here. Now that's an interesting one, and one that I am a huge fan of. Big
Flavorful.
thumbs up there. And then the Atlas pickup here. This is going to be a lot of creations and a lot of ways to contest the Monumentalist getting its full value. Shanzu Rune potentially could be big here, but that character is not the strongest, but in the hands of a player like Shianzu, we'll get to see the full value come into play. But that said, this pick 6 is going to have to be something that can potentially help deal with all of these creations, and it's going to be the Rasmus. I like this pick. It's going to be a way to get around them when they need to, and provide mix-up opportunity on these goals so that even if they can't hard brute force it through something like a brick wall of the Rune Pillar, it gives them time and time again options to find opportunities to then get around it and get the points for themselves. So I like these picks here from both teams. I do believe this is going to be... Actually, it's tough to say if this is going to be the Asher goalie or the Rune goalie, or the Rasmus goalie, as both could fulfill the role here well. But I think with that Monumentalist, it might be the Asher forward to really just suffocate these pockets.
I could definitely see that one coming on through. We won't know for sure until we are on to the field, but definitely could be taken into either position. I think it's almost certainly going to be the Atlas in the goal for Showtime, but I'm excited to see this Rune. Flavorful selection with the Gates of Obscura map, and we'll
Gotta
see
agree.
if all that shifting around is going to be enough to give Showtime the 2-0 here, as they're definitely looking to get themselves into a better standing in the league, and taking down the Bozo Bunch here in week number 5 would certainly be great for them to be able to move on up here. Who's the team that they've beaten so far? I'm looking to try to find it. They took down Eris Kitten Club in week number 1. So definitely need to start coming up with a few more of those if they do want to make their way into that playoffs. They definitely had a tough schedule so far. They lost up against Bang Bang, and they lost up against Bun Bun. They definitely... What else did they lose to? They took... last week's matchup was Cosmic Calamities. So win over Bozo Bunch. Pretty important for their standings now.
So I'm going to yap about Rude for a second here. There's two major things that I'm really concerned about with this pick. Not saying that it is a bad pick, just things to be watching out for here. Number one, Era is going to be giving that team a lot of speed. And Rune, while he can port back to the defense, that portal's not always in the perfect spot to help out. So unless you have really good control with those primaries to keep the core out of the places you can't control it, it's going to be really tough to keep up with this midfield having all of that extra speed to just run circles around you. But the other things with this Monumentos pickup, it is typically a pretty good pick here, but if with the extra size on those pillars, it's going to make popping them before they can fully form a lot easier. And when there's so much chaos in these pockets, it feels like that can happen more often than you think. So they're going to have to be placed very well. But it is Shianzu we are talking about. I'm sure they've thought of all of these things so far. And one last thing to note is that there's potentially a lot of damage coming out with that 1-2 punch. So you've really got to have tight positioning and make sure that you make the most of where you are standing. But we get a little bit of a loading bug here, as the Awakenings were still set to Orb Dancer and Might of the Colossus. We will get that fixed very soon.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to get back on in, so no worries, no worries. Got to reset those starting Awakenings, and then we'll be able to get right back in queue, and we'll be able to get back into game number 2. Where we may, it's feeling like there's a good chance that we get a game number 3 here. I do want to say because Bozo Bunch kept game number 1 so close for so long. Now we're going over towards their map selection. We'll see if Showtime's gone for the rune. There's a reason very few folks are willing to pick rune these days. See if Xianzhu can shut me up.
You break my heart by speaking the truth, but Rune is in a bit of a perilous spot. But most recently, they did give Rune a little bit of extra base movement speed. So perhaps that will be a little bit of a band-aid on the otherwise tough situation that they would find themselves in. But that said, we are getting into this game. Let's look at the Awakenings. It should be pretty straightforward, I feel, as the Monumentalist pick up from Rune and Barcode, Xianzhu getting that Monumentalist, and Joker going 1-2 punch. Oh, this pillar is huge on the offense here, but not quite enough. We see Monumentalist on I. When they start getting those tornadoes rolling, that's going to be quite scary. Obscure Breads has gone for the 1-2 punch, but here on the defense, we have to be careful.
Yeah, great start here from Xianzhu and Joker, able to combine together and be able to find those barriers quick and easy. Banish comes on through, connects on both the core and on towards Dropletto, and I love this combo already. The Banish with Joker just getting into position to start throwing through these X combos. Nice clean point out of Showtime, already showing some of what they've cooked up with this composition.
Well, there it actually looked like Obscure Bread struck towards their own net. Maybe that was a visual bug, but I'm not sure what that was about. That looked like it was potential clear out, but regardless, the point goes over to the blue side here, as one thing I'm already noticing is on those banished plays, it seemed like Xianzhu wasn't sure if they wanted to go for the kill or go for the core, and they weren't able to fully form the pillar, so they'll have to be careful and be a bit more decisive when those plays come up, as they can be a bit chaotic. But a quick barrier is taken here, but the net's open on the other side.
Yeah, they were able to put together a nice offense there for the Bozo Bunch. Now it's up to Xianzhu and Joker to try to reclaim the same with their turn. The flip comes on through. They do send it through the portal. Now going to be another flip there out of I. Be able to keep up the defense for a little bit longer. Xianzhu coming in on the bottom, going to have access to the flip here soon. Does create the portal, does manage to pick on up that second barrier. Now looking to close things out for full. They're going to be able to pass it back and forth to themselves using those pillars back through the portal. Sent back on up. There's going to be that astral projection out of Barcode, just trying to keep things more towards the center of the field, and they've got those huge creations to help out on the defense. It's definitely making it very tough to break through for now. Flipped on through, blocked by Dropletto, into the shot, the bottom corner. Dropletto coming back in, picking up where they left off.
And there we see that pillar size we mentioned earlier with the Monumentalist. The pillar ideal was good to give Barcode a bit of a wall there, but because it was so large, it actually blocked the clear attempt and gave Dropletto another chance. But that said, here we see these Magical Maelstrom finally come out that we were mentioning earlier, and 2 barriers are taken from it. Great offense by the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, the giant Maelstrom up towards the top corner has been a bit of kryptonite for Showtime, at least through these first couple of points. It's been so tough for them to actually keep up the defense, even with Astral going for the Cosmic Expanse. It's just not enough, and now another one coming in through for another push. They're going to be able to use the Rune Pillar to help fend it off this time. Nice pendulum swing through the portal. Sets up for I and Dropletto to take it through for a second point.
The offensive duo strikes once more. They do it time and time again. Excellent team play there between Muncher and Dropletto. But we're starting to see some adjustments come out, and we'll have to see if they're enough. But Joker on this X, just getting shrunk, not quite able to get into where they need to, but they find the kill. That is exactly what they need in this situation. 2v3 power play, and with Barcode patrolling that portal, it gives Xianzhu time to set things up. But the power play is not amounting to much other than this first barrier, but with a second attempt coming, there it is, the second is taken.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Xianzhu gets the banish, but it gets onto the core as well. Very close to Joker being in a perfect position there. Won't quite end up coming through, but they're not done yet. Path splitter out of Dropletto, going to try to clear things out for a little bit longer. Xianzhu with the pass back to himself, using that warp, and back into Joker's hands. Can't quite push it through. Didn't have the Maximus. If they were in that form, maybe would have been able to take it. Magical Maelstrom coming on through once again. There's going to be that pillar to try to defend. There's going to be another shot on through, but Barcode can't hold on. Will finally make its way on across. Another pillar out of Xianzhu. Another flip out of Obscure Breads. Clears it on through. Back through the portal. Back onto the other side. Barcode right through the center. In towards Joker. Bouncing back and forth, but not in the direction that they need it on the side of Showtime. And Barcode going to lose another barrier of another shot through the portal.
Oh, big opportunity strikes here as the passes are coming to life, but the defense is holding on both sides. The portals are being used excellently, but Obscure Bread's just out of range, not able to contest that strike. The 1-2 punch making the core go a little bit faster than perhaps they were anticipating, and it leads to the point for the side of Showtime, evening things up here. But I think these pillars may be leading to a bit of catastrophe here, as there have been a couple attempts of the defense that Barcode just hasn't had the space they need, and I love this adjustment, putting the pillar on the lock instead of just above it. That is huge foresight by Xianzhu to make the adjustment they need to, and I think that could lead to potentially a huge change in how this game plays out.
Beautiful banish on a Dropletto there, going to get them into a stagger. There's going to be the charge forward on the Bull Rush, and they're just keeping that one going. Elusive comes out of Barcode there, able to get Dropletto onto the wrong side, not able to quite take him out. Xianzhu finally finishes the job, but it's after both barriers have fallen. It's up to Showtime to try to make sure that this play is worth it. They do get the second barrier. Can they convert it all the way to a point? 3 more seconds to go until that Asher is back in their face, and Dropletto is here. The point still going on. Back through the portal. Rune waiting on the other side. Xianzhu going to get it into Joker's hands. He's in the Maximus. He's trying to hit stun Obscure Breads. He just can't stop him. Flip out of Obscure Breads. Going to be able to clear things back out towards the other side. It comes back through the portal, and it's Muncher on the aggression. Banished back away by Xianzhu. Joker trying another shot. Still can't find it. Xianzhu slowed down, shrunk up by the bewitching beam as Muncher looks for a breakaway, but Joker waiting at midfield gets it down, but Dropletto is there to be able to defend. Barcode can't astrally project in time. It's 3-2. Bozo Bunch take it.
Close set, but adjustments are being made, and I can see it happening in real time. So while that set might have been close, the next one might not be so close as we get into this draft here with Obscure Breads having the first pick, both goalies getting the first opportunities, followed by the midfields and then the forwards. A bit of symmetry within this draft. I like seeing that, but the hot shot pickup here is going to help with these clear-outs. The stack's going to give Barcode that little extra speed there. They just weren't in range to catch the core. Now they finally will be able to. Chrono Boost is a big pickup here, and among Titans to contest that speed, you have to pick something to contest the speed of this era now with the Chrono Boost. Rampage is going to make this player Dropletto massive, but the specialized training, Joker has already found a couple dash punch kills. This could be another opportunity for them to find more and find them more easily, and perhaps as well, in those overtime situations, get quick goals that maybe they weren't expecting. But this Magical Maelstrom is farming a lot of energy for Muncher in these situations, but with one lock taken, we'll have to see how the defense adjusts once Muncher potentially goes down, as their stagger is quite low.
Absolutely, they do manage to get themselves their first barrier. Joker trying to reset for a second. Does have that empowered special now, a little bit of extra brawling power once push does come to shove, and that is where they've been struggling to get these points on through. There's going to be more blinks back and forth here from Xianzhu. He is so quick now with that extra speed given, and did give a little bit of extra size over towards Joker and Barcode. That'll be plenty appreciated. Nice score there. Comes on through. Well set up by Joker. They're able to push it through.
Big banish there to deny the flip opportunity on the defense. Dropletto had fallen back to help should they be needed, but they were excommunicated from the game there as that banish does take them out. But that said, this portal looking like the place you want to clear, but that Magical Maelstrom is being there to catch them so that they can't make the most of it. So that is good awareness by Eye. But that said, they're flying through the portals just to stay alive against this X-Maximus, but Joker has a lot of energy coming up here. This could be a flip contested by Obscure Breads' own. We'll just have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Dribbling it on towards the bottom, able to find themselves both barriers in no time at all, and Joker sends it right back up. It's 2-0 in set number 2 for Showtime.
2-0. The curtain rises as they are trying to get this set into their own hands, but that said, if they could even this up, that would definitely be a big opportunity for that scaling that X sometimes needs. We attempt to see a push combo come out from the side of Xianzhu, but unfortunately the teammate does block the second pillar, preventing that kill. But good awareness on Xianzhu to try to go for that attempt, and even better awareness to defend their teammates. But that said, they're making good use of these portals, passing to both themselves and the Joker. This offense is looking good. They're just one step away from getting into this next draft with them in the lead.
Absolutely. Xianzhu pushing at midfield, and there's going to be another astral projection coming out of Dropletto. Joker sends it on over, and there's going to be Xianzhu dueling with it back and forth.
Oh no!
All right, another KO comes on through. Bozo Bunch able to take out the rune. giving themselves a huge shot here. 5 seconds to go, passing back and forth between Dropletto and Muncher. Great setup. Dropletto pushes in. Dropletto gets both barriers before Xianzhu can respawn, and Dropletto takes it all the way for the point. Bozo Bunch get a mile off an inch.
Dropletto is finding these perfect angles past the astral projections. They just aren't able to catch the core. Dropletto having excellent usage of these corners of the goal. Just got to keep that up, and they are keeping themselves in the lead here. But that said, they still have to get 2 more points, whereas Showtime only has to get 1 to get led into this draft. We'll just have to see how it goes. But that said, Dropletto looks like they're making their move.
Really good stuff here from Dropletto, just taking it right back in the same way they did last round and looking for a full score yet again. Passed on through, Muncher in position, Dropletto pushing forward, can't quite find it on towards the goal, and it will be sent back over. Xianzhu setting up the pillars now to cover all of the angles, and they will be able to take Dropletto off the map, back through the portal. Good job to fend away from the Bewitching Beam. Xianzhu looking to take it back forward and move on towards that barrier. It's going to be Muncher down channeling that Magical Maelstrom, won't be able to find its way out of the core, won't be able to find its way on towards the strikers. Dropletto is back and available though, coming alive. The era is down. They've managed to find that KO, and they find the goal. Showtime. Tie it up at 1 set apiece.
Huge banish by Xianzhu there to take out the goalie. Even with that CC reduction that you get in the goal box, it was not enough to allow Obscure Breads to have a contesting strike there. But that said, they will be rewarded as now X getting first pick in this draft. We see quick strikes available, but giving up on Catalyst is a little scary when you're fighting in these pockets, and it's going to be going to the side of the Bozo Bunch onto Muncher. That's a scary person to give Catalyst to.
Definitely is, and now going to be that heavy impact here coming on through for Xianzhu. So still looking for kind of potential KO combos they could find there, and trying to utilize these pillars for as much value as they possibly can. Gonna have to kind of use the pillars as a substitute for themselves with how tiny they have ended up off these drafts, and gonna be really tough to actually make those strikes work. Both pillars come on across, and a KO is actually found under Dropletto at the end of the day. Nice pendulum swing from Obscure Breads. Actually manages to clear the core out from what looked like a doom situation, and somehow no barriers have gone down. They're able to save the time and buy it for Dropletto to be able to come back.
The heavy impact, one thing to note here is that it's going to give some core speed for this offense there. It manages to find a barrier with it. So that could be a big pickup here for the offense, but the barriers are down. It seems like we may be correct on that.
Joker coming on forward, has those quick strikes for some of the mix-ups up against Obscure Breads. Nice banish on towards Muncher, gives all the space in the world, and Joker able to turn that one into KO. Big punch off the top. Power play yet again for Showtime as they look to close on out the point. He needs the pass from Xianzhu. Doesn't go through the portal this time. Joker going to be able to pass it up, goes in for the flip, gets stuffed back away as Dropletto is back and available yet again. Magical Maelstrom coming on through, just going to bounce it back and forth with Xianzhu's pillar. Xianzhu about to have the flip available, but they need to touch something. They do manage to get the core. They have the flip now. Goes back through the portal. Barcode going to send it straight. Wants to get it into Joker's hands through the portal. Obscure Bread's going to be able to defend. Joker falling back. Xianzhu gets the flip, goes for the banish, and sends the strike through. Beautiful by Xianzhu.
The shadow shot strikes, and there the core even gets caught by the banish, but it does not stop the scoring attempt there. That said, Obscure Breads wanted to hold on to that flip, and punished they were. Big play by Xianzhu there to get that goal. But that said, the goalie is down, and Xianzhu is helping to defend, but the barriers are gone.
Yeah, Xianzhu got his work cut out for him here. The flip comes through. Obscure Breads up to Muncher, into an easy goal. Bozo Bunch tie things up in set 3.
Big tie up there. Dropletto has this flip available to help, but the rest of the team does not have much energy. So we're going to have to see if they get punished for that. There we see the bell ringer come out, dealing a little bit of damage, but Muncher not looking too offended by that. They're looking a bit healthy here. The Magical Maelstrom helping to contest this defensive pillar. But that said, the Rune Banish is out. But with that little bit extra core speed, perhaps they are getting a bit more barrier opportunities, where between the Monumentalist and the Heavy Impact, now it's really hard to defend once it starts bouncing around. Rune thriving in the chaos here, as Joker has this flip available, and Xianzhu is there to back them up.
Really good stuff here. Ooh, push on towards the bottom, and they are going to be able to find that KO with the Magical Maelstrom. We'll give a power play over towards the Bozo Bunch, and they're doing a great job of being able to find themselves an angle in towards this set. Xianzu taking it back away, though, gets the banish on towards the core and on towards Obscure Breads, and that will give enough time for Joker to be able to get into position. Nearly taking Dropletto off towards the bottom, now going in for the barrier instead. They will be able to open up the goal. Xianzu falling back towards midfield. Barcode has the flip available, doesn't need to use it, though. Xianzu back in position, off the shadow swap, back into the goal. It's 2-1 for Showtime.
Gotta pay attention to those. It's not like a Vice secondary where you see it and you know it's a set amount of time. You have to avoid that spot. You have to be aware of that the entire time. And with that deep blue kind of blending in with the goalie arc sometimes, it can be a little difficult to keep track of it. And Xianzu makes the most of that, getting a quick goal for themselves. That said, the energy is high here. Orbs taken as well as a barrier, but 2 barriers gone. The flip available for the defense has to get out.
Joker just emerges from that portal like he's Thanos in the movie. He just takes both barriers, knocks everybody else aside, and there is no chance at them being able to stop anything. There's going to be Xianzu, another one, banishes him away, right through him with the strike, and that's a set win. Well deserved for Showtime and Xianzu.
That's such a difficult situation because even if you evade, you lose your flip. You're stuck in the evade animation, and Xianzu can just send it to the bottom side of the net. It just feels like there's no way to survive in that situation, creating a great checkmate for their team and winning this draft. The primetime pickup here, that's one of Rune's top 3 awakenings. So now when you have the little bit of minus core speed that it is going to give you, it is going to give minus 1% to the core speed. I don't think that's going to be enough to stop these plays that are already happening. The Twin Drive pickup here going to be a bit more speed. Perhaps that's going to allow them to fight around everything that is happening and get into positions. Only some stagger picked up here. The stagger is good for Obscure Breads as they already have some scaling, as well as Dropletto having some scaling of their own. But that said, with Joker getting this adrenaline rush, they're still finding the kills. It's going to be scary to stay alive, especially if they're getting those cooldown reductions so consistently.
Absolutely here. There's that Flutterfly boosting up everybody on the side of the Bozo Bunch, and they come back with a vengeance. It's looking like they're going to be able to close this out. Dropletto doesn't quite get the barrier beam through, but still firing on across. Joker able to get an early KO yet again. But back through the portal goes the core, and they will be able to buy some time for the respawn. Can they even get barriers? First one falls to Joker. Second one falls to Joker. Respawn is here, but it might be too late. The pillar was in position, but it wasn't enough to be able to take it all the way through. Dropletto dribbling it off the top, looking for a little play for themselves, but they do have the help out of those rune pillars to keep up the defense. Xianzu gets it back to himself, trying to get it over to Joker. Dropletto now in a bit of a breakaway. Banished away, though, and will not be able to get back into position. They're still going for this, though. They've got the path splitter, and the KOs do not matter. Dropletto takes it for the score.
Big gold there, big energy available, and these rounds have been a bit back and forth, but now it looks like it's going back into the hands of the Bozo Bunch here as it took some quick barriers and got themselves a goal. But that said, there's still a lot of opportunity and a lot of time left, and even if they win this, there's still that 5th round that they have to contest for, so they've got their work cut out for them. But they're getting these barriers consistently, making great use of the portals here, getting locked down by the rune pillar, not allowing a direct angle, but Obscure Breads managing to help the defense all the same, but almost a kill for that adrenaline rush, and it is big kill here.
Wow, but the flip melee range here for Muncher, they are able to fend it back away, and they do still have that timer where Dropletto's not here, but the defense of Obscure Breads has been good. Whiplashes it back on through. Pillar not going to be able to keep up the aggression, and Dropletto is back yet again. It's a power play for Showtime where they aren't able to actually get anything out of it. And now sending it back on through. They did get a little bit of a break in the action, but that's the most that they can find. And Dropletto already ready to get started again. Joker finds another KO, just beaten on Obscure Breads now on the other side. Xianzu keeps sending it through the portal. Flip out of Obscure Breads over to Barcode. Xianzu gonna grab it. Dropletto manages to find the counter KO, taking out X, and now going to have an opportunity to score here for the Bozo Bunch and potentially force a set number 5. Obscure Breads helping out, and Barcode can't get his hands on it. It's 2-0 to the Bozo Bunch.
Oh, that's so difficult. You have the core coming at you at Mach 9. You have that flip available, but just in that moment, they just weren't able to strike the core. So that's going to be a point for the Bozo Bunch and a bit of a turnabout here. But that said, it feels like in these chaotic situations that Rune is creating, on the offense they're doing well, but on the defense, it seems like there's a bit of panic here. They need to lock it in and make sure that they recognize the situations they are in to make the most of what they have available. But at the moment, this Magical Maelstrom is out and does not find anything, so that's going to be one more offensive tool down, but with both barriers down, this is a tough situation.
Nice play there by Joker, going to be able to find the second barrier. Xianzhu been all over the map on this point and looking to be able to set up for another. Has the flip available, will expend it, takes it forward, not able to push it for the goal. Pass on down from Barco. Joker going to have their flip available here soon as well. They pop the Maximus, are going to just start hitting Obscure Breads, at least to generate that energy. Not going to be able to accomplish much else, though. We need to wait for Xianzhu or Barcode to be able to clear it back over to them. The flip out of Barcode sends it over. Joker going to be in position, doesn't snag it with the flip, and that's a bunch of resources expended by Showtime to not accomplish too much on the other side.
A huge defense and a lot of damage coming out. They got to be careful here as the hook is available for the defense. The pillar beating it out, but sending it out. We'll have to see if they can keep up this offense with the portals available.
A really long point here and a big climb back necessary from Showtime if they want to close out the game on this set. Looking more and more likely like we're going to get the full 5 sets here for game number 2, but Joker thinking otherwise, found the KO, able to take it into the goal, and trying to get the reverse sweep in the set here for Showtime.
A great straight shot into that bottom side. And if they keep that up, like you said, we will maybe not see this round 5, but at the moment, it's looking like we might see this last draft come into play as one barrier goes down for the side of Bozo Bunch, and they are on this offense. The Banish, not able to cook up much, just stalls a little bit and makes a flip come out here from Dropoletto on the offense. But Joker takes the offensive, gets a kill. The Adrenaline Rush is out, but a great clear by Obscure Breads keeps things alive.
And again, Obscure Breads has done such a good job of neutralizing these power plays. They keep finding the KOs. Joker's able to take Dropoletto off the map, and it does not matter. Not a single barrier will fall. Nothing will be accomplished off of it. They're going to be able to reset for a little bit of an offensive push here, but it's back in that 3-on-3 territory. Healing coming on across. Joker has access to the flip. Joker somehow finding it, bouncing back and forth, flipping the core, buying time, but not able to take the shot. It goes back through the barrier, back through the portal. Will be able to find the KO on towards Joker. Second barrier falls on down. Dropoletto with an opportunity here to close out the set and take us to set number 5. Xianzhu trying to buy time. 1 second left on Joker. Joker's here. Dropoletto going for the shot. Muncher taking it up to the top. Dueling back and forth with Joker. The quick strike's going to be able to keep it going. Xianzhu fends it back away. Joker sends it across. And it will be a defense from Muncher yet again. Muncher going to be able to push on forward, trying to get it past onto Barcode. Flip from Dropoletto, covered by the Cosmic Expanse. Pillar going to send it back up towards Obscure Breads. Xianzhu trying to put it back into Joker's hands, but Dropoletto dueling with him, keeping him hit stunned. Muncher sends it down, and we're going to set number 5.
Huge offense by Muncher there, keeping it even in the face of that 1v1. They made sure not to overcommit to anything. They just kept possession, giving Dropoletto time to make the actions that they need, and they are rewarded as we go into set 5 here in this draft. We're going to have Obscure Breads rewarded for their defense. Like you mentioned, they have just time and time again sit in the face of these power plays, just neutralize them excellently, and they're rewarded with the Orb Dancer, going to give them the extra speed they need to get around and force up these offensive plays. The extra special going to be a lot of Maelstroms coming out, but the Rapid Fire is going to be primaries for this defense, and Recovery Drone is going to be a lot of size. The Unstoppable comes out to help keep themselves alive, with Dropoletto now having Rampage, bulk up, another Stagger Awakening, and Might of the Colossus. That's going to be a lot of power, a lot of size, and a lot of staying alive. So if Dropoletto can keep up the pressure, that's going to be huge for their team, but the barriers are down.
Oh, there's the flip out of Joker, nearly taking it all the way home. Gets the bell ringer onto all 3, but it's not enough to convert into the point. They're going to be able to take down Dropoletto. Another power play here. Beautiful bull rush. Xianzhu and Joker combine for the first point of set number 5.
All that stagger doesn't save you if you stand near the ledge, much like versus a dash punch. We got to be careful about that, but this one's on a 35-second timer. You've got to be keeping up with that banish, because that is a huge cooldown that if you aren't ready for with that evade, it can take your life, especially with all the awakenings that Xianzhu has available. But it's the barriers that are being taken here, as this Bozo Bunch team is looking to even things up here 1-1, but it looks like the Joker's gonna have something to say about it as they get in there and get a kill for themselves with that Adrenaline Rush.
Another KO found for Joker as this game is truly starting to heat up here. Pushing for a little bit extra. Not going to be able to find the barrier, and every single time they find these KOs, and Obscure Breads just turns into a monster holding on to the defense. They will finally be able to get one of those barriers. Joker going to be sent back into the recovery drone. Will be back alive. No death timer for him, but does lose access to that for the rest of the set. KO found off the bottom. Dropoletto caught too close to the wall. Will be down. Joker beaten on Obscure Breads, trying to stop the defense. Goes for the the flip, goes for the rush, and finds the point. The Joker takes it up 2-0, one more goal, and Showtime will be winning the set.
I mean, Breads is just playing excellently on the defense. They're finding the perfect angles around these pillars. They have the perfect patience. But with Joker finding so many kills, eventually something has to crack, and it is the defense. It's now 2-0 in this set. Showtime's looking to clean things up, but that said, Dropoletto is getting in there on this defense to help out. We'll have to see if which team can get the first barrier here, but Joker is looking for a quick kill, but does not find it. As now both sides back and forth, ObscureBreads has that flip available to help them out, as does Barcode, but there's another kill and another one in contention. As there, X goes down, so does Era. It's the speed versus the brawler, but ObscureBreads going to take their own barrier. They're trying to catch up to the core. It's a tough situation.
Oh, nice place of the pillar. Nearly forces ObscureBreads to take an old barrier for the second time there. But the respawns have come on through. We're back to full-on 3-on-3. It's going to end up back through the portal. Joker trying to stun some folks up, trying to keep eye out of the play. They will be able to send it back through the portal. Barcode keeping up on the defense. Does have access to the flip once it's necessary. Going in for the expanse to be able to keep things cleared out. Xianzu dueling back and forth with Dropoletto. Dropoletto trying to dribble it up the top. It goes back through the portal, back into Joker's hands, who's going to be able to take it in on towards that barrier. They open up the goal, and it's just one more shot that'll take Showtime all the way home. 2-0 win over the Bozo Bunch. They'll move themselves up to 2-3.
Just as the curtain rose, it has now fallen. The Banish taking the goalie just out of position, and with the core moving so fast, Joker makes excellent use and just slams it into that top side, winning this game. But that said, I mean, both teams really put on a performance here, back and forth. ObscureBreads on this defense, Dropoletto on the offense, running all about the field, making everything happen that they need for their team. But perhaps it was a bit of the weirdness of the rune pick that they weren't quite ready for, and Joker showing excellent mastery of X, getting perfect angles, perfect kills, and making full use of that adrenaline rush, with Barcode holding it down, even in the face of things like that Monumentalist Asher ult. It's just so difficult to keep up versus a team like this, but that they do, and they end up winning here. But beautiful performance.
Yep, the rune comes alive there, finding some fantastic shots there. The Shadow Strikes really making it count and finding some real crucial points there. A couple of things for the rune highlight reel going over to Xianzu, and plenty for the X highlight reel to Joker as well. Barcode doing a great job holding it down on the other side. And a close, well-fought series from Bozo Bunch will not be enough to even earn them a game win, and instead they will find themselves tied up with Showtime at 2-3 in the standings at the end of week number 5.
But that said, I believe we may be cutting to a break here. Gordo, what are your thoughts on everything so far that you've seen, and anything you want to get out there while we wait for this next set of casters to come to life?
Nah, I mean, it's been a party of a day. Got a couple of... I know they were both 2-0s, but they were close 2-0s. And I'm very happy with the games we were able to see today. Looking forward to coming back next week, but you do not want to go anywhere. Demons Ra versus Bang Bang. Certain to be a bang banger, as it's coming on up here in just a couple of moments. So you are not going to want to miss it. We will see you guys after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Nassel Season 4, Week 5. I'm NVNYC here, joined by Saya, and we are just about to get into a pretty amazing game here between Demons Raw and Bang Bang. Just a couple seconds ago, we did see Showtime and Bozo play it, as Showtime ended up taking it. But Saya, I want to hear maybe a prediction or two from this next game we got coming up.
So, I've heard a little bit about the draft that we've had. We've heard a little bit about both, and
True.
wow, it is looking incredibly violent. It is looking like You're getting damage across the board. And also, Drakkar in the goal box once again, most likely by Fudgy Waffles. Drakkar has been relegated to the goal box. I don't think Drakkar has been picked in midfield a single time this season. Went completely unpicked earlier, so... well, too bad for Drakkar, but that's your life now for the Lizard.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's getting some kind of gameplay, I'll say. I mean, he does get a solid amount of range from something like Strike Shot, though, and can make, a solid impact playing as goalie, since he has kind of like has 3 moves, in addition to having the ult with 2 charges of lock and load, of course. But hey, we just saw Rune as well, showing up on the midfield when I'm pretty sure we only saw him in goalie for Megaverse at one other spot, possibly for Gumi as well, if I'm mistaken. But yeah, we can see the drafts here. As you guys are viewing at home, Stinger. Oh my goodness, are you seeing the Stinger? There it is, right there. We see Stinger, no Vice ban, actually chosen for Bang Bang. They're pretty happy to have that one there. They also have Kazan to confirm a couple of kills, and we see the Drakkar goalie, of course. And playing against something like Kai goalie, probably, maybe not, but Centauro solid for damage. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Bang Bang just at a glance here, because Stinger and Vice is dummy.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage, but Demons Raw are kind of used to fighting against stuff like this. I definitely have confidence that they will survive, maybe even thrive, maybe even score, especially with them having damage capability of their own, right? Aimi and Centauro, both great damage characters, as well as the Kai doing a lot of chip. So, we're going to see probably a lot of deaths on both sides. I wonder if anyone's going to take Among Titans. Maybe not. Probably not. It's a Stinger world after all, but there's always a possibility you just take the speed and try to just win fast enough.
Sure, I guess it's possible the Kai might actually grab it, and we are seeing indeed just only Kai Noob with the Kai who's forward. He has taken the Among Titans. Everyone else is going to be stinging the heck out of each other, float like a butterfly, but we are stinging absolutely on this game here. Indeed, Fudgy Waffles is going to be playing Drakkar goalie, and we already have Drew falling to below half stung, cannot seem to regenerate, and Demon's Raw starting off pretty hard here, as actually they do end up regenerating, though. Drew is just kind of in the mix here, and no stagger, no energy left, and it's going to be on them to try to dodge as much as they can with this carried away.
Yeah, and Kazan was once the solo DPS, solo survival machine, but no longer. The balance changes have hit him a bit hard in the damage and survivability department. And Drew is the first to go down, as Fudgy on the defense is looking quite solid, but Snake on the top side. And this is an important thing too, right? This Drakkar has been a great pick against Zentaro specifically. Has a very easy time pressing the lock and load button against the Zentaro stuff and not having to worry too much about that kind of offense. So we're going to see Fudgy pretty comfortable in this matchup. He has played this many times. He is looking to just get it out of here, and so far Snake is the one who is going down.
And as you say, Snake does end up flying off the map there with no health left to deal with here. We got a nice little power play here for the side of Bang Bang. Can they get this one through here? Grimella working on a flip from the top side here, trying to get it into the hands of Drew, who's looking a little bit low there. They're actually going to switch their sights onto Drew, but he's going to get a couple of really good dodge evades there, and he's going to swing it on in there with that press the point. Actually, the first point going on over to Bang was looking a little scary for a moment there, but they're keeping it together.
Definitely are, and these brawlers, both Snake and Drew, taking the brunt of the damage when they're pushed up, trying to find an offensive play. The goalies have a lot of shift damage, so do the midfielders, which is why we're seeing the brawlers in a lot of trouble. As Grimella on that Vice pick, the really primary damage dealer of this patch, is just getting in there, getting the barriers, getting so much damage onto Gumi, and if the goalie goes down, this is terrible for the Demons.
For sure. The Supernova from Vice definitely causing waves left and right. Sometimes when it's not even a damage comp, the goalie could kind of opt to just take the Supernova and kind of shrug it off there a little bit there, but not in this situation where kills are going to be happening for sure. And we do have a little bit of a power play from Demon's Raw as they're going to send Drew on off the map there, but it looks like Snake is a little bit low there. Gumi going to have the glitch pop to save this point. Kainoob is going to help a little bit here with the defense there. Grimella covering the top spot, but they're going to get it to the bottom lane. Drew looking to get a kill onto Snake, can't seem to find a confirm exactly, but they do eventually get that pop up there, and now the power play has turned around. It's Bang Bang in the driver's seat right now. Can they get it to the center stage for Drew to have a strike over with Kainoob? He's going to win it in that situation. Grimella into Kainoob, top lane, bottom side. Gumi just can't cover it all, especially with that red ball speed there.
Yeah, overtime takes over. The core speed on the pass is perfect, and they will find a shot. It is Bang Bang currently with an undefeated record, 4-0 defeating last week the Bozo Bunch in a close 3-game series and looking to take it over Demons Raw here. Their schedule is looking kind of scary going into the later parts of the season. But bang, they're undefeated. They're looking good for playoffs, and a win here against Demons Raw would basically secure them playoffs.
I actually agree 100% here. Getting Demons Raw, a win on Demons Raw in this situation would certainly make it so that you're only fighting slightly easier teams, maybe less experienced at this point. But 2 barriers down on the side of Demons Raw here again. Bang Bang looking at a great situation here to take the first set, working on a kill onto Snake. Drew can't find it. The evade was great. Actually, Snake's survival is going to grab him that final barrier. Gumi does have the flip, but they kind of lose the ball there just for a moment. If they can just get this flip onto Kainoob, they could make a play here. Gumi moving up just for a moment there, but not going to make it happen. Grabbing the speed boost. Kainoob, they weren't... the flip from Fudgy Waffles is actually going to be good to negate that offensive pressure. Gumi, one more shot. Can get super stuffed, though, by Drew's press the point. Not even need the flip there. 3-0, first set, Bang Bang, and it looks like Demons Raw are going to have to adjust just ever so slightly.
Yeah, a hard read on the strike, and Drew will take it with no resources burned there. Fudgy Waffles with the first pick. A lot of options available, but you have to think it's the rapid fire. Such a good awakening on that Drakkar. Or maybe we'll just wait and pass down more options. No, the Orb Dancer, the Goalie Awakening, the General Awakening that gives you so much more mobility on the map, patching up one of Drakkar's main issues in getting around the map more consistently. And with that rapid fire on Kazan 1-2 or rapid left over, I think Bang Bang also very happy with this draft. Demons Raw are going to need some quick KOs. Need to see that prize fighter stacking up on Gumi to really match that kind of power.
For sure, it does look like Gumi's prize fighter might be the biggest damage they could have gotten there. We do have 1-2 punch on Kainoob, but for Kai, that's not going to make a huge difference, but maybe it just did right there. Possibly a barrage into a Giga Blast is going to do just enough damage to blast them out of here, and boy, Drew is looking at nothing. The super power play here going on right now. Man, Grimella could not survive that moment here. Coming back in just a second here as they do return. They're going to help it onto the top side here. Gumi looking for a little bit more damage onto Drew. They do find it. Snake with a great confirm with the dashing strike, and the Aya Rush is going to make that one work out here. Got a flip right on the front side there. Going to only hit Grimella. Not going to make it work out. Gumi actually winning a situation against Fudgy Waffles there, but looking kind of low spins. The flip doesn't get much off it to the top side. Drew saving it.
Yeah, amazing plays by Fudgy Waffles to stall on the bottom side. Gumi might have defended the barrier, but getting the barrier wasn't the main aim for Fudgy Waffles, but Kainoob, with the speed, with the barrage, will sink in a goal before Fudgy can react, and saving the flip might be the best play when 2 barriers were still standing on the Demons Raw side.
That's fair. That strike barrage actually, I don't know how, it just looked so smooth. The ball was just in the perfect wavelength there to look kind of nice. But starting off this next point there, once again, Drew looking super low, but man, right in front of the barrier in the fray, gets a nice double though. Can they survive this situation? Man, they do. Actually, a really quick point there. Drew placing himself exactly where he needed to be, even though he was sent off the map there. A double was enough to let Fudgy Waffles and Grimella finish that one up. And Bang Bang, even in this next set.
Getting a crisp bounce off of the night market terrain there is Grimella. And if Fudgy Waffles can defend the barriers like this, it could be huge, but a weird night market bounce halts the flip's momentum. A dash flip attempted from Snake, but Grimella stays alive. And crucially, with that member alive, that means Snake is going to be taking a lot of damage. The recovery drone might be popped here, almost going down, but just surviving. But staying staggered, so is Drew. Kainoob also might be low in just a second, but all these staggered players, who's going to go down first? The power play could be devastating for both sides, and it's Demons Raw picking it up yet again.
Yes, Snake, great confirm there on the slice and dice. A little bit of extra size, also making it easier to confirm basically every move you have. The firewall coming down here from Gumi, not going to get too much value here. The flip from Grimella, an interesting angle there, not going to make it work with the power cord just well enough, though, as we're going to have Kainoob try to get this ball away from the barrier. Going to succeed there. Snake just looking for a little bit more damage on Grimella. They do not have energy to use this evade, so they're going to send their sights right onto Grimella as they're going to try to evade as much as they can. Snake with a flip right in front of the barrier there. Going to do an extra little bit of a weight. The patience from both teams actually working out on the side of Bang Bang, but they are going to lose the final barriers. They're all pretty much staggered here. It's kind of Demon Raw in the driver's seat at this moment.
Oh, and Kainoob, a mirror image of what Grimella did on the bottom right a little bit ago, bounces it off the night market center, gets it between the goalie and the midfielder, and finds the goal. A picture perfect replica of what just happened.
It's a really great shot there, getting it onto the top side. Fudgy Waffles can't seem to make it in time. Again, like you said a little bit earlier there, Drakkar lacking a little bit of consistent speed. The Xenocloak does not give you much speed for very long and has a solid cooldown of maybe 15 seconds or so. Even, oh man, the barrage almost ends up beating out basically Grimella and Fudgy Waffle, both of their cooldowns. Drew, once again, super low, trying as much as they can to survive, but doesn't have a chance to get a barrier in this situation, so they're going to go off the map there. Gumi pretty happy about that one. Kainoob trying to get it back over to Snake, but Snake is looking a little bit low there. Grimella has to focus their cooldowns and their sights on the ball, and they can't use it, but actually they take their eyes off the ball just for a second to get a nice kill, and can they survive this power play? No, it was the 2v2. It was a little too much for them at that time, and Demon's Raw take that next set here. Who's the MVP?
Kainoob, the MVP.
The champion.
The guy you want to get the MVP does manage to do so, and has the pick of the litter, has the capability to take a bunch of things here. We'll take the Stagger. Stagger's so valuable in this game. You cannot let the other team get an adrenaline rush being taken here. Also a slight deny away from the Zentaro of Snake, not letting the resets come in, and Deadeye picked up. Maybe the damage will swing in the other way now because utility's being picked up here. But that bulk up taking the Stagger Awakening all important, as the other Stagger Awakenings will be coming up in the next few drafts. For the moment, Bang Bang do have the damage necessary, do have the utility necessary, but the future might be a little different.
True, that Deadeye is going to be a huge asset to dealing more damage here for the side of Bang Bang. Snake does end up getting a dash perk, though. They're actually going to choose to take the Chrono Boost now instead of waiting for the explosive entrance anytime later. And it's going to be a barrier down there for the side of Demon's Raw. Fudgy Waffles help pushing up onto the bottom side there. The lock and load is ready to help out Drew keep the possession of the ball. Grimella sending a bit of a power cord there, just dealing a little bit of damage, but it's actually Bang Bang that's taking the brunt of it at this situation, though. Drew can't seem to find much off of that Grimella, looking quite low. Can they get Grimella out of here? But they're actually going to lose another barrier here for the side of Bang Bang, and it's looking really great for Demon's Raw in this spot.
Yeah, and the Aimi turret, the Firewall Sentry, pushes forward, takes Grimella out, and with the midfielder gone, this offense is looking overwhelming. Drew manages to save it, but that is just a little bit. Still manages to get the strikes, but in the end, it is 3 versus 1. Snake's just standing still, knows that it's already over. Didn't even do anything for that past 3 seconds. All good.
Snake definitely throws the keyboard out the window there, knowing that they have won that point. Boy, are there so many more points left to go. This Stinger is not done stinging just yet. Snake already taking a little bit of damage here from the top side. Going to use that Oni's Blade to do damage to the opposing side, but man, the sights are set on Snake as they have their flip ready here. They're trying to get it off of him, though. Flip from Kainoob onto Gumi, back to Kainoob. And actually, Gumi wins a strike war against Fudgy Waffles, and that was kind of nasty from the side of Demon's Raw here, and that's what you could expect from a team that's been around for so long.
Playing hot potato at the core, and in the end, just winning a simple strike war. 2-0 up now, and looking to take it even further. The stagger scaling, the damage scaling, definitely a possibility, but Snake has to burn the flip to stay alive, and will get sent off regardless. The Deadeye Supernova will do about 3 million damage, and this might be Bang Bang's time to shine. The striker advantage, Adrenaline Rush Fudgy. The double barrier from Drew again going down, but if they could find the goal, all is forgiven.
All could indeed be forgiven here, as it is a power play for the Demon's Raw, even though they lost both of their barriers at this situation. Gumi, run! Alright, it does get there in time, now trying to do a little bit of damage here to Fudgy Waffles, though we do have Gumi with aerials, noticing that they can jump way farther now and cover a lot more space. Topside, Kainoob doesn't seem to have Barrage. Giga Blast is going to be good, though. Fudgy Waffles dealing a little bit of damage to Snake, spending the flip, not going to get the kill, though, but Demon's Raw find a kill of their own. The power play is going to be a big situation here. Snake can't get too involved as the Supernova shows up. Fudgy Waffles getting knocked to the wrong side of the field. Gumi does not get a kill, but they do end up getting the kill. And it's going to be Snake if they can get it into the top side. They just can't make this power play finish.
Oh, but a final strike war by the staggered Snake will close the door on this set. And despite it getting a little messy at the end, it is still Demon's Raw taking it over. And this draft could just end the game if a lot of damage comes in. And that explosive entrance, that heavy impact, both are looking crazy. And the Reptile Remedy peak performance as well. So even if you give Vice one of those, the Stagger Awakenings are going to be the priority here.
Yeah, that's fair. As we can see, the Reptile Remedy taken, foregoing something like Specialized Training, which would make their ult do 6 million damage in this situation. But yeah, we have kind of grabbing peak performance, which is completely fair. Double dash perk here for Snake. We're going to see some sort of teleporting Zentaro action, super jumping Estelle eject button mode activated here for Snake. Gumi grabbing even 20% more damage, heavy impact. Gumi actually has a solid set here with a lot of damage and a lot of utility as they go to the top side, blast Drew into oblivion. Just no health left, no energy left, have already evaded. And Demon's Raw feels like their coordination right now is really what's becoming the big factor.
Yeah, running up the field as 3, and they don't really have to defend the barriers that are constantly on the offense, but right now forced into a bit of defense here as Snake goes down pretty low, but that is Kainoob accelerating the core in an instant past Fudgy Waffles, as when Bang Bang tries to push up with no barriers, they get punished immediately.
Yeah, it looks like the 1-2 punch plus a little bit of power from Bulk Up got that Giga Blast sending the core red. And yeah, a little bit of low mobility on Drakkar is going to be enough to land that one in here. The power core is going to get it around Gumi. Drew in a great position there right in front of the barriers as usual to grab the final one there. Both barriers down for Demon's Raw. Gumi looking a little bit low here. Drew going to try to confirm a kill. They're going to forego the ball. Gumi going to spend the flip, but they're going to lose their barrier in addition to getting gold here by Snake with the super Aya Rush there. They do end up getting the kill, but it's not going to matter as Demon's Raw is on the match point of this first set. This was kind of quick.
Yeah, and Snake with a double dash notably, right? Two
Yeah,
dash
he's
awakenings,
flying.
no problem. Just flying across the entire map just like that. A threat worldwide, and Drew's going to have to do a lot of work while staying alive, but it's so tough to do so, as this Kazan who wants to just core control, but is getting murdered as we speak.
Murdered indeed. Once again, completely staggered. Couldn't get into position to get a nice double barrier as they have done in each of these points here. Once again, trying to get a confirm from Snake. Can't seem to make it happen, but Drew's going to be the one to actually confirm Snake into the void. Going to send that recovery drone right off the map. Fudgy Waffles trying to make a play of their own, but the glitch pop is actually going to negate any kind of effort there. They're going to find a kill right onto Drew once again, and the power play from Demon's Raw here could be the end of the game.
They're scribbling it, waiting for the perfect opportunity as they can just stack damage on Fudgy. Take the goalie out of the equation. Exactly what they're doing at the moment, and with Fudgy going down, that is a lot of the defense disappearing here as Grimella and Drew, although they've defended before, it's still going to be so tough. The flip available, another flip available, 2 flips in a row, and that's game.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so Gumi doing a super solid job of dribbling the ball until their cooldowns were up, possibly a couple extra seconds for their ult to come up as they ended up sending the ball forward, flying on in there, setting up the firewall sentry and making it happen with double flip right at the end. And that was just an overwhelming force of effort there from Demon's Raw, doing an unholy amount of damage. And I actually gave it to Bang Bang for having Vice on the team, because Vice is just one of them. But I think the coordination from Demon's Raw to really just make it happen. Both teams had pretty good kill confirms with Kazan and Zentaro, but yeah, I think the coordination from Demon's Raw was kind of what sent them over the edge there.
Coordination and just enough on the damage awakenings really made it a possibility for Demon's Raw to bring it all the way back, and that they did. That they scaled in damage enough, they started getting KOs, and Drew just wasn't allowed to play the game, right? Got flashy double barriers twice, but that was about it. The barrier takes weren't consistent because he just couldn't play. He was at staggered state always, and that's just not where you want to be as a Kazan.
Yeah, true. He would position himself right in front of the double barrier position, but that's kind of, easiest place to get double barrier, sure, but that is the easiest place to get struck too, as he's just getting kind of blasted with cooldowns. It was like 2 or 3 different times where he was at no health, got a double barrier, and then was just sent off the map for the power play of Demon's Raw. And it's a tough situation to balance, where you want to be in a position to get those barriers down. It's so much easier to score. It's a lot more pressure onto the opponents there, so they can't really just feel like they can use cooldowns to hit you. But yeah, I mean, the damage was just a little bit overwhelming for Drew there. Kazan's health pool not really looking too good this patch, but it's fair. Trust me, it is fair right now for Kazan. So we're going to see another game here between these two teams right onto the Oni Village, which is the total opposite of trying to get kills.
Yeah, the polar opposite. We're going to see how they do, but Kainoob is a little bit good at that whole core controlling thing, so Grimo is going to have to do a lot of work to contest that. But Drew, if he does get the Kazan, if he does manage to do so, then that Kazan will have a much better time on Oni Village, I think. It's going to be a lot harder to just die, and also the core control is going to be immaculate, but it is Demon's Raw on the blue side for this map. So the Demons have the chance to just take that away on first pick, because Snake, very good on the Kazan as well.
Yeah, totally fair. I mean, Kazan is definitely like a relatively fan favorite pick for Oni Village, in my opinion. Kind of just got the most mobility, everything you kind of want. You want Erasmus Hook on a 9-second cooldown. I mean, that is pretty good. I'd say Zentaro is probably second in command for brawlers on this map. I mean, we do have Rasmus, which is also pretty good as the brawler spot there. Can kind of play a little bit of both, but yeah, I think they're gonna probably try to get the Kazan, as we're saying here. We might see another, or not another, but an Estelle ban or something. Estelle's quite good on this map. We know that Estelle, Kai, Juno, and who's the third character or the fourth character is super good on this map. Can't remember right now, but yeah, a couple of strong characters on this map. And will we see another Drakkar? Interested to see that one.
Yep, and as the draft comes in here, it is Adrenaline Rush or Ponderer. We're probably going to see a lot of orbing. I don't think Adrenaline Rush will be the preferred pickup here, but all things considered, going to be an interesting game. Interesting game to see, especially how the first few picks of the draft turn out, because that Kazan Estelle priority, Kazan, Rasmus, Estelle, those 3 picks are going to be the highlights of this draft, I think.
Agreed. I also agree with you on that. We're probably going to see a super solid amount of orbs here. Of course, Adrenaline Rush giving you a 1-second cooldown off your abilities is pretty solid for like some low cooldown moves, as the percentage doesn't scale as hard. But Orb Ponder is like just a really good perk. 50% cooldown is actually totally fine, but 30 is like really wild when you're even like just goalie or something like that. Just gives you a lot more cooldowns to work with, pressure relieved, and it's great. As we see a Kai and Estelle ban, totally fair once again, kind of the kings of this map. Kings and queens, of course. We do have a Zentaro pick on the first side here for Demon's Ra.
That does leave open the Kazan for Bang Bang if they wish to take it. And as mentioned by some people who are a little bit observant, Gumi and Fudgy are both Luna enjoyers. And Gumi in particular has picked Luna goalie on this map before, and with Orb Ponderer coming up, that is a place where it could be slotted in. And with the Now being picked up, you have to think Kazan is coming right after the Now here for Bang Bang. And no, it's actually a Mako for Fudgy. So that means the Luna locked in for Gumi. Okay. And are they just saving the Kazan for later? Oh, yeah, they're just saving the Kazan for later because they already picked Zen. My bad.
Yeah, that's
My
fair.
bad.
That's fair. But yeah, solid comp there for, I would say, again, I kind of like Bang Bang's comp here. I think Now is a super versatile midfielder. This is probably one of her worst maps, but she's still pretty damn good at running a lot of strike wars and a lot of situations where things become unwinnable with the sentry drone, or the proximity drone. We do have Kazan on that side as well, so I'm kind of happy about that. I think Mako's a solid goalie on this map too, but the Luna is such a like an X factor, kind of like an unknown factor. She's so good at getting where she needs to be, but it's hard. I think she's hard. I think she might be hard. So I can't say too much about it other than I want to see Gumi go kind of nuts on this, and we probably will see that.
Well, last time Gumi was on the pick on Oni Village, he kind of got carried by Kainoob. While the core was sailing towards his barrier, he took a trip to get an orb. And with Orb Ponderer, I think he's going to do a lot more of that. He's going to have a little bit of fun this game. So we'll have to see how distracted Gumi gets in this matchup on Oni Village. But yeah, it's a feast or famine pick, that Luna, especially with Orb Ponderer. The feasting could be like it could be a real feast here because these are some killable characters. Now is no longer the immortal vampire, infinite healing, sustain tank. Has very low stagger to deal with, and yeah, huge potential for the Luna here. But like you said, I do prefer Bang's comp a little bit.
Yeah, I think it all really does come down to this Luna. I feel like Luna in general has like a solid amount of counterplay. I don't think like the missile, unless you get like missile prop, then they're basically invisible to the opposing goalie. But I think that she's pretty easy to kind of predict on what she's trying to do. It's kind of like any other goalie where it's like, oh, if you clear up and it's kind of unsafe, the Amy goalie would jump in and take whatever they want in that situation. So you can't just freely clear up. And it's kind of the same thing with Luna. You won't really want to clear up. But she does have the crater, and I think the crater is what kind of separates her from some of the other ranged goalies. The use of that can cause deaths and cause evades when you don't want to, and sometimes cause red ball wins. So we'll see how this one plays out here, as we do have Orb Ponderers almost all over the place, as we have Adrenaline Rush onto Snake and Kainoob. They are probably going to still try to look for kills on the opposing comp.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity to do it, right? That additional speed, if a KO is found, could be instantly game-winning. And with Gumi having Ponder, if Gumi can burn the elusives and provide the damage and get all those cooldowns back by just munching orbs in the goal box, that is a huge win condition for Demons Raw that isn't like dependent on necessarily individual scoring outplays. They could still do those, but they have the capability to just go for the KO win condition, and that is very, very valuable to have those multiple win conditions.
Yeah, no, that is a totally fair argument there, as we do have Luna using the elusives to have the opponents start just slashing and start hitting there. Of course, we can see that already, spending a bunch of cooldowns onto Drew, but getting a kill onto Grimella instead, even though Drew is the one with nothing left. That's a kind of the power play that you were really looking for if you are Demons Raw, and boy, you are Demons right now, sending a bunch of damage onto Fudgy Waffles, even looking for the ace in that situation. The Crater comes down, the kill, the damage into the blast zone. Yes, going to lose the rest of the energy that you had there, Fudgy Waffles, and they end up killing all 3 players there in about 10 seconds. That was insane.
When this team gets going, it really does. The adrenaline rush, a huge factor to movement speed, valuable to cooldown reduction, valuable, every single aspect of it working together. And of course, Aimi and Zentaro, not terrible characters on Oni Village either. I'd even say pretty decent on this map, all things considered. So if they can match the core control for long enough to get the chip damage down, if they can avoid getting their barriers taken down enough, then they could just really punish this Kazan and now and chain the KOs together. A little bit of miscommunication. Let's Drew slip away for a moment, and Gumi does a little bit of missing the strike there, but all good. Has to flip for insurance and gets it out of there for the moment. They still are trying to kill Drew. Drew staying alive, but finally going down, and this adrenaline rush speed is just gonna chain react, and Grimella goes down as well, and oh no.
Okay, yeah, wow. They are actually getting a solid amount of kill confirms there. Okay, looks like Snake hints a little bit there with the Oni Blade, but it's not going to matter because this 3v1 is going to be a little overwhelming for the side of Fudgy Waffles. But yeah, wow, they are just really getting the kills here. Almost not really ignoring the ball, but really not trying too hard to get the ball. They're really saying, yo, this guy just used evade, he's out of energy, kind of stop, and then just beat his ass. And that's a pretty solid game plan, I'll admit. As man, we don't even have Gumi go back there. He just eats the orb, I suppose. But man, you were right on Gumi eating the orbs into the goal and the damage being sent onto the opposing team.
Yeah, and right now they don't even get KOs. They just win that core control barrier. And with flips available on all 3 members, that's another benefit of the Luna on Ponderer start. You will always have the energy advantage. The opposing team is constantly elusiving, and they have no flips to work with ever. And that is a clean 3-0.
That's exactly as you said. No flips. The kills also making it so Orb Ponderer stacks are not really happening for the side of Bang Bang. We have Kainoob here grabbing whatever they want. Stinger does show up. But will that be what they're looking for here? Heavy impact Stinger. Probably going to leave that heavy impact on the board for Snake there, though. Maybe taking Stinger. I'm not really sure. Going to actually hold their spot in the line. Okay, making sure that Snake does not grab that heavy impact, as it is one of the better Zentaro perks. But okay, yeah, he does have Stinger, though. These 2 pretty deadly things in the pool here. Luna getting that missile prep that I mentioned a little bit earlier here. Now the missiles are basically invisible for the other goalie because they're going to go too damn far. Kazan left with Hotshot. That's not too exciting. Grimella with double orbs, but if they're dead, nothing's really going to happen. Kainoob getting some more cooldown. This is looking really good for Demons Raw.
Yeah, especially with them taking Reverberation, right? The Stagger Awakening of that draft being taken by them, giving them more cooldowns, which is just more damage, and also the opposing team not having that extra Stagger to work with. Demons Raw looking to do a little bit more of the same, and I think they'll do more of the same quite effectively this game. Well, this set.
Yeah, Fudgy Waffles ends up using their evasive there and gets cratered right in the face, basically down to nothing almost from one move there. Gumi is really trying to get the kill here, but completely forgoes the entire goal. Drew happy to place that one into the goal there. It's going to be a point there for Bang Bang. That was a little Gumi action.
Yeah, and that's the win condition for Bang Bang, right? Just score before you die, and it's definitely doable. This Luna is not the iron wall that some other goalies are, but Fudgy and Drew are almost dead off kickoff, and this is a bit of a dire situation as Drew's already staggered. Has a lot of elusives to work with, though. A bit of a silver lining here, but needs to not get KO confirmed a single time.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it together there. We got the lifeline showing up here, getting Drew out of stagger. Then Drew is back into stagger for a couple more coordinated attacks. Gumi gonna grab a couple more orbs here to get the cooldown. Drew is still keeping it together there, but they can't seem to manage a good offense to grab a barrier as they're gonna knock Drew all the way to the other side of the board. Grimella with a flip gonna just miss by a little pixel there, the bottom side of the barrier. All right, sending it back on up there. Kainoob has control. Drew still alive. Kind of can never play the game again in a situation, but, you know, is it better to be alive or is it better to be dead? I actually don't know if it's better to be staggered forever or just die, but, and there they go.
Well, it's probably better to be alive because now the adrenaline rush is coming in and Gumi fails to dribble, but all good, just dribbling up the field. Flip available bottom side. Finds the goal very cleanly, and once again, the energy advantage is really coming in, right? It is constant flips available for Demons Raw, and we're not really seeing flips on Bang Bang for good reason. They just have to evade every single ability.
Yeah, you can see right there, Fudgy Waffles, of course, has to use evade once again. The crater is showing up. It's just too much damage to let that one through, and yeah, the flips are coming in from the side of Demons Raw. Flip is one of the actually is the best move in the game, pretty much, doing a ton of damage, dealing stun, and also just like winning the ball situation in every spot. Gumi just grabbing some energy and experience there, playing by himself. Kainoob going to try to strike for Gumi to continue this game. Snake looking really low right now, going to grab one of Gumi's orbs. Probably not too happy about that as the Orb Pounder is going to show up, and a great strike shot from Fudgy Waffles is going to keep this game alive. The glitch pop, though, was one step ahead in that situation, and Kainoob says, "What are you doing? We're trying to play here." Snake spinning his sticks.
It might be a bit of a 1v3 from Kainoob, as Snake and Gumi are having fun in their own little corners, and Kainoob is trying to win the video game. But the damage output is quite ridiculous, so it might just be a win condition as Gumi just gives the barrier up. The orb gets stolen by Kainoob, and Drew and Grimella have a huge opportunity here because Gumi just AFK'd.
He did definitely AFK completely, is now running up, not going to eject back, decides to stay. Really confident that his team is going to win Strike West here. Complete control here from the bottom side for Bang, and they are going to place that one in there. They're questioning Gumi's intentions here as the drum and bass is going to help Drew and Grimella get that one in on the bottom side. And could they take a set here? Bang Bang take advantage of the pompous fools Demon's Rock could turn out to be.
Big win condition here for Drew. One barrier taken, looking for two. And Fudgy Waffles incredibly low, though. Has to watch out because if the goalie goes down, all their momentum could haul it. But Kainoob can't save the barrier. Drew flip available. The first flip in a long time will find its mark. And Bang Bang, after a lot of trolling from Demon's Raw, they get a set in. If the Stagger Awakening show up, this could be devastating for Demon's Raw. This could be the game swinging around in their favor.
It definitely could, as long as they keep trolling. Grimella is going to keep eating those orbs. Actually, everyone on the side of Bang Bang is going to keep eating those orbs and stacking up those ponders, and this indeed could be what they need. We have Lifeline showing up a lot more often now for Grimella. Kind of a super good awakening in this exact situation here. Not much Stagger, though, showing up. Unstoppable is okay. Actually, solid. Unstoppable would be solid for Fudgy Waffles to make it so they don't get cratered, basically ever. But we do have a dash perk here showing up for Drew. Or sorry, yeah, it is for Drew. Where's for Drew? Can deny Snake and just get that damage as well. But Gumi did get kind of specialized training, so we'll just see if Unstoppable can do anything about that. And really good double barrier.
Well, we'll have to see if the scoring play can continue as Fudgy Waffle is pretty low. Drew with the core control, but Fudgy Waffles just gets one shot by the crater into Cyber Swipe, and Snake's in there as well. If you don't have meter, it's a death sentence with how many cooldowns Demon's Raw have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure crater is also counts as a projectile, right?
Yes.
I don't know why they would do such a thing, but hey, it is also a projectile, 20% more from the missile prop. Really happy to have that. Kainoob trying to get it onto the top side here. Look at all the stagger on Kainoob. He's actually just eaten all of those stagger awakenings there. Poor Bang Bang has nothing left to do here other than scramble around, try to get this lifeline here. Snake jailed a little bit. The Oni Blade going to get out of there. Fudgy Waffles down to nothing, staggered off the bottom side into their goal. The flip from Snake going to wait it out, but actually Grimella going to be one step ahead with that Patience Gumi. Going to send it in onto the top side, but the Maddening Descent just isn't going to be in the right spot there. Kind of own-goaling a little bit, but it was nearly hopeless in that spot, and Demon's Raw once again trying to take this next set.
Gumi actually fired a rocket to the top side and made it even more impossible for Drew. Even if it was at the right spot open, instantly struck by the rocket back in. And it is Demon's Raw, just knowing they have such a big damage advantage. Of course, the extra special helping out with the healing, but you can't heal if you're dead, and Grimella might be off the map soon.
True, off the map. They go indeed. Gumi has a flip. They're going to try to make something happen here. Missile flies into an air ball, but man, Fudgy Waffles under too much pressure to defend this barrier. Drew's chance at glory to get this final barrier here. Crooked leverage to the bottom side. Going to spin on past there with the slip. Beating Kainoob to the... Oh, wow. Actually ends up getting missiled, right? That was definitely a whammy from Gumi.
Yeah, the missile prop from across the map. Another set win. Some more damage and a chance to deny those stagger awakenings here. And the stagger does show up. Reptile Remedy, peak performance on the table. Monumentalist also on the table here, but okay, they will deny it. But that does mean that the stagger will be passed over, especially if Gumi goes stacks. That is the stagger awakenings available for Bang Bang. This is the closest to winning in the draft they can get here.
I agree with that. 2 stagger awakenings in the same draft onto Bang Bang is actually one of the best things they could have possibly hoped for. Stacks onto Gumi was definitely a little strange in my, unprofessional opinion, of course, but, we'll see what they make of it here. Kainoob does benefit a little bit here from the Monumentalist. Drew going to do a nice strike war there against Kainoob, grabbing the top barrier. Okay, we're going to actually get a kill on to Drew once again, though. Demon's Raw feeling themselves as they do. The adrenaline rushes are still in the game. Don't forget, giving you 10 seconds off every cooldown as well. Every time you get a kill, the Crater comes in, dealing almost Fudgy Waffle's entire health bar again. Snake spinning, just emoting the entire time as it's just carnage on the side of Bang Bang.
Fudgy goes down. Drew can't get the barrier, unfortunately. Good defense by Gumi on the return, and with Snake going in with Kainoob. Cyber Swipe glitch popping the core in. It's 1 goal, and despite the additional stagger, Fudgy Waffles is no more tanky. Despite the unstoppable, they could remove that in an instant, and Bang Bang are going to have a very tough time.
Yeah, we see Grimella with just about nothing there, losing the entire health bar to the Crater there. Luckily had Lifeline to at least keep themselves up for this moment. Gumi just walks up. Just literally Luna walks on in there and blasts it on in there with the energy burst. Oh boy, okay. Demon's Raw looking at true match point here as Bang Bang is just grasping onto anything they can. This stagger might not have been enough even then.
We'll have to see if they can make something happen here, because Drew does have the core control. Grimella has the capability, especially if Fudgy Waffles is still alive on the other side. The elusives are used to stay alive. It is Bang Bang that have a chance here at a goal as Fudgy sends it forward, but they still need to score. They still need to find the shot into the goal, and they're not finding it so far. The passing play is interrupted by Snake, and so much chip damage being dealt at the same time. Still a mountain to climb.
Absolutely. We see Kainoob is already level 9. I mean, they do get it. Drew does get a nice strike onto the bottom side. Gumi cannot reach it, as they are most likely out of cooldowns after spending it to try to kill everyone on the map here. But, yeah, I was going to say, Kainoob is level 10 here. We see Drew level 9, Drew 6, Fudgy 6, Grimella 7. Kainoob has only been slaying the opponents, grabbing barriers, and just making it happen. As even Snake, level 7, who's just been in the fray, getting kills too. It just not enough to get those levels.
Yeah, and Drew, though, winning a point-blank strike war against a flip. That's some name player bingo lore right there. As Snake on the bottom side trying to find the barriers, 1 pound, but Drew trying to score before he goes down. But a strike war win will mean Demon's Raw are in position. Drew desperately trying, but the goalie's away, and Snake will confirm the goal as the KOs are found. Demon's Raw, one of the most dominant games in NASL history.
Yeah, that was kind of insane. Demon's Raw, even on Oni Village, had no problem whatsoever getting those kills, getting those confirms, doing an unholy amount of damage. The Luna was actually a wild asset of damage to grab kills, to just stagger people. No bars, really. I wish we had a counter of how many flips that Bang Bang had, and it would be alarmingly low. But yeah, we can see the damage numbers here. Just all 20,000 showing up for Demon's Raw. No problem dealing damage to the opponents, and man, not much coming out here from Bang Bang. They did have 4 goals. They kind of were sort of gifted in a way, maybe half of them, but yeah, Demon's Raw looked unreasonably confident in that game, considering Bang Bang is quite good.
Bang Bang's quite good, but they will take their first loss here. It's a three-way tie for the top of the table now. Demons Raw, Bang Bang, and the Sad Boys all sitting up there, looking to try and get the first seed in the playoffs. But there are teams hot on their trail, like Bun Bun sitting at 3-1, who will be facing EKC. And if Bun Bun manages to win, it's a four-way tie at the top. And those are 4 teams that could take it all.
Absolutely. I believe last season of Nassel, this was Team 3 and Team 4 here. EKC being Team 2, right? Second. And then Bun Bun, was Bun Bun fourth or third?
Third.
Third, nice. Okay,
They
so
were the
it's 2 and
second
3.
most impressive, by the way. They looked better
Alright.
against the Sad Boys than EKC.
All right, fair. And we will certainly see these teams playing against each other as well. Just coming up in a second here.
Yeah, just coming in a second, right after this short break. So, don't go anywhere. Anything you want to say, Envy, before we disappear and then come back right afterwards?
Guys, stay tuned. This is about to be dummy good because these teams are so familiar to you and me, and we want to see them beat the crap out of each other, and they're coming right back up.
See ya.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the North American Strikers League Season 4, Week 5. Just a couple minutes ago there, we saw Demons Raw play Bang, and it was kind of a bang as Demons Raw did a wonderful job of getting a couple of 2-0s there onto a Bang Bang. But now we got something you're really interested in. Bun Bun Bonanza against EKC here. Bun Bun Bonanza trying to maintain this 3 wins, making it 4 wins right now to make a 4-way tie for the current standings here onto this current season. And EKC is trying to stop them. Saya, who do you got?
I got Bun Bun Bonanza. EKC has not looked convincing so far this season in the slightest. Their record kind of tells the story here. Sometimes you say that records don't tell the story, right? Like Showtime. But here, EKC, they are not looking too good, and the Bun Bun Bonanza are looking pretty good, and this might be cursing them a little bit because Bun Bun historically does the best when there are no expectations placed on them, but I expect them to clean this up in an easy 2-0.
And that they might, as we have quite an interesting start here. Deadeye Recovery Drone. It's nothing but damage. Of course, the last set we just watched between Demons Raw and Bang, they had Stinger as their start. Now we have Deadeye. It's nothing but pain and suffering for our casting block here, Saya, as we get only Soren and Scyther there taking Recovery Drone. Luna, of course, showing up as it is probably the best perk for Luna as well. And a really great kill there, actually making a power play for EKC. Going to make it happen here from the bottom side. They're going to get stuffed by Scyther's huge strike range there, pressing the point as usual, but looking a little bit low here. Can Lilybun hold against Soren? Yes, they can. Actually, great defense.
Yeah, she makes it happen, and we're seeing on the side of EKC here a bit of a classic. It's their little bit of twist on Omega Strikers. The Aimi Brawler from NXZD picked on Taiko Temple in the past, picking it on Atlas Lab now, and a good stun by Liari to send Katsuna away for the clear. Liari and Lily have looked good on the defense, but look at Scyther taking so much damage. Just Aimi might be the main damage threat here.
It might actually be here. Kai is also pretty solid at securing kills, so the goalie is going to run on in there and help it out. But wow, really great placement on the Firewall Sentry from NXZD, pulling it up there on the bottom side, catching that core and placing it very, very nice, gently and on the bottom side there, grabbing the first point for EKC. They might be looking, maybe they're looking better than you think, Saya.
Maybe, but the first point can be deceiving, but that Giga Blast is good, and notably also, NXZD actually got out of hit stun at the very end, right? Did you see him use his flip?
I think I did there, actually, right when he's flying away.
But he still managed to fall off the edge. A bit of a very slim margins on that KO for sure. But Scyther's the one taking damage now, and you got to be very careful if you're Scyther because Soren on the Kai that he abandoned, now back on his old one trick.
Yeah, Kai is pretty great in most situations, though, even with something like Deadeye, or even their size is good as we have the speed and the eject button to just get on in there, though Lilybun not going to be fast enough to defend that one from the bottom barrier. No flipping spent for Lilybun, actually decides to hold it in that spot, wondering what the situation there was, but Katsuna is going to make that big supernova happen there. Of course, the Deadeye making it just as powerful inside on the inside as it is on the outside now, and I'm going to take 2 right now in the first set.
Looking to take it even further here. The craters from Liari have not been too effective so far. EKC playing around it quite well. Very familiar with this Luna character, it seems, as Soren not having any trouble at all. But right there, double barrier found by Scyther. And this could be a goal going in quite swiftly if Scyther can get his hands on it once again. Trying to get a strike, but not quite yet as Bun Bun tried to mount an offense, but EKC's defense is holding.
Absolutely, Lilybun trying to get on in there, basically standing around midfield the entire game. Scyther going to blast Katsuna out of the way and send that core right onto the top side. Soren not fast enough to get it here. And I just noticed that NXZD actually has pummelers as well. So they are looking to get as many kills as physically possible here with that Deadeye combo. And it could actually work out for them. You know, I haven't really seen too much of the Aimi Brawler myself. Perhaps I'm just unaware myself, but it is going to be working out just for a moment here in this first set. They're going to lose a little bit of health here. Get one barrier, though, for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. I'm going to send it to the bottom side to Scyther and try to get another final barrier, though.
Scyther incredibly low, but if they get this barrier, all might be good for the Bun Bun Bonanza, and they managed to do so. But a little bit of miscommunication between Lilybun and Liari. The core slips by for a second, but a perfect combo. Miscommunication is now resolved, I guess. Lilybun and Liari combine for a near unsavable play.
The good news is it doesn't matter how bad the play was as long as you won the point, right? That's just something I think everyone should just be sticking by, in my opinion there. Katsuna trying to make it a tough situation with the Thunder Strike there. Lilybun trying to help it strike on through there with the misdirection, trying to get a bunch of damage onto NXDD, and they do find it with the combo of Crooked Leverage into pop-up. Got a nice power play here from Bum Bonanza right on the middle side here. Can they get double? They cannot. We're going to have a flip there from Katsuna to save the ball. Soren losing a strike war with the forward side misdirection. Lilybun, okay, actually 1 pixel in to get that flip there, and we do have Scyther putting onto the bottom side as Katsuna is going to be flying into orbit. It's going to be Bun Bonanza's side. You might be the one to be right on this prediction.
Yeah, Bun scaling as we speak. They're getting in the game, and Catalyst now available. A big factor here, but a lot of damage also available for the Vice. That Reptile Remedy will be a premium pickup, so prioritize that is the first pick in this draft in this damage game. But that's the Catalyst available as well. Will be passed down. The goalie not taking it. Stinger instead falls all the way down to NXZD, and we'll have to see if Bum Bonanza can work around that, because NXZD is going to be building up a lot of energy with that.
True, and with Catalyst, you get a lot of damage reduction, a lot of damage multipliers as well, and core, it does it all. Energy Burst Flip does basically everything you need, and NXDD with the pummelers is going to actually get Lilybun off the map there. Lots of knockback showing up. The Crater's not going to do it in this situation, though. Liari playing a solid defense, though, as Scyther is going to help it on through there with Kazan Strike, but it's going to be just enough for Katsuna and NXDD to grab both barriers in that time. Soren helping it through onto the bottom side here. NXDD going to brawl it up in the middle of this big finish up to Katsuna. The Giga Blast is actually going to negate Liari's boost. Soren in the perfect direction there with that eject button to save the barriers here. Can Scyther grab this one from the bottom side?
NXZD built up so much energy that we'll have flip soon, and that flip might mean the goal, as Katsuna's also firing off those power chords. NXZD now, bit of an opportunity here to use the flip. Will go in for the KO, but it's still saved away. Scyther and Liari are no strangers to defending the goal, but with another flip from Katsuna, that will be the goal secured for EKC. But Bun held on for quite a long time there. If they could stay alive more reliably, then that's a lot of trouble for EKC.
Agree with that, though. We do have NXT with the Catalyst, though. They're going to be building up that flip again. Lilybun spending their evade to make sure they are not getting knocked off the map. Once again, NXTD getting hit by the triple take, though, is going to take a bunch of extra damage. The Stinger from Lilybun as well, dealing a bunch of damage, though we see Soren get blasted off the map with the Crater. Going to lose their recovery drone, though, but we actually NXZD is the one that's also going to be killed there. Bun Bonanza with a nice power play on the top side here. The triple take the block aside. Yeah, it's going to work out here. The Supernova from every angle. Yeah, we're going to make it really hard for Bun Bonanza, as the core was actually just kind of drifting in a way where Katsuna had access to multiple angles with that Supernova, and they're going to land that one in with a good timing.
Yeah, the multiple angles really come into play. Katsuna with the patience to angle it just out of Lilybun's reach. And what would have been a dominant point for Bun turns all the way around. EKC now with momentum, now with a little bit of ability to just get in there, take the set, take the Awakening draft, and so many damage awakenings, so many tools for them to really figure this game out if they can clean it up here.
Yeah, I still want to bring up that Scyther getting that Reptile Remedy is doing a solid job of keeping them alive. In fact, they might not even want to hit him. Recovery drone also making things a little awkward, but Liari has become the kill target at this moment here. Only one barrier down for each side, but Liari looking quite weak right now. Blasted, got kind of hit the corner there, but also fell off the map in kind of a weird angle, though. Scyther with a good angle, but it's going to be Soren with the barrage to save that barrier there. Katsuna and NXTG both looking quite low, but it doesn't seem that Bun Bonanza can spend cooldowns killing at this exact moment, though, as they are under just too much pressure.
Yeah, but Scyther manages to get possession, manages to threaten Soren a little bit, and if they could burn this flip, it would be good as Soren's near the edge of the map, and it is defended away, but Lilybun's stunned. Good elusive to get out of there. The Bun defense holding strong as EKC need to find a way to get through, and any opportunity could be huge here. Scyther, the recovery drone pop, but Liari taking the barrier on the other side.
Yeah, Luna is definitely the character to make opportunities, as she has access to basically all of the map with that boost, as long as you are effective at using Heater here. Well, using the black hole effectively as well. Liara gets the ball directly into Scyther's hands and takes it into her own hands, and is actually going to ricochet it off the black hole and get it on in there with the boost to the bottom side. Liari making it happen there for that point. Bun Bun says they're not done out of this set yet.
What a perfectly placed shot from Liari, and that's exactly what you need to make the comeback here. But Liari also looking pretty low, and this Vice damage might be a little bit too much, but steps out of the Supernova just in time, stays alive, and Scyther getting chunked out extremely hard here. It's going to be quite tough, as Lilybun with the balance looking for some kind of defense, but all things considered, Bun Bun Bonanza holding strong, and NXCD going to look for a flip kill. But if Bun Bun stay alive, they're looking really good at this point.
Yeah, indeed. A rough couple of angles there for EKC. Indeed, they're also going to lose a player, though. NXCD going to get knocked off the bottom side of the map here. Katsuna has a tough spot to try to get it on in here there, as they are against the power play, but it is open goal on each side. NXCD coming out on the right time, but losing a strike war to Scyther there. It's going to be curtains for that point, though. We have Bun Bun Bonanza bringing it back here to an even point set here. And this next Awakening draft could be big, as, of course, this is a damage game. We're looking for damage and stagger here.
Yeah, that could turn the game around. The barrier taken, traded on the other side with all of that core speed. If Liara can stay alive, this Bun Bun opportunity needs to not go to waste here. Liari desperately trying to stay alive, barely not getting hit there. And Power Core whiffs as well. Liari now will just pick up the orb, unstagger, and that survival is huge. Gets a KO on NXCD as well. Liari stayed alive so perfectly there.
Yeah, Liari actually biding her time, wasting the opposing cooldowns, dodging greatly, actually grabbing the orb and using the little bit of stagger that they had left to pop the center and getting a power play of their own. Like, that was kind of pristine gameplay from Liari, and as you predicted before, perhaps Bun Bun Bonanza is on one right now, as Luna is probably the best character to grab the first Awakening, and this could be devastating for EKC.
A little bit of a disappointing Luna draft, all things considered, but yeah, very, very valuable to grab that bulk up and the stagger pass down as well. The peak performance taken, 2 stagger awakenings. Of course, the heavy impact going on the Vice is incredibly scary, though. Maybe that should have been considered for denial, but all things considered, the additional stagger is going to do a lot of work. But 1-2 punch on the Aimi and heavy impact on the Vice, EKC could easily be the ones KOing here as well.
We will certainly find out in just a moment. As we can see, the cooldowns are flying all over the place. The Supernova comes out, doesn't do much except get them slain by Liari, who was waiting once again for these cooldowns. Doing a great job in the midfield right now, getting kills, doing damage, and Scyther helping grab this barrier here, sending it to Lilybun on the bottom side, though. Katsuna comes back up here, but they do eventually Tenacity get that bottom side of the barrier here. Scyther has the top spin. It's not going to get enough through there. Power Chord's going to help it onto the top side, but Lilybun has no problem blocking that one away here. The Crater whiffs a little bit there. Liari spends a strike, doesn't get much off of it. The big finish from the bottom side into the hands of Scyther. Can he land it on in there? We got 2 goalies, though. It's going to be a tough one to get it past.
And Liari will cover the top side. Will find the goal. Bun Bun Bonanza 2 goals away from securing this one in a 3-0, and it's looking quite likely here with how they're playing, with how they're not dying, with how they're the ones getting the KOs in this set.
Yeah, I'll admit, in the first set of this game, wow, crazy kill from EKC there, and a double barrier is going to spell destruction instantly for Bun Bun Bonanza. But what was I going to say was that I feel like Liari wasn't in tune with the game in the first set, even though they did still kind of win that set. But now, well, now she feels like she's really on the board here, and it's making the greatest difference, as they are currently up 2 sets right now. And that little mishap is probably not going to happen again, says me.
And looking at it, Liari barely surviving, getting the elusive out. And if she can survive again, if she could create magic once again, that could be huge. And will barely survive that glitch pop, and the barrier will finally go down, and players are traded here. NXCD goes down as well as Liari, but it's going to be a stall out until the respawns, unless a flip comes out from Soren, and Scyther's building up a lot of energy as well. But an easy shot for Lilybun to save there.
Indeed, Soren does use that flip there. Doesn't get too much off of it, though. Katsuna losing the entire health bar in one situation inside the big finish, and might actually find themselves dead here, as Scyther is trying to get the kill there. They do eventually combo there and grab the kill. Lilybun And Liari on the top side here with this power play, trying to get the ball to Scyther, who is currently staggered. Great evade to regenerate past 50%. Gonna get finally unstaggered, though. Crazy Boy's angle is going to spell pain for Bun Bun Bonanza, and they still cannot grab that barrier. Soren defending, but Scyther gets the pop-up and the power play, and this could be it for Bun Bun Bonanza to grab one of the last points in this game.
NXED needs a crazy flip here, but will not be able to do so because Scyther so efficient on the scoring offense. Finds the shot. Just amazing dribbles, and it gets the tight angle that Soren can't reach. It's 1 goal away for Bun Bun now.
Yeah, that was like a pretty wild pop-up. It's like a pop-up in place. He did it so fast. And that's the kind of surprise factor that Kazan can bring to the table with the effectiveness of Scyther here. Flip right in the front. No one's going to strike and wait it out, but Soren does eventually lose the situation, and both of their barriers in that same spot, though. NXED is going to try to help it through there. The flip is not going to land. Katsuna looking at just about no health, though. Scyther might become a shark here and try to get Katsuna off the board. Lilybun going to help try to defend, but Liari is going to also lose most of their health bars. They're going to push it onto the bottom side with this Firewall Sentry.
A good stun though, the barrier taken, a big opportunity for EKC. Can they clutch it out? But with the power play coming through, it's so much more difficult. If Scyther can get the flip, a great pass from Liari, a flip available in the middle of the net, but Soren will somehow save it away just barely. An amazing save by EKC, but it's not quite enough. Scyther on the second try will send it in. It's Bun Bun Bonanza taking the first game.
Yeah, nice work there from Scyther and Liari's teamwork. It looked like NXED really just kind of went for it all in that last moment to try to get a real clear off of Scyther, but just missed the cyber swipe just barely there, and it's going to end up opening the bottom side of the goal for Bun Bun Bonanza. And a lot had happened that game, as of course we had a pretty volatile start there. A ton of kills, 13 of them showing up for Bun Bun Bonanza, only 6 for the side of EKC, and it shows as we did have a pretty much a 3-0 there from Bun Bun Bonanza, getting a lot of kills, a lot of downtime. The power plays were good. Yeah, I think Liari really came alive in the last 2 sets there, as they were kind of making the MVP moment, even though we do have Scyther as an actual MVP. Both hitting the ball a lot and doing great work.
Yeah, a bit of a rematch of last season's winners final where EKC took it pretty decisively. But this is not last season, this is a new season, this is a new Bun Bun Bonanza with the same 3 members, and they did not look like they were out of the driver's seat. They locked in, they scaled, and the second game, I'm really confident that they'll take it and move up to first place tie.
That is indeed possible with the way they're currently playing. Scyther was really effective in getting those goals there in like close quarter situations. We even see it right there. Man, that pop-up was so wild on the bottom side, but also even on the top side for that last point was quite good themselves. And man, Lilybun was really getting in there, playing like a kind of a closer ranged Finny goalie, as they can easily play from far range, but they were standing midfield most of the time confidently, and that seemed to work out a lot as the pressure just builds up on the opposing goalie, grabbing those barriers indeed. But now, moving on to one of my favorite maps, of course, we have Clarion Test Chamber, which also will probably end up promoting some damage comps if we see the Awakenings to go with it.
Yeah, and it is Bun Bun Bonanza's pick, so they'll be pretty happy with winning that first game on Atlas Lab. EKC, of course, a known damage composition team, so weathering the storm and winning that game is crucial for winning a series like this. And Bun Bun Bonanza out of the danger zone, but not done with the series yet, of course. Still need to clean up the second game, and we'll see if they can do so on yet another damage start. Not as crazy as the previous ones, but still a damage start. It is 1-2 punch chrono.
All right, 1-2 punch chrono. That could open up some dash perk characters a little bit here with the chrono boost. 1-2 punch. We might. Is it possible to see Juliet show up? Like, this is. I think she's pretty solid on this map, and she hasn't been picked all that much. She's kind of. I wouldn't know if she has to call her the worst goalie right now, or worst brawler right now. Maybe she's the worst goalie, but worst brawler right now.
She's the worst brawler right now.
She might be. She might be. And it's crazy because she's still got like really solid confirms. Her ult is like kind of a checkmate in a lot of situations, but I don't know. Maybe people really have found the counterplay, and she just doesn't fit in the kill meta, which I agree. She doesn't really fit in the kill meta.
If there's a player to pick it up, it is NXED. NXED has picked up Juliet in these situations before and has performed on that character. And with Katsuna on the signature Luna, it being allowed through by Bum Bum Bonanza choosing to ban away the Zentaro instead, that means that there's a very good possibility that it is Luna and the Julie for the side of EKC, and that might be their win condition here on this Clarion. But it also could be the X, it could be a number of other things. But there it is, the NXCD Julie. I knew it was coming. Never doubted for a second, even though I did.
All right. Hey, we are on the same page from the beginning to end there, figuring out the Juliet. You know, we got the Scrabble, we got the clue figured out, but Dubu showing up. I feel like I haven't seen Dubu in a while for some reason. I feel like they're just a little overshadowed by some of the other goalies right now as ranged goalies kind of making their way into the meta a little bit more. We do see Amy showing up there as well for the side of EKC, clearly going to be Katsuna pick. And okay, so we got Scyther. Yeah, Scyther on the Rasmus. Now that's a good pick, man. That is a nice comfort pick for Scyther as well. So I think this is going to be a real slobber knocker. But once again, we do have Luna. Now that's kind of like I don't even remember the last time I've seen Liari play Luna, but it was quite good that game. Or sorry, I have the whole thing wrong here. It's Luna for the side of EKC.
Yes, Katsuna.
I got problems right now.
All good, because we're heading into game. No more misunderstandings. Just 1-2 punch coming in. We'll see if NXZD can make the Juliet work. He has done in the past, but this is a Bun Bun Bonanza that will not be easy to take down.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. We're going to have some comfort picks there. Liari on the now, though. Now, we have seen a lot of Liari now, though, and a lot of Scyther playing that Rasmus. So I'm actually pretty happy about Bun Bun Bonanza's comp right now. But, you know, this Juliet could cause problems. You don't even need to stagger people when you kill them with Juliet. So if they can find a way to play around her, then I think they'll take a dominant lead. But if not, this could be... You know, remember when we saw last week Adrenaline Rush, Juliet go kind of ballistic? Or maybe that was the week before, but that was insane.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. And I think the win condition for Bun Bun Bonanza is all in that core control. Scyther on the signature Rasmus could just score. And that definitely is the win condition here. Lilybun on the Pauldron Zubu to stay alive. Liari being taken down. The win condition is definitely damage for EKC. And we're seeing it right here as Liari is healed up but has no meter to work with and is going to get chipped down immediately.
Yep, Liari definitely going to become the kill target for Luna, Juliet, and Amy. All solid characters at doing a little bit of damage and securing a couple of those kills. Liari again getting hit by the crater. Katsuna also a little bit low there. Can't seem to apply too much pressure. Lilybun helping out Liari with that somersault and the log, but the pressure continues to build up for the side of EKC as they're pushing and pushing. We finally got Dubu at level 2. The Fortress comes in to relieve just a little bit of pressure. Scyther's going to try to fight it out at the top side. Going to not exactly win a situation as they are 2v1 here. Liari could make it. Cannot. It's going to be the first point for EKC, though.
A little bit of an own goal situation there. Scyther popped the proximity drone from Liari and sent the core backwards. Unfortunate miscommunication, but they were on the back foot on that point anyway, so... All things considered, not the biggest loss, not the biggest point loss in the world. Bun Bun Bonanza can definitely scale here if Scyther can get in there. And Scyther and Liari combine for a perfect scoring play. 2 barriers down in an instant.
Absolutely, really great positioning there. We're going to have Lilybun save that last barrier as well, though. Going to hit it onto the bumper there and grab it right on back, though, into the hands of Scyther. Flip from Soren's going to get it right past Scyther, but now into the hands of Liari and Lilybun. Going to try to work it onto this bottom side. It's going to deal a little bit of damage to Scyther. It looks like the Fortress is not going to land exactly where they want to. Crater is going to send Liari into orbit, but stays on the map just by nothing, though. And we actually are going to have Katsuna grab the barrier there, and it's going to be a strike cooldown from Lilybun to lose it to the Firewall. Sentry EKC working on a win right now for this first set.
That was a ridiculous play by Liari to stay alive against the dash of NXZD, using the primary to hit stun NXZD out of the dash, but Lilybun getting a little mixed up by the bounce there. Unfortunately, not able to save it. And NXZD going for KO, unfortunately not able to find that one. The game plan's not quite coming through here, but if Bun Bun Bonanza can start taking control, they have the meter available to take it.
Agreed. Scyther is going to have full flip, but die off the map. There's actually going to be a double kill as they're standing on top of each other here. The Fortress is going to try their best to hold for 10 seconds, basically alone. The barrier finally goes down. NXTD with full control, going to send into an ace and grab that one with the flip. This is the last point. There's no reason to hold that flip. So full throttle here for EKC. They're looking quite good here. The Juliet making it happen. First pick on the Awakenings. NXTD is in motion. The Adrenaline Rush.
And 1-2 punch on the start. You mentioned the game where the Adrenaline Rush Julia went crazy. We might be seeing it again here because NXTD is now equipped to do it, and with teammates that could pour in the knockback and the damage as well. And Liari went in for the lifeline, tried to heal Scyther up a little bit, but just ended up getting comboed along with them. And wow, okay, EKC, they can snowball this really, really hard. With the prize fighter as well, that I deny the way, but prize fighter is the next best thing when you're finding KOs like this.
Absolutely, they've taken basically triple damage here, as they definitely have one thing in their sights right now. As they're going to get Katsuna down basically nothing, though. Bun Bun Bonanza says we're going to try to deal damage right on back, though. So they're going to keep both of their barriers here down to Liari up onto the top side. Storm's going to pass it back once again. Katsuna looking a little bit low, losing a barrier in the process and most of their health. Can they make it happen here? Actually losing a barrier of their own. Lilybun Katsuna does make it happen with the last little bit of their health, but they're going to get sent into death with that touch as well. And Lilybun is going to try to defend this open goal against this, actually with this power play.
Scyther now doing some scoring magic here, but Soren will save it on the very brink of that goal being scored. Liari going in for a strike war here. Has a lot of speed, and Bumba Bonanza is on the offense here, but gets taken out. That's the Adrenaline Rush procced. And NXTD with so much speed, almost past Lilybun. The Somersault will barely reach it in time, and Scyther will hop out on the defense, and they manage to hold for the moment.
That's so funny. I was just going to bring up how, like, I think Lilybun should have a little bit more speed. I don't know about the pauldrons, maybe the boots, but that pauldrons would have saved that is actually what happened there, being large enough to make the somersault slam big and hitting that ball there. Pauldrons really did save it there. So it's going to be EKC getting another goal, though. It's not enough for Lilybun to save that spot. Liari looking quite low. The Creator comes in. Not too much comes of it, though. One barrier down for Bun Bun Bonanza. NXTD spending the cooldowns, getting evaded, though, from Lilybun. Scyther has the huge power, and he's going to grab a kill, though. It's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza right now looking good.
Looking good, and with the passing plays through the middle, Scyther taking the barrier very, very calmly. They're sending it around NXTD, not letting him participate in the play, and a crazy Tofu Fortress almost gets the job done, but not quite now, and Scyther needs to be a bit careful. Stagger doesn't want to get Adrenaline Rush procced on, but Katsuna is super powered now, and you got to be really careful against that Luna. But Scyther just hooks the goalie into his own goal!
That was kind of insane for Scyther. Like, as you said, they shouldn't be trying to die to Juliet right here. It's crazy. Scyther walks to the farthest reaches of the opposing goal and does that pull while Juliet was looming in the region. So that was kind of insane from Scyther to get that kill. And oh my gosh, Bun Bun Bonanza really feeling themselves in this spot, though. Holy.
Yeah, but Katsuna trying to bring the momentum back in EKC's favor, blowing Liari up, and Liari already staggered with like 1 second into the point. Liari was staggered and almost got taken out entirely. If she had contacted the bumper, she would have bounced all the way down to the bottom bumper and into the goal.
Absolutely, these bumpers are not like, they are actually just not like the Taiko Temple ones. Even if you are at full health and get knocked against them, you will die. But man, crazy dash punch there to kill Lilybun, but it's actually also going to kill Scyther. The Adrenaline Rush going absolutely ballistic. Liari just about at no health, at literally 0 health. The Adrenaline Rush flipping for absolutely no reason. NXTD says, "Look, can we win? Can we win? Do you mind?" And man, that was a quick ace Adrenaline Rush doing like thousands of damage in just those few seconds. And that's what you could expect if NXTD finds some more kills.
Zorn doing his best Gumi impression there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite as well. NXTD saves it, but with the barriers down, they might live to regret this one, because one scoring opportunity and Bun Bun are right back in it.
That is indeed true, and they have to watch out because Lilybun does have Hot Shot. She has access to Red Ball basically whenever she wants with that Tofu Fortress. A lot of extra core speed from that log as well. Katsuna going to win a strike war there. Well, it's not really a strike war with Lilybun, but they're out of strikes as well. Going to use that boost to grab it, though. NXDD kind of alone on the top side, but doesn't need anybody else as they get a really great needle threading right on through Liari, and Lilybun going to grab another set for EKC. They're looking good on this map and on this start.
Might be an NXDD solo carry game. Sure, Katsuna and Soren are doing things, but all eyes are on this NXDD guy. Could pick up size here, could pick up stagger, anything that this guy wants. Extra special might have even been the tech, by the way. It's so good at catching evades. But recovery drone, the size, standard, very, very good. And the extra special pass down, the Luna will just take the rapid fire instead. And the extra special falls all the way down to the Aimi. Not even taking it, the Monumentalist deny, of course. But with the additional healing from Liari, this could be a slight swing in the favor of Bum Bum, but all things considered, it is still very, very good for EKC, and NXDD could just clean this one up.
They really could clean this one up indeed. Monumentalist Aimi is certainly not to be trifled with as well. It covers a ton of space and deals a way more damage than before. We see Liari already looking really low. NXDD staggering by themselves. Katsuna trying to finish on up there. Whoa, maybe playing around the somersault in that spot. And they do find a dash punch onto the staggered Liari there, and they're going to grab Adrenaline Rush once again, controlling all of the map at huge speeds there. Yeah, it's just too much pressure for Lilybun. NXDD, with that pummeler's 70% extra speed on a kill is just overwhelming, and EKC feels like they're taking this one to game 3.
Could be a bit of a speed run here. NXDD just needs to get his hands on the core or a KO, either or maybe even both, as the center is also a threat if NXDD gets a little big. But it will be Scyther who takes it instead. We'll be looking for some kind of hook play on NXDD, but no opportunity to. NXDD's playing it pretty safe here. And it will be flipped around the world. Now NXDD with all the speed will send it in. The secondary won't be in time. One goal. EKC could go to game 3.
Yep, using that 1-2 punch there before overtime. Still really fast as well. This gives you 14% extra damage here onto the core. 40% knockback on the core even before overtime there. It's going to be pretty fast, but yeah, let's see if Bun Bun Bonanza can clean something up here. Katsuna winning a lot of strike boards here with the boost into strike. Just a classic Luna combo there. Lilybun trying to push up to the top side here. Gets a fortress to block that top lane there. Scyther and Liari working on trying to get this barrier here. A flip from Katsuna. A somersault's going to defend that one away. Liari here to catch the ball once again. Katsuna might have cooldowns for this situation though. Not going to spend them just yet, though, as Soren is going to deal with this ball into the top side here. We have a monumental firewall. Going to help that one through. The crater comes in. Can't see too much happening. Now it's time to push onto the bottom side as Katsuna gets on in there, but that's a little slow right now. Can't seem to make these happen. These barriers are holding.
Yeah, Lilybun passing forward. Liari and Scyther going to try and find an opportunity, but they can't get the KO combo on Katsuna, who just stays alive. And now NXDD is going to be looking for these dash punches, but not quite on target. A bit more time to work with for Bun Bun Bonanza. They need to defend this barrier, and they will get Katsuna in the end. If they can confirm a barrier off of this, they could work on a bit of a comeback here, but they got to always watch out for NXDD, and Soren has plenty of cooldowns to send it away.
Through NXDD now, full of cooldowns as they're going to get the Adrenaline Rush once again. Tons of speed, all their cooldowns are back. Ult is just about up there trying to kill Lilybun into their own goal, but luckily the goalie arc negating most of that knockback there. It's going to be a hit on up there. Still the barrier holding for Lilybun. Katsuna getting on in there with the boost, and they're actually going to find a kill onto Scyther though. It's going to be a really tough power play as the Fortress is not going to be enough to defend that one, and EKC does bring this one to a game 3.
1-1 situation now. EKC even up the series, and that was a dominant game. The set 1 win, and after that it was just Adrenaline Rush snowballing for NXDD. As we head onto the last map of this series, Bum Bum Bonanza, I was confident, but EKC shut me up a little bit. They have a lot of thoughts, I think, going into the next draft, to the point where I think EKC are sitting pretty comfortable because Bun Bun are the ones that need to change something. EKC just need to play the same old.
Yeah, I think we could safely say that NXDD got an unholy amount of value out of that Juliet 1-2 punch start, and that might not be the same situation on this next game though, as we saw Lilybun kind of taking the win in a more neutral situation. I say neutral, but it was kind of a dead-eye start. Either way, showing that maybe they should just simply not stand too close to the edges, and they'll avoid some of this Juliet pain from NXDD, maybe even trying to deny Adrenaline Rush the next time. But yeah, we're gonna go to our next map here, which is looking like Night Market. If I can
It's
see
Demon.
that
It's Demon Days. Demon Days.
It's a really small map. Anyway, Demon Days. Okay, so who are we giving it to? I mean, we had Bun Bun Bonanza win on the mostly damaged start.
I think it depends on the Awakenings. It depends on how they play. It depends on so many factors.
All right. I mean, Demon Days is nothing but volatile madness. I mean, everyone's just trying to kill each other, and the goalies are forwards, and no one's playing their role because everyone's playing their role, and it's interesting. At least Demon Days does provide a little bit more, or maybe a little bit less thought. I don't know. Demon Days is just crazy. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy map. We'll have to see what the selection is here. We know that Bum Bum Bonanza's on blue side. We don't know the Awakenings or any draft picks yet. We'll have to wait on that. But Bum Bum on blue side do have a little bit more agency, I think. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how the draft goes. Can't really say too much until that actually comes through. But we can see the Awakenings right now. And the starting Awakening is no damage.
Oh boy. No damage on Demon Days. Okay, interesting. We do have Mega Size, though. Rampage as the star. So that'll be pretty... Both brawlers will be super happy to take that. In fact, both midfielders might even be happy to take that. As the barriers are close together, you don't really feel like you might need the Dash Awakening on some characters. Maybe even like Estelle, or if we see Amy showing up here. Rampage is going to get a lot of value. They're going to send a Zentaro ban on in there, making sure that NXZD is not playing any of that Zentaro. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting pick here. We might actually see X. You think X will show? Also, Luna. We saw Luna both games on both different teams, and Luna won each game. So is Luna the king? Is Luna the winner?
Maybe. We'll have to see, as Vice, a power pick for sure, being picked up immediately by the Bun Bun Bonanza. And this EKC, R1, R2, to borrow some terms from League of Legends, this could be devastating. There's the Luna that we were talking about. Katsuna so good on that pick. And another damage pick is going to be here as well. Maybe it is actually the Rasmus. Is that a Rasmus goalie coming out from Soren? Because I don't think they would pick Rasmus forward here. It's definitely a flex pick.
Yeah, I could see it as a flex pick. I've actually seen Rasmus goalie a lot on this map.
Yeah.
He actually has a solid time of blocking the close lanes here, so I would believe that would definitely be a Rasmus goalie. But we're seeing Asher, all right, not a crazy damage character, but pretty strong since the new buffs, 25 extra power. I mean, that's actually definitely nothing to scoff at here, though. That's a lot. Really great at pushing in those bottom sides with the assistance of Vice, just dealing an unholy amount of damage. We do actually see Estelle, I would say, a less popular pick on a map like Demon Deus, though. Pretty good at getting barriers. Pretty good at when the barriers are down, though, as the map becomes kind of like Aten's, though, once they are down. But yeah, I think this last pick matters. Okay, Amy Luna. Oh man, I might give it to EKC though. The Luna's been crazy this series.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It'll definitely be an interesting game, to be sure. It's probably Amy forward, Rasmus goalie, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Definitely an EKC type of thing.
Is it though? Then who's NXCD is playing Amy again? You think?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, it's fair. We just saw it, so that's fair. That's fair. Interesting comp. I at least say. Man, the Estelle Asher. I think they're gonna get killed, man. I think they're gonna die.
But both teams have a very, very high damage potential. I think both teams are gonna die.
I think they're gonna die.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how much. And also the Rasmus goalie is gonna have a lot better time defending compared to the Vice, but the Vice will have more global pressure. There's a lot of factors in this game. I think it really comes down. Oh, it is NXCD on the Rasmus. Okay, that changes things.
That is also fair. Interesting having Rasmus forward here. I guess it's fine. I was going to say something like, I don't think Rasmus goalie would particularly do well against Asher specifically, but we'll see. Well, we're not going to see any of that anyway. They're actually going to do a bunch of damage to Scyther already, but losing a barrier, EKC has finally got a little bit of possession here as they are going to try to defend this away from Scyther. We're going to spend a flip, though. Soren or not a flip, a strike, and Soren's actually going to grab that one, though. All right, Scyther looking at just about no health here. Soren going to finally get it away, but oh man, Lilybun gets on in there with the Vice Thunder Strike. All right, that's what you're trying to see there on the open goal for sure. First point to the Buns.
Yeah, and importantly, Liari's Estelle coming out. Liari's Estelle has been banned so often against this Bun Bun team, and for good reason. She is very, very good on that pick. The pick also very strong in general. And we're seeing why right here. Liari just controlling the center of the field so well. Katsuna just can't match it on the Luna. And due to this core control, Scyther is just free to do a ton of damage to NXZD. Lilybun is free to jump forward and supernova everyone. Liari's just making this offense work.
Ooh. Really great death touch there from NXZD as they are going to lose their member in the process. Soren going to go down to the hands of Scyther, who has a flip though in this spot, but no one can get there in time as the sound waves are just going to take that point basically. And EKC will grab a little bit of credit for that, having 3 stacks of Rampage on both of their forwards right now, and that could get out of hand here.
That could. The KOs are also going to start to become a big factor here, as NXZD is fishing a little bit as well. And the energy buildup is pretty big for Bun Bun here.
Agreed. We're going to see it show up here. Scyther is going to spend a little bit of energy there, getting an evasive going on here. We're going to have a flip from Lilybun, snatching the core and the life of NXZD. Going to try to push it in here. A little bit of back passing play that we may or may not have been ready for, but either way, the barrier goes down nicely. Lilybun can't seem to get their hands on the core to get it on in there. Scyther, possession top side. Yes, the barrier beam is good, and they're going to push it on through there, through Katsuna and Soren to make their lead in the first set.
If they can convert here, it would be huge. A lot of scaling potential for this Asher, who is already doing so well. Scyther piloting this pick very nicely. And Liari, of course, on the Estelle, such a threat. Katsuna, signature Luna, by the way, not doing too hot in the first set, but if EKC can clutch this one out, the Luna scaling will prove to be a big obstacle for the Bun Bun Bonanza. It all comes down to this point, well, the next 2 points, really, potentially.
Oh, yeah, it does definitely come down to some of these awakenings that'll show up here. Luna, one of the greatest characters at grabbing damage awakenings, though. Of course, the opposing team has Vice, who is in the same boat. Soren does actually save that one with a glitch pop, but is going to get barrier beamed in the face, losing the first barrier on the bottom side here. Just can't seem to get it out. And in fact, they're going to lose their next one, but they do end Scyther's life in the process, though. The Death's Touch is not going to be good there in that spot. Liari kind of has possession here, 1v1 there against Soren, but going to continue to keep possession, though. Bun Bun Bonanza is actually working and keeping this power play alive.
Masterclass by Liari to stall out that power play. The barrier will finally go down, but if they get it out of here, it could be huge as Lilybun does get the strike interaction.
Ooh.
But will not be able to catch the core on the rebound by Katsuna. If Bun Bun Bonanza, if they had held on there, that would have been most likely a point. It would have been the draft for them, but now we go to another set where EKC have the capability to make it happen and get some scaling of their own, and if the Luna gets the awakenings that she needs, then Katsuna's going to turn into a bit of a beast.
We might indeed see exactly that, as Bun Bun Bonanza is going to lose both of their barriers pretty quickly there. EKC working on grabbing the last one, but actually Bun Bun Bonanza reverses that and grabs 2 of their own. We have a flip here from Lilybun on in with a strike war win with Scyther against NXZD is going to make it so Bun Bun Bonanza has a chance to power up this Vice as much as they can.
Not just the Vice, but the Asher too, and the Estelle as well. It is such a scary draft here. Deadeye extra special Stinger showing up, as well as Reptile Remedy, the Stagger Awakening. Deadeye, of course, going to be denied away from the Luna, but with extra special still available, that is most likely the pick coming in. But it'll instead be Reptile Remedy denying away the defensive capability.
That is interesting. Like, while I understand the deny here with the stagger, I feel like Luna is just, she scales so hard with damage, but I guess Stinger might not have been the kind of damage they're looking for Luna. They're going to send it onto NXCD and deny some stagger, though, which might actually work out in their favor. We'll see it, though, as Bun Bun Bonanza is already losing a ton of health. Katsuna finding a kill there with that boost, getting this power play working out right now. A triangle back pass there is not actually going to end up working out, as the piercing shot is going to interfere perfectly. Liari, really great Rose Warp to save that goal, though, and it's now no more power play here, but Liari's looking quite low and gone.
And the pendulum swing will secure the goal. EKC just enough damage. And that stagger denial might have been the ticket because Bun Bun is looking rather squishy, rather fragile a little bit.
True, only the recovery drone here as any kind of semblance of defensive play showing up for Bun Bun Bonanza. Katsuna looking like the brawler right now with 2 stacks of Rampage and trying to extend this lead. NXDD grabs one for themselves, actually getting a assist there as well. Katsuna, 3rd stack 2. Scyther looking a little bit low there. Soren's trying to snipe it out, but they're going to lose a member there as we're going to have Katsuna fall off the map. Scyther looking a little bit low, but has the recovery drone as these 2 barriers are going down. And Bun Bun Bonanza is trying to take this next point for sure.
Oh, really good attempts there. And finally, on the 3rd rebound, Bun Bun Bonanza will score. There was Chain Lightning, there was Crystal Thorns, there was Piercing Shot. Soren in such a tough spot. But in the end, the Ari will find the strike, and it's 1-1 if Bun Bun Bonanza can use the meter that they have to elusive long enough to survive to score. They can get out of this and maybe pick up some stagger, but right now it's looking very dangerous for them. It's EKC with the agency here.
Yeah, they are looking a little bit weak as far as the health pools go. They did nicely end Katsuna's score there on the Rampage, but they're going to lose 2 barriers in the process, though. EKC looking really good and actually going to be a simple strike on up there for Katsuna. Looks like maybe Leora and Lilybun actually stacked strikes there. And EKC feeling pretty good about this next goal. These Awakenings are working out for them, and they're trying to even up this set.
See, that's 1 barrier taken,
Wow,
that's 2 barriers
nice.
taken. EKC looking to take this, and just like Showtime earlier, EKC need to win this for their playoff chances pretty much. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of a nightmare scenario where even if they win all of their remaining games, it is still not fully in their hands, and also a lot of the remaining games are going to be pretty difficult. So, not sunshine and roses for EKC. This is a terrifying game that they need to win, but Katsuna is looking like he wants to win with that KO.
Absolutely, sending the boost on in there, grabbing the kill. The Ari with a great piercing shot, though. It's going to make things difficult for the side of EKC as this power play is still going to continue. Katsuna rebounding and getting it on in there. And now we have EKC grabbing some Awakenings themselves. Katsuna's highest level. Are they the MVP in this spot? They wish they are, and absolutely, this is what you wanted to see if you're EKC. What's the damage going to be?
Could deny away. That stagger could pick up the Ore Ponder. It could pick up the bulk up. There's a lot of different choices here. The Adrenaline Rush also an option, but probably the bulk up, if I had to guess. No, actually be the Hot Shot. Getting a lot of cooldown refund value, and that core speed as well. So valuable on a map like Demon, where you can just sneak the core in around the barrier, and a lot of power being picked up for EKC here.
Yeah, actually a solid draft. A little disappointing if you're Luna, I think. There are probably some more Awakenings you'd be happy to see, something like Specialized Training or something like that showing up, maybe even a Missile Prop, but still getting some core speed there is also pretty great on any map, though. Already have Bun Bun Bonanza looking pretty low, and they're actually going to send a bunch of cooldowns onto Katsuna to try to relieve some of this pressure here. A Supernova comes out. Not much comes of it, though.
Wait,
Katsuna
what?
in position. What happened? What's going on?
Did
What
that
I missed?
Supernova just get canceled?
I think it just missed.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that one just missed.
It looked like it got canceled, but I guess it just whiffed.
Indeed, I believe it probably whiffed. I mean, I super saw it. So I'm going to go ahead and say it whiffed in that spot there. As Lilybun's going to get a nice power chord there to defeat NXDD in that strike. We're onto the bottom side. Grab split from that last strike. Pendulum swing, a kill and a goal. Really great from NXDD to back up and get that swing on in there. Ending any kind of energy that we had onto Liari there. All right, EKC's looking good.
Yeah, this is really big for EKC. Picking up a win here would be huge against Bone Bonanza, who are competing to be top of the table here. And with 2 barriers taken very cleanly by Katsuna, and only 1 dropping on the other side, another EKC favored point here if Scyther can't get his hands on it, and indeed they get it out of there without Scyther doing any damage. Lilybun with an amazing strike war on the crater to get it out, and Soren on the defense just sending it forward over and over, and the hot shot value coming in. Lilybun can't reach it, the Yari can't either. The core speed out of nowhere will score the goal.
This might end up being a nightmare scenario for Lilybun as they are the goalie here, and now we're going to have Katsuna blasting the core before overtime in a lot of situations, though. Just like that boost, instant red core, it just makes things so difficult to deal with as long as they can stay on the map here. Scyther trying to make that not happen, though. But, man, Katsuna, Tenacity going to keep it on the board, though, and hold on to that flip. Soren's going to spend the flip of their own. Glitch Pop's not going to land, though. Kind of an unusual situation here for EKC, but they're kind of getting a clear here. It's sort of trying to relieve Soren in any situation. Katsuna finally getting it on out there, flipping, getting possession for themselves, but doesn't get a nice enough angle to get that barrier there. And it's going to be a power play for Bun Bun, and it's in.
Yeah, they maintained the flip 2 on Scyther and a lot of energy on Lilybun, which is very important. Using the flip there would lead to a bit of trouble on the next point. They could stack a lot of damage on Scyther and take him out of the play, and Scyther backs up, not taking any chip damage early on and getting the barrier very early with all of that size. And if Scyther can get this barrier, and it's actually Liari who does instead, if they could score here, the Bun Bun Bonanza are right back in it.
Yeah, that whole start to this point was really great from Bun Bun Bonanza. They covered basically every angle that EKC could have possibly cleared that ball, especially Lilybun getting on in there with a Thunder Strike, sending the flip to the top side. Not going to make that one happen there. Katsuna boosting on in there, covering the entire map, making that barrier happen here. NXCD just trying to get it on in there. Scyther holding on to dear life with that recovery drone is actually an important part here, as they're going to keep their third member alive for as long as possible. Still not getting that kill. Katsuna has the boost up, doesn't need nothing, as Lilybun's going to kind of whiff on that strike, and EKC is now ahead, and like you said before, they need this game.
They need this game. Lilybun didn't have any resources, could not reach that core in time. And now it is such a tough spot for them, because not only do EKC have the damage, now they will pick up the utility they need in order to win, in order to dominate these points. A lot of speed on the table. The stagger can be denied away as well, and more damage also on the table, but yeah, the utility being denied away here. Of course, heavy impact nice on the device. It's going to take a lot from Bun Bun to come back.
That it will. Nothing too amazing here. Actually, Bun Bun, I feel like Bun Bun kind of comes away as minor victors here, as heavy impact is just dummy good, a little bit of stagger. Explosive entrance is fair, but I don't know. Is NXCD going to be able to stack these stacks before they find their self in the grave, though? I'm not entirely sure. Of course, we have Soren with the prize fighter, which is totally solid, but hey, you can see as both barriers down there, they end up knocking the recovery drone off site. They're already getting on in there. Soren gets a perfect strike onto the top side. And EKC is really trying to end this one even before NXCD sees those stacks.
EKC is trying to maintain their winning record over the Bun Bun Bonanza here. They did it in winners finals of playoffs. And I kind of said that they're not going to do that anymore to do Bun Bun, but with how they're playing here, they're looking like it's more of the same. EKC continuing to evolve their gameplay. But as I say that, maybe I'm cursing in real time, because Bun Bun are right back in it.
They do grab 2 barriers of their own, losing only 1 in the process. Katsuna blocking onto the top side. NXCD perfectly blocking the bottom side. Oh my god, I think he kind of went back to bait the pendulum swing, and we did have Lilybun use an evade, but then came back with the regular strike. That might have been a true schmix-up. That might have been the schmixiest up I've ever seen.
1 goal away now, EKC. So close to cleaning away this series. Losing the first game, but doesn't even matter, because they are in control of the core. They're in control of the damage, and all they need is 1 more opportunity.
1 more opportunity might actually show up in just a moment here, as Soren is really getting involved here. Katsuna blocking the entire mid spot of this map here, playing the mid lane perfectly. NXCD with the pendulum swing, Soren with the freaking cyber swipe, comboing, sending them out of here, and it's going to be EKC taking the win that they need over Bun Bun Bonanza.
They stay alive in the season, and looking at their upcoming schedule, it will not be an easy one. They still have to play Demons. They still have to play Bang Bang. They still have to play Cosmic Calamities. But EKC are alive, and they can do it, because they have just taken down the Bun Bun Bonanza.
Absolutely. Really great gameplay, honestly, from both sides. A lot of different points, though. We had one team in complete control, covering every option, and the next point, the opposing team, maybe it was just because one team had cooldowns and the other one didn't, but man, really great gameplay there onto Demon Days. We saw some wild clears there and some great combos. Both of the goalies really getting on in there, as Lilybun, of course, had that Vice Thunderstrike, but Soren matching it perfectly with the Cyber Swipe eject button as well. And it seems that Luna might just be the true champion of Nassel. I don't know, man. Luna continues to win. What? Chat, I mean Luna, right?
And the character is not even that good right now in a vacuum. I think it's just players are very good at piloting her, and she gets picked in the right spots. Because
You're probably right.
I think the vice priority leads to teams prioritizing that vice, right? So they kind of give up the rest of their draft position to secure the vice. So Luna being that second priority pick ends up with the more well-rounded composition. I don't know. Draft doesn't matter that much. All good.
Something has to matter, and I think I'm not entirely sure what it is yet, because I mean that wasn't really a damaged start. Rampage aerials, Luna doesn't give a crap about Rampage or aerials, but Katsuna piloted it perfectly. It could just be, okay, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm gonna say something. And what I'll say is that it's really cool to have a blink that goes farther than other blinks, even if it can't go through people, right? Like Luna has the ability to cover the entire map wherever you want, but you have to kind of weave through people. So it's hard. It's fair, but it could be the best move in the game sometimes. And I mean, we saw Katsuna actually first picking Hotshot in one of those drafts, and the core speed was huge, deciding to go a lot more for cooldown in that spot, and maybe that was something that also pushed them over the edge there. We have 5 goals from forward Katsuna here and assisting NXDD on some of those, or NXDD assisting on some of those as well. But yeah, I mean, Luna won every game. What can I say?
Well, what I can say is that we're heading to a break. Newcasters next, and that's it for us. There's one more series left in the day. Don't go anywhere, even if you get hit by 2 3-minute ads. See you then.
Stay tuned, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last match of the day. The big one, Last Call versus Cosmic Calamities. It's not really the big one, but it's the one that I think is pretty big. Anyway, I'm Lego Mage here with Z Yoshi, and we're going to be getting into this draft very shortly here. Looks like Calamities have picked Gates of Obscura for game one as we jump into the queue. Yoshi, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with these teams? I do know one thing to point out is that Cosmic Calamities beat Last Call in landing to make it into Nassel in the first place. So looking to run it back, I guess.
That's true, but Last Call, known for storming the keep, is here getting a little gooey. We're on Gates of Obscura, goo. I realize that opening with getting gooey doesn't really... Sorry. Anyway, I'm really excited for this match. I love watching both these teams. Last Call just like manufactures banger games. And Calm is also just like really good. I'm a big fan. I like this team a lot. I like watching them succeed. We see Forgot on the Luna, I believe, which is his favorite midfielder to play. So this is super cool to see. People's Champ on the board, ready to fly on this Deadeye explosive entrance start. I didn't look at my screen. I didn't notice that part. This is going to be a crazy game.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. On Gates of Obscura, pretty much any game is going to be kind of crazy. And once you throw these two teams into the mix, it's kind of bound to get wild. And with these comps as well, I mean, a explosive entrance Deadeye start is pretty volatile. The Zentaro pickup here from 3Z this time around, like we've seen him play this Zen on Gates of Obscura before, and I don't remember if they won or not, but it was the pick here, and we saw Borg's Vice last week as well with the Deadeye, with the explosive entrance start. It's going to be a lot of damage, as we see right now. Kills getting traded right here. Both sides, I mean, despite this not typically being a huge damage map, it seems the theme of today is that everyone has just been running a lot of damage, so we're just going to be in for more of that.
Yeah, happy damage week, everyone. It's like Shark Week, but it's not as cool because you just watch people get 30 KOs. Like, Fresh is dead. He has nothing now. Someone's going to encroach upon his his sad old man bed. Oh, wait, he got an orb. It's all good. 3Z's dead, though. Like, you just pick someone to watch, and their health bar will be gone. That being said, Forgot slipped it in right at the very end and got first point for Cosmic Calamities right there.
And as the first point falls to Cosmic Calamities, we do see a core flip going to be coming up on Borg this round, though. However, it is a death touch here from Katone. He's going to be getting the first barrier down for side Last Call. Taking a lot of damage for it, though. The flip from Borg is going to get a barrier in return, it looks like. As Katone just trying to stay alive. The nuke coming out, and 3Z's health bar just absolutely disappearing right now. He may have to hide in the corner for a minute to avoid getting shut down, but it's the Thunderstruck from Borg that actually finds a KO instead. It's the Power Blade out from Last Call that are going to be trying to work with the Giga from Fresh, trying to send it back in, but there's the snare drums from Natty, trying to buy a little bit of time here to get Forgot back onto the board. Katone and Forgot now try and reignite Cosmic Calamity's offense here. All three members of Last Call be on the defense here a little bit. Fresh making some nice clears, but a good shot from Katone. Sees a barrier fall, and there's the Crater Maker. Forgot able to get a good angle on that and get it right past Fresh as Cosmic Calamities will bring it to set point.
Yeah, big play coming out from Forgot. Something I think is pretty interesting looking at the gear choices of these players is 3Z Breezy is pulling up with the Siphoning Wand. You know, a lot of Zentaro players as of late have been running Slick Kicks, and it makes sense. You know, Zentaro does plenty of damage. Makes sense, but this Siphoning Wand just means that he is such a potent damage threat, and whenever they get a KO, 3Z immediately moves in to Natty's location and starts dumping abilities on him. You know, it really helps for just chaining KOs together because you do so much more damage. You're stopping a lot of regen by forcing them to regen just a little bit more, and I think it's really, really big. I think it could help their game plan a lot. They are running Vice Zentaro on an explosive entrance Deadeye start. Like, their mission is very clear.
Yeah, but it seems the mission from both sides is a bit clear, though. We do see Forgot taking a lot of damage here. 3Z able to pick up the KO. Death Touch, though, coming in from Forgot as looking to 1v2. The core going to get past him, though, and back over to 3Z. We'll get one barrier here. Borg sending it in, looking for more, but core flip here from Natty will buy a bit of time through the portal And now Katone pushing up with the Whiplash. Forgot back on the board right now as the Crater Maker coming out. Forces Borg to burn the core flip here. They're looking for the barrier, but Natty gets it away. An unfavorable bounce. Fresh can't catch it. It gets right to Katone, who sinks it in to take set 1 for Cosmic Calamities. And this could be potentially a pretty big draft here, as already with Deadeye on the Luna, Forgot could potentially scale a little bit out of control.
Yep, I'm looking at, there's Quick Strike. That's a pretty good awakening. Catalyst. 2 Size Awakenings, 2 Stagger Awakenings, and those are the big ones. Those are definitely what I think Cosmic Calamities would want to pick up to just, like, they're getting kills enough. Unstoppable, also a good pick. Like, denies Luna really hard, so Forgot picking that up means that it can't be picked up by anyone else. And, the Catalyst pick on Fresh, especially with Barrage, is going to be really strong. The Rapid Fire on Vice, like, that Awakening is crazy. And, wow. Hey, today, I will watch Supernova one-shot a guy. Holy.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of damage, but a double KO from Borg with the Thunderstruck. Keeps the power play going for last call for even longer here, but Natty and Forgot holding it down pretty well, not letting this last barrier fall. It will float through the portal here. 3Z actually going to have to burn the flip against Natty. There was not totally sure that it was going to hit here, but now last call with an open goal. Have a chance to put themselves on the board here. Forgot dashing in, though, looking for the boost, but still 2 barriers up for the side of last call. Snare Drum's coming out, though, and that's 3Z Breezy going down. Core flip here from Borg, blocked by Katone, and the barrier falls on Cosmic Calamity's power play now. Got Katone pushing up into this top corner. Death Touch coming out. There's a Crater Maker. A lot of damage onto Fresh, but will manage to survive. Burns a flip in order to do so. But now it's Katone. It looks like we're going down to 3Z Breezy once again. KO's just constantly coming out here as last call. Looking for a shot, but Natty making these saves. Keeping it held down, even in overtime right now, as they're looking to stall out yet another power play here. Breezy with a shot to the bottom, but Katone comes back online just in time and Forgot with the boost. Finds the second barrier. And now suddenly last call's goal is open. They weren't able to score during their power plays. And it could come all back around. A great save from Natty to keep it away. Through the portal once again. Natty passing it back up to Katone. Fresh trying to clear it out here. And Snare Drum's coming out through the portal right into the top side. The overtime speed enough to secure it as Cosmic Calamities put themselves on the board once again.
Oh my god. I was watching that Mako ulti and Snare Drum come out and like, this is good. It blocks the portal, you know, everything's fine. And then it just went in. It went through the portal. And that was that. What a crazy. I wonder if that was planned or if it just did that. You know, but absolutely insane play.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy stuff. I doubt that it was planned, but I mean, yeah, once you hit overtime and then Snare Drum can launch it pretty fast if it winds up in there. And yeah, Fresh just couldn't get up there in time, unfortunately. But once again, I mean, we're seeing another round where the damage is just constantly coming out. Katone is possibly not long for this world, running around as all the members of Last Call begin to swarm. Supernova, unfortunately, is not going to be able to secure anything, but 3Z will be able to get 1 barrier here. Core flip coming out from Natty isn't going to get too far, though. Last Call still looking to hold possession for as long as possible and maybe bring down another barrier. Forgot, though, is winning against 3Z, it seems, keeping it held down. So we hit overtime once again, but Forgot's health bar is not looking great. Once again, Fresh does miss the flip, though. But it might be another KO coming out. Nice evade, though. The Snare Drum's coming out to protect Forgot. Borg getting trapped in the corner for a bit. Almost got launched off the map. He's barely able to survive, however, a nice shot. We'll see that barrier go down on the side of Cosmic Calamities. And Last Call possibly looking to set up to make something happen. And with that KO, onto Forgot that maybe what they need. Sends it into the Supernova. Doesn't quite get a favorable angle, though. We're going to send it again. The pendulum swing, though, from Katone. He's able to send it around the map and bring it down the second barrier. Buy a little bit of time here. Forgot back online. And now boosting in. Great save for Fresh with the barrage. Barely keeping it out. But it's now Cosmic Calamities trying to go in. Once again, it gets back to 3Z Breezy. Finds the dash, but not the angle. And now a Death Touch from Katone trying to find something to set it up here. Borg passing it back in, though. 3Z with the Zenol on the goal line. Doesn't quite get it, though. Gonna go again. Forgot able to strike for that one. Still goes around once again through the portal. Forgot self-pass the power cord, sending it back in, but Katone able to get possession with the pendulum swing. Fresh able to block that one away, but looking for more still, dribbling on this bottom side. It's going to get away, though. Supernova coming out. Back to 3Z Breezy, who almost has a core flip up as well. Last Call could do something with this energy if they're able to get it, but a boost coming in from Forgot is going to be enough to knock it into the Crater Maker to redirect it. That was kind of crazy to put Calamities on set point once again.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamities are playing out of their mind right now. I'm sitting here, I'm watching Katone just like abuse Quick Strikes perfectly so well. I'm watching Forgot put it in every time, and Natty is just like completely unyielding in every situation, making some devious saves that should not be possible. And I think things are looking really tough for Last Call. They've been able to get a lot of damage onto Katone, but then they have trouble finishing the kill. And they have to get this guy out of here, I think, if they want to win, or at least, you know, start setting up their multiple KOs. Forgot, on the other hand, also pretty low, also a good target to start knocking out if they so desire, but hey, someone has to go, you know?
Yeah, and this is an interesting pattern that we've kind of been seeing from Last Call. Oh, 3Z will manage to get a point there, but they will tend to either like find a KO or power play or deal a lot of damage like you were saying, but they have a lot of trouble converting from, you know, getting the core off of their side to like getting a real offense going and like confirming goals and confirming KOs. It just seems to be something that we've seen a recurring pattern of, and with Borg going down pretty early this first set, it's not looking great. Both barriers down, these snare drums are still up, and it's just all Katone as Fresh is just trapped in the cage there with him, and another set falling over to Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, Fresh trapped in a cage with the guy with Quick Strike. Hey, best of luck. And there's a lot on the board. 3Z will be picking up something good, either 1-2 punch or heavy impact. Both just great Zentaro Awakenings. I wonder what Forgot is going to pick up here. Taking that 1-2 punch, you know, the missile dash combo, or perhaps dash missile, if you're so inclined. The Luna dash punch is online. Borg picking up Prize Fighter, looking really good, especially pairing that with Zen heavy impact. If they're able to start chaining these kills, again, they just can run away with this game. We've hit set 3. There's a lot of damage on the board now. Things are about to go crazy. Natty picked up Reptile Remedy, though, which makes hopes of killing the goalie, especially with Pauldrons, just really, really hard. But hey, you know who's not hard to kill? This Katone guy who's completely dead with no Stagger Awakenings.
Yeah, it's really going to be an angle of trying to kill Katone here, and they got, like you're saying, they have a lot more tools to work with. The prime time on Fresh as well is going to be very good for just keeping it consistent. And like all in all, Last Call walked away pretty happy with that draft. Like other than that Reptile Remedy on Natty and maybe the 1-2 punch, Calamities didn't really get like that much. But of course, Last Call have a bit of a mountain to climb with having to reverse sweep the game here. So a nice shot there from Katone. Almost sees the barrier go down through the portal, but looks like Calamity's going to try once again as Katone is forced to evade the mini supernova, but will get the barrier regardless now. But once again, taking a lot of damage here as he's kind of become like the ideal target. It's 3Z with the Zenel on the top side. Borg able to follow up with the power core. Doesn't even need to burn the core flip here. We'll see Last Call put themselves on the board for the second time now. And the first time that they've scored first all game. So maybe there's hope yet for them. They have some energy to work with as well going into this set.
Yeah, small amount of energy coming out. The flip being burned, but Fresh has Catalyst. Hardly matters. Forgot tried to kill that guy the moment he got into the corner. And yeah, hey, Last Call was able to, you know, get their damage out, get the KOs, etc. Get the point. I do think a big deal is that Katone here has 2 Dash Awakenings, and that means that, especially with Mako speed, when he pops his dash, he is very, very fast. He's great for avoiding damage. All being said, another flip completely denied from Last Call by this Luna ult. And yeah, the energy economy is not looking great for them, but they have the damage. They don't need to care about that because they are just putting on more damage.
Yeah, they're looking like they're actually beginning to kill Katone on cooldown now. Like, he just respawned, he's already looking pretty hurt, which if there's no forward, it's going to be a lot harder, of course, for Calamities to score, as once again, Katone is off the map and Last Call having another power play to work with. But if they cannot confirm this barrier, it could be all for naught. They actually end up losing a barrier on the power play here, and the barrier's still standing up. Natty and Forgot are holding it down, and Katone coming back and just immediately scoring with the Whiplash, using that speed, like you mentioned, to just get the point before he can die once again. And even with the power plays, it's still looking a little bit rough for Last Call, but at least they have a plan now.
Yeah, their win condition is online. It is the execution is there, and we're ready to win. Forgot taking a little trip, but getting a little silly with these Luna dashes. A little crazy, but whoa! Guys, as it turns out, Deadeye 1-2 punch from downtown will be killing that guy. You could have seen it coming. And now Cosmic Calamities. I feel like if Cosmic Calamities ever gets power play, it's just over. Unfortunately, power play reversed, and Last Call is in a great position right now. Borg warping around the map, trying to get it, but Natty is just completely unyielding. He will not let it go through. The barriers are up, and Last Call has to fight through 3 people again.
Yeah, they are able to get one barrier here, though, but the work is going to be tough right now, as 3Z Breezy going to have to avoid that Crater Maker. Unfortunately, going to get a favorable bounce off, as the barrier will be going down. Last Call, Fresh trying to make a portal pass here, but unfortunately, Katone with the Whiplash is able to get the barrier off of them. And now on the top side, 3Z with the Zen ult, not going to be able to do too much, but did a lot of damage to Forgot. However, is the pendulum swing from Katone with the bounce off the top, a little assist from the overtime speed as well, to secure the point directly into the bottom. That puts Cosmic Calamities on match point. And Last Call at 1 point, which is a little unfortunate. And I mean, even with the power plays that they're getting, they're just not able to capitalize, it seems. And this might just be the end of game 1. Even as Katone goes down, though, they may have another opportunity to redeem themselves here. Maybe I caster cursed them hard enough, but we'll have to see. So far, both barriers are still staying up.
Yeah, caster blessing inbound. Here it comes any moment now. As yeah, Cosmic Calamities are on game point here, and they're able to. They killed Katone. They just killed Forgot. You know, they're able to just keep mowing them down, but Natty is just not relenting at all. These barriers will be staying up, even through. That's one flip coming out from Play Fresh, another one from 3Z Breezy, another flip from Natty, and Borg's flip down. The energy economy is in shambles. The greatest depression of energy of all time. And now...
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say Last Call had 2 power plays and 3 flips, burnt all 3 flips, and lost a barrier. And both barriers, and hadn't gotten a single barrier yet. Okay, there it goes. Now they have 1 barrier, but Borg is dead, is going to be back alive now. They have something to work with. Picatone's going to be coming back online in just a second here. They have to get down the second barrier to be able to do anything. They're seeing snare drums coming out from Natty, shut down that, and there's Katone running up real fast. Death Touch coming out with the pendulum swing to secure it. That's the game. Going over to Cosmic Calamities in an absolutely stellar performance here on Gates of Obscura. I mean, I feel like there's not much else to say. They just played it better.
Yeah, they played exceptionally well. All 3 members just looking phenomenal. And I don't know, I think Natty holding all of those offenses in the 2v3s were just like immaculate gameplay. That guy would not let the barriers go down, and for that, if they were able to win 3-0, you know, no worries of damage scaling out of control, you know, anything like that. Just a quick like let's win it now, not let the enemy team get any sort of opportunities to get a leg up, and it worked. It worked really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even 15 KOs coming out from the side of Last Call, and they were only able to get 2 points that game, unfortunately. But yeah, Natty, who was kind of the underdog at the start of the season, a little bit of an unknown factor, has kind of consistently proven himself to be a pretty good, like, up-and-coming goalie. Like, this guy is not to be trifled with. And I mean, we saw it right there. Last Call had the power plays and just could not get anything. And maybe that's just has to be with a little bit of Last Call like we were saying, struggling to convert on the offense sometimes. But honestly, Natty was just making some really great clutch saves, really great reactions as well. And on the Mako, of course, that's just going to be even more multiplied when you can just kind of sit on the barrier. And he's pretty good at that character as well. Of course, Forgot and Katone putting in a lot of work on the offensive side as well and looking stellar as always. But yeah, I'm curious what game 2 going to be looking like over on Atlas's lab. It is Last Call's map pick. So I'm curious what the game plan is going to be. I think Gates of Obscura is... I mean, it's a very specialist map, right? Like, people are either very good at it or very, like, not good at it, and it becomes very clear early in the match who's kind of knows the map better. And I think, considering that was Calamity's map pick for game 1, they had a very clear, like, game plan for it. So now moving over to, like, a more standard map, vanilla map, I guess, where Last Call have performed very well in the past. I'm curious if it's going to, in fact, be a little bit of a different game plan here, and obviously we'll have to see the starting awakenings if we're going to run back damage, but I'm curious what Last Call are going to have to pull out for this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see the start. We've had some crazy starts, like back to back to back, and by crazy I mean just like insane damage starts coming out, and I think that'll be pretty game defining. And hey, here we are, Rapid Fire Siege Machine. Rapid Fire is a crazy awakening to start. It's gonna be coming out. It's gonna be doing a whole lot of damage. Infinite primary CDB upon you, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another Vice pick come out from Last Call. Wouldn't be surprised to see some more Zentaro. I don't know. I'm curious to see what the bans are gonna be, and I think Calm is a team that seems pretty comfortable with like everything. I feel like they're very well rounded and can do a lot. And so now an Asher band's coming out. Oh boy, Last Call band now. I wonder what they want to play.
Yeah, we've seen the damage on this map before in the greatest the famous week 2 cinema game, the Vice Luna, and there's the Vice first pick. I'm surprised it wasn't a Luna first pick to deny it away from Forgot and put it on 3Z. But we do see Borg back on the Vice once again. So I imagine it's going to be Calamities picking up Luna here. I wouldn't see why not. But we do see the Kazan come out with the rapid fire start, which is obviously going to be really good on Katone. But yeah, looking like another damage game here from Last Call. Curious to see how it rounds it out. There's the Luna. Back on Forgot once again. So both sides probably playing into that damage. It's just that type of day, I guess.
Yep, we're seeing a rapid fire Kazan really, really strong, and the Luna come out, and it's really interesting because like Last Call picked their midfielder first. And so if your Cosmic Calamity is like, okay, we can pick our brawler and goalie, get some of those out of the pool, and then pick our midfielder last because they're not going to contest. Like, if we want to pick Luna, they're not going to contest the Luna pick. Problem is, they are going to contest the Luna pick because 3Z can just lock in Luna forward, and then, that's gone. Now they have Vice Luna, the Energy Vampire Squad, and things are a lot harder.
So we see the Estelle coming out here, and now I'm actually wondering if that was Vice goalie for Frightfully Fresh and Borg on Estelle. Which is interesting, I think. That's a bit of an unusual team comp, I think, from Last Call coming out at the moment. I mean, there's a potential for damage, but I think you would normally see like the Era show up with the X, unless that's for some reason Fresh on Estelle goalie, which would be really weird, but I think it's Vice goalie. But then, of course, the Mako once again for Natty. So a very strong looking comp. A lot of potential damage here for Cosmic Calamities, and something a little bit riskier here, it looks like, from Last Call. I'm curious to see how it's going to unfold, and if it is, in fact, the Vice goalie. Either way, this is shaping up to be a potentially pretty high damage match regardless. And yeah, it is Borg on Estelle. In the midfield, not something that we've seen like a lot. We've seen a little bit of it. At least I've seen a little bit of it. But I'm curious to see how this folds out. Everyone going rapid fire as expected here as we jump into the game.
Yeah, I think with Estelle goalie and how that pick has been kind of showing up more and more recently, I wouldn't be surprised if it was coming out. But I think the Vice Estelle picks coming out from last call makes sense. Borg, pretty fond of the Estelle, even though he hasn't been playing it much. Playing a lot of Vice. And I don't think we've seen Fresh's Vice a whole lot either, but also just good pick. Vice and Estelle, especially on rapid fire start. Like Estelle on rapid fire start, I cannot stress enough, is very good. Just altogether a really strong damage comp. And with Cosmic Calamities having Kazan, who's just like a stagger liability until he can get some awakenings, I think they're really strongly favored for the first few sets. And that's a big deal when you have an X on your team and you're the team that's favored to be winning the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, they can win the early game, and then they can until 3Z is like able to scale, and then is able to like ideally just beat up Forgot and Natty. But so far, they're holding it down pretty good. They're keeping the offense up pretty much this entire time. They've gotten one barrier here, and still 3Z is keeping possession. Borg is holding it down as well. Just keep sending it back in there. The flip from Borg sees one barrier go down. Calamity's not able to get one quite off the rebound, but it's like last call, trying to keep it up here. However, Forgot is pushing to this top side. That's one barrier. There's a crook leverage from Katone. Finds another one. Topspin to try and dribble it here. Forgot has a flip up. Burns it on the air, unfortunately, but Fresh with a little bit of a risky pass to Borg. Katone able to cut the pass with the pop-up. Is going to put Cosmic Calamities on the board here and tie it up 1-1.
Yep. Matched that first point with one of their own. And obviously Cosmic Calamities has a lot of damage of their own. The Mako, not super damage heavy until later in the game. Can be, especially with Pauldrons, but not taking Pauldrons, going Strike Shot instead. That means that a lot of the damage, if they want to play that way, is going to have to come from Forgot. That being said, they were just able to get both barriers, and core flip for the goal right there, bringing them 2-1 over last call. And they might just try and run down the weaker defense that last call has by running Estelle and Vice here.
Yeah, the potential for core control that Katone has, especially against Vice, like assuming it gets past Borg, is pretty powerful. And I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, the liability here is that Kazan does not have a lot of staggers. We see 3Z is just kind of beating him up at the moment. But if they're able to get a little bit of survivability, they already are controlling the core like pretty decently. As we see, they're up on set points. And if they could just like keep Katone alive, they'll be pretty much cooking. And with 3Z getting taken out right there, that's absolutely massive for Cosmic Calamities. They do lose one barrier, but they have the power play here to potentially get something. A nice clear from Fresh will buy a fair bit of time, though, for 3Z to come back online and reset everything here to neutral. It's Katone looking to bring it back into the midfield. Fresh trying to find a way out of this situation. Thunder striking down, but Katone able to send it right back in here. Piercing shot from Borg, not quite enough. And now core flip coming out, sending it to the top side. 3Z can't get a hold of it, though. And now it's right back to Katone. However, will be cleared out around the black hole. 3Z looking for the push, but it's actually Borg who gets the goal right as it looks like Katone went flying off the map. Fresh actually like gets the credit for that goal to tie it up on set point.
Yeah, crazy. Taking this straight to 0.5. Ton of damage coming out for Forgot. One barrier for last call. But Borg is dying. Hold up there. Watching two teams with like a ton of damage on everyone is crazy, because you can just be watching like usually where the core is, you know, a normal thing to do, and then there's just some guy getting dumpstered in the back. You just have to sit there and watch it happen. But oh my god, crazy Sad Boys, crazy hold from Natty, almost gets it out, barrier goes down, and now Forgot has a core flip, probably gonna use it offensively because his Crater Maker gets the barrier. What's going on? What's happening?
What a strike shot from Natty. 3Z flips it. Forgot whiffs the flip. Natty saves it, but then 3Z gets it anyway. But that was an incredible save from Natty regardless. But last call will take set 1. And looks like Primetime and Quick Strikes both showing up on the board here. One of the two is going to Borg. Looks like it will be the Primetime. Primetime Rapid Fire Estelle is pretty powerful. And there's going to be a lot more control now contested here in the midfield for last call. Orb Dancer will go over to Natty for a bit more speed on that goalie. Deadeye on Fresh, though, is looking pretty scary on that Vice. Big guy pickup here from Katona. He's also really good on Kazan. Quick Strikes manages to fall all the way down to 3Z, which is pretty interesting. Calamities was not afraid of the Quick Strikes X, apparently. And then Forgot ends up getting Missile Prop. So pretty much everyone getting what they want here, more or less. But I'm really liking what Last Call has to work with at the moment.
Yeah, Borg's pulling up with Rapid Fire Primetime. Fresh has Rapid Fire Deadeye. 3Z has Quick Strike. But I forgot, Deadeye obviously being on board, not being able to get that is kind of sad. But the weak Missile Prop Awakening, which makes 2 of his 3 moves do 20% more damage. Pretty good pick. Orb Dancer on Natty, also nice. And Katone with this big guy. It is looking like a big guy, but that just makes him a big target for 3Z, who's walking up, trying to take him down. And Katona is just kind of stuck on his side of the field, not able to get across for fear of death. He's getting ragdolled across the field.
Yeah, if he goes near 3Z, he probably dies. But speaking of dying, Borg finding the KO here. And Natty with the core flip takes out 3Z to make it a 2v2 for the next 6 seconds here. Katone with the crook leverage. Pop up in the top looking for the shot. Fresh able to save it away, though. And now Thunder striking up to the top looking for the power chord. Crazy save by Natty, though. Will keep it held down as everyone is back online here in overtime. Forgot looking to send it back in. Borg sending it back across, though. Natty pass over to Katone. Crook leverage to the bottom. Core flip here from Fresh. Sends it around to 3Z. Can't catch it with the bull rush, though. They're going to have to try once again here. Borg with the piercing shot, but Forgot boosting in. He's going to be able to find it off of the bounce. And will be Calamities taking point 1 of set 2. And dare I say, this Last Call might just be the team that makes cinema on Atlas Labs.
Oh
no.
They might just be. Oh my god. That guy just getting assassinated in broad daylight for everyone to see. But something I noticed or realized just at last point is that Natty never loses a strike ward to a projectile, which is, hey, if you had to pick a quality for your goalie to have, that one's pretty up there. That's a good one. I keep seeing Natty make these crazy saves where he's winning against a projectile, usually like Vice Power Chord, which makes the ball go very fast. And so like, oh wow, that was a good save. But it's always projectiles, and he just never lets them go in. It's super impressive. That being said, his forward is dead, and his midfield is not long for this world.
Ooh, and the piercing shot from Borg. We'll see it sent through Katone. A great setup there. Natty thought it was safe because Katone was standing there, but Borg, of course, is always going to have that primary available with Primetime Rapid Fire and just able to send it right through. And now Fresh coming up with the Supernova. Borg winning that kickoff is going to see Last Call take a quick barrier here. Katone is able to get one in return, but some health bars are looking a little bit sad. A great strike shot from Natty, though. Sees the barrier go down, but Forgot paying with his life for it now. Katone is also looking pretty hurt at the moment. Last Call have the power play to try and make something happen. Core flip here from Natty. Pass up to Katone. Core flip from Fresh. Will save it away. Sends it in. There's the barrier down. And there is Katone getting launched across the entire map by Frightfully Fresh. And another power play for Last Call. Core flip from 3Z. Pops the X Maximus for insurance. And it just goes right in to bring it to a set point.
That guy died from where? From downtown? And put on the skates and flew right into the wall? Brutal. Damage is looking like it is doing a small amount of work today, as the Last Call is up 2-1 in this set, 1 point away from going up 2 sets. And hey, maybe, just maybe, Last Call is looking to bring us to a game 3. We're gonna win, and looking good doing it too. Just like, I don't know. Oh, that wasn't Last Call. That was Cosmic Calamities. That was 3Z getting taken out. I mean, Katone is dead. I'm watching, like, I don't know how to verbalize it. It's what if every point was on Clarion, the bounce house? You know, that's what I'm watching right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, last call are definitely looking a lot better in this game too. It seems Gates is just not their map at all, and with the KO there onto Katone, they have yet another power play here to work with. Borg sending it into the Supernova, but Natty able to save that one away, and it actually ends up being an own barrier. Forgot boosting in with the rocket, but it's not quite enough off that little corner there. Fresh is able to save that one away. Now keep it going to 3Z, pass to the top. We'll see the barrier fall. Now he's sending it into Katone, though, dribbling on the top side. Crook leverage to get it through. Borg, shot to the top. Will sink it in, and that's Cosmic Calamities once again, bringing it to another 0.5. Either team could take this one. It's just been kept absolutely neck and neck this entire time with how volatile both teams are with their damage. You never really know what's just about to happen next.
You really don't. Like, I almost just watched Forgot get assassinated at 3Z. On a mission, looking to get this guy, but instead just gets both barriers. All barriers down. None left. And 3Z, with the quick strikes, able to just get right through Natty. Confirm it with the bell ringer. And that's going to be last call, going up 2-0 against Cosmic Calamities here.
Yeah, looking pretty nice, and some nice things showing up on this board as well. All of the stagger, as well as stacks and catalyst, but also orb ponderers here. Natty does have max orbs, so it looks like Borg wait it out for just a second. There's so many nice things here, and actually his catalyst going over to Natty, which allows Fresh to pick up orb ponderer, hot shot pick up on the Estella here, Reptile going over to Forgot, will be reverb for 3Z and peak for Katone. Stacks actually going unpicked here. I guess with how many KOs are coming out, it might not be worth it on the forwards. But there was some nifty drafting there from last call to secure the Orb Ponderer on Fresh. And Borg still got something nice as well. The Hot Shot's just going to be even more cooldowns on that primary. So they have set themselves up for some pretty good success right now. Of course, Natty will have a bit more energy to work with as well. With how many saves he's been making, it's going to definitely come in handy here. But I'm liking what last call are getting, and they could just be looking to close this game out right here.
Yeah, Borg has like a 3-second cooldown on his beam. It's crazy. Fresh with Orb Ponderer is super scary. It kind of also just a 2-second cooldown on the Vice Primary. That being said, Forgot putting it in. It is at 0 health. Cosmic Calamities were forced to take 2 Stagger Awakenings and Catalyst. Just go full defense against everything that last call is throwing out here. And hey, it might be enough to help them win the game. Every time Katone is alive, they will just get in there and take barriers, but it's looking really rough. That being said, this guy, hey, he is alive and he is kicking. Getting these barriers left and right in spectacular fashion, but he's dead now. But now he's dead.
Yeah, he may not be long for this world. However, they are keeping the offense up. Not going to be able to secure a point just yet, though. Crater Maker coming out onto Fresh here as Katone with the top spin. Almost finds the KO onto Fresh, but last call able to bring that one barrier. Core flip from Natty sends it up. Fresh burns the flip just to survive. Manages to keep the goal out regardless. Thunderstruck coming in. Doesn't hit Katone, though. That's how they're both living on a razor's edge right now. Core flip burnt away. We'll see the barrier go down, and there's Fresh finding the KO, but can't strike War the Rocket. Forgot sinks it in. Frightfully Fresh does not have the natty stat of winning strike wars against projectiles, and it will be Calamities at 2-0 on set point once again.
Yeah, Pocket Rocket coming out, catching Fresh off guard. Oh my god. Froggy, no, watch out.
Oh my goodness,
Danger.
Another power play for last call, but Katone is just taking down the barriers. The barriers are gone from last call side, and Snare jumps out. Forgot right back online now, and Katone has the core on the top. Borg able to blink up, try and get over to 3Z, but the barrier not going to be going down just yet. Now Forgot is in the mix as well. Crater Maker coming out. Borg is not looking healthy at the moment. Katone is just using abilities to stagger Borg, but 3Z will be able to find a shot onto the barrier here. Pass down to Borg. Blink in. Core flip here from Natty. Saved away by Fresh, though. Trying to get it back over to 3Z. Dribbling in the top side, looking for the bull rush. Can't connect it. Gets it down to Borg. Piercing shot. Natty saves it once, but not twice. Borg off the rebound. Will get the point. Put last call on the board. but they just got to end it here. I don't think my heart can take it if Calamities bring it back to a set 5.
If Cosmic Calamities are able to pull up and bring this game back, they've earned it. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. Katone is like permanently at 0 health. That being said, they are 1 point away from winning this set. Katone has a flip. Really just awful spot to be because you have to burn that flip to survive. But then what? Then you just have no energy and are a sitting duck. Trying to stack. Let his teammates take the damage instead. Evading all of these. I mean, Katone is playing Toho out here. There's just a million abilities coming his way.
Yeah, good survivability here from Katone, but with both barriers down from everyone here, Fresh has the Supernova. Borg able to send it right up in there to line up the shot, and it will be Fresh taking the goal. Last call, bringing it to set point now, tying it up. But yeah, killing Katone is once again kind of their win condition at the moment, as it seems already. Just off a kickoff, Katone just loses half of his health. And is looking a little bit unhealthy as Borg able to snag 1 barrier here. Breezy with the bell ringer looking for more. Fresh is up in the mix on the midfield. Not going to be too much though. Boys angle though. Sees the barrier stay alive for the last call. Tony looking for it though. It's 1 off the crook leverage, 2 off the rebound. As now with an open goal, Calamities have a chance to take this set here. Borg almost has a core flip though. Piercing shot gets the barrier. Whiff the core flip in the midfield, and a core flip from Katone just sends it right to the bottom. Oh no, and now Cosmic Calamities will take the set and bring it back just a little bit. We're going to a set 4. Katone the MVP. And this could be big, potentially, if they're able to like drag this out to a set 5. I mean, crazy. Rampage is on the board as well, and Katone has big guy. Actually going to go for the ad rush though to keep it away from Borg, it looks like, or from Fresh, it looks like.
Yeah, for Fresh or Borg, either of them are huge threats. Both have just insane KO confirms. Not being able to pick up the Rampage is kind of unlucky, with that Might of Colossus, but also, like, how long will you be keeping these stacks? It's tough. A big Monumentalist pickup coming out from 3Z. Some really great X Awakenings coming out there. Forgot actually picking up the Rampage, which I think is really interesting. Just like just a hard draft. Not a lot of, like, Awakenings that are good for any of these characters. Like, the best pickup was Twin Drive on Fresh for his Orb Ponderer, and that'll be phenomenal. And like Aerials on Borg, which is one of Estelle's best Awakenings. Oh, and Adrenaline Rush on Katone, but with how few KOs Calm's been getting, it's going to be a little bit harder to get that Adrenaline Rush going. Just like rough draft. Rough draft all around.
Yeah, definitely. But a great play of the last call with Fresh up in the mix. 3Z with the X Maximus able to sink it in. And Borg as well. I popped the Rose Thorns to actually earn the point there. But some good, big explosive plays on the offense here from last call to take point 1. As they're looking to hopefully just seal the deal and not have to play it out to a set 5 in an ideal world. Maybe just utilize the dash range on Estelle, which is pretty big power spike for the character. And just kind of keep doing what they've been doing. Core flip now from Fresh, but utilizing that twin drive quite well, is able to bring down that barrier here. And unfortunate save, Natty can't quite get the right angle to get the core out of there, and the Mako primary kind of hits it backwards a little bit. A little bit rough there, but last call now on match point. Breezy has a flip up. This could be it.
This could be it. This could be the point that brings us to a game 3. And it's kind of looking like it. Katone just like using all of his elusives, everything he has, and still getting knocked out. 3Z Breezy is here. The X is Maximus. Borg locked up in the cage. Can't really do much, but... Oh, Natty's holding this barrier. Wait a minute. Cosmic Calamity's not out of it yet. There's still a chance. There's still hope. Forgot with the core flip. Having to burn it. Natty has his core flip. He has the Orb Dancer. Got a lot going for him, but still, things are looking really tough for Cosmic Calamities. Try and get anything. They have a barrier and a dream, and sometimes it's all you need.
Just sometimes indeed, but Forgot gets the goalie as well. The core flip from Natty to dime up Forgot, sink it right in. We'll see Calamities put themselves on the board. A massive KO onto Frightfully Fresh there. to keep Calamities in the game. And I mean, that's kind of what they're hoping for. They do get a nice barrier off of the kickoff here. We're gonna have a lot to. They're in a little bit of a reverse situation here from last game, where they are the ones who have the mountain to climb. But Katone starting them off well with the second barrier here, just taking it one step at a time. Get the barriers, get the goal, get the set. However, 3Z able to fire right back with the Maximus Coreflip here, looking for the bull rush. He stairs goes from Natty, hold it down, and stop the flurry from Borg as well. Coreflip coming out from Borg, whiffs. In addition to that, now it's Katone working his way back up the field. Forgot boosting and gets KO'd for it though. Now Katone with the crook leverage, looking for a shot here. Not gonna be able to find it on the last call's power play though. Now Borg in the top side. Katone bringing it down here. Frightfully Fresh pushing up. Pop up from Katone. Almost brings it up. Crater Maker coming out. Just kind of sends it back to Forgot here though. Fresh jumping in. Pass down to Borg. Looking to set us up. Forgot with the boost. But 3Z on the top side has the Maximus. Natty's able to save it away though. Once again, 3Z looking here. Core flip coming out from Natty. Try and send it in. Strike shot saves it away. Once again, core flip here from 3Z. The stairs once again. Shut him down. 3Z keeps getting put in jail by Natty. And the core is still going here. Boosting in. Forgot. Can't quite find it though. But nicer can 3Z. And now it's Borg with the Road Storms with a fusing shot. But it doesn't catch it again. And it gets down to Katone. Core flip from Fresh is able to save it away. But for how long here in overtime, Katone hits this core pretty quickly. 3Z Breezy with the X Maximus. And Borg with a piercing shot. Able to secure it and take the game for last call in a crazy last point.
Oh my god. That was just... Hey, my hands are up. Cinema. Last call, you've done it again. And it's just insane. Save after save after save. I thought when Fresh was forward, you know, the eject button was about to wear off and Katone took the shot, that it was in. You see, like, great play, Cosmic Calamities, evening it up, you know, ready to bring it back. But then he ejects back, core flips it, and like, at that point, it felt like it was over. And just, they just had so much offense. The damage was just too much. And even like all the Stagger Awakenings that I think everyone on Cosmic Calamities had at least one Stagger Awakening. The Catalyst, that there was so much that they had, but it just wasn't enough to get through the X, the Estelle. I think Borg on the Estelle just did a crazy amount of work. That guy was covering so much space. He had so many cooldowns. There were so many abilities coming out, and just like they were just able to keep it permanently on Cosmic Calamity's side. And then, you know, they would just keep killing people, and eventually it went in. And hey, that's a good game plan. I like that. That one works.
Yeah,
Just-
absolutely.
Wow.
Borg's build was really, really good. Getting the prime time and the hot shot with the rapid fire start was pretty insane. Did a lot to control the midfielder, but Frightfully Fresh was kind of popping off that game as well. The Twin Drive, once the Twin Drive Orb Dancer came online, Fresh was up in Natty's face so much, and Natty was making some incredible saves as well. I mean, 3Z was like a convicted felon, basically, that last point with how much he got put in jail. But yeah, ultimately, last call, just utilizing that power offense that they had going, keeping it up. It looked pretty good. So moving on to game 3, Clarion Test Chamber, another kind of one of the new big 4, potentially even arguably big 3 maps. It's almost less gimmicky than like Oni Village in some ways, but still more bit of a neutral map as well. Kind of like Atlas Lab, damage can be a little bit more favored. But I'm curious to see once again what teams are going to be pulling out. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more damage from last call. And I'm curious to see if they're going to do something about Forgot's Luna, or if they're just going to keep letting that be a thing. So I guess we'll find out.
I would be surprised to see the Luna come out. I think it's really hard play on this map with how many narrow corridors there are. So many places just like have your dash get stuffed out. But prize fighter start, primetime prize fighter start. Probably going to see a ton of primetimes come out. Kind of the same thing as rapid fire, just like, guys, when they're throwing out more primaries, they're doing more damage. Uh-oh. But that's Kazan and Vice banned. Both teams having trouble with those characters. And so, hey, smart bans. I agree. And that looks like a Kai first pick, probably for Frightfully Fresh, coming out. And bang! Off rip immediately. X and now being picked up for Cosmic Calamities. Denying the X from 3Z. Now to deal with the damage if Last Call pulls up with any of that. And I think that's a really, really strong comp on this map. I believe Cosmic Calamities actually played, I don't know if it was exactly this, but it was Katone on X, and they were down, I think 2-0, and then brought it all back, and just like with infinite X scaling. At one point, Katone had like 400 power. To give you an idea of what was going on, I like the X pick on Clarion. I think it's pretty good, and dare I say, Katone might be familiar with it.
Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing Asher Rasmus come out. Luna Zentaro was up for Last Call, which is something that I think everyone has been wanting to see from them this season, but it's always been getting denied in one way. But it looks like they're not going to do it this go around. But I seeing this Rasmus pick, I think it might be Borg on Kai and Fresh on Rasmus goalie, unironically. But I guess we'll find out. Honestly, it could kind of be Fresh on any character of these. But we'll find out. I guess it could also just be 3Z on Rasmus and Borg on Asher, the other way around, and then just kind of running double brawler. But a bit of an interesting team comp from Last Call. But yeah, we see the Mako X now from Calamities, and like you were pointing out, I mean, that's just a really strong comp in general. And Natty is shown to be very good on the Mako. He's been playing it all day. So, I mean, Calamity's doing what they know works here. And once again, not entirely sure. Oh, it looks like Fresh is actually on the Asher here. So Asher goalie, Borg is on the Kai, and 3Z is on the Rasmus. So curious to see how this pans out. But I think on paper, Cosmic Calamities have a pretty strong comp. And I'm curious to see how Last Call end up actually dealing with this, especially with primetime start.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is, hey, Fresh is on the Asher. That guy's a freak on the character. I'm looking at Mako and X on the side of Cosmic Calamities with a little bit of help from Now. Keep that X guy alive. Pretty good. And Kai Rasmus as a forward duo for Last Call, I definitely like. I think it's a lot better on open maps, but both those characters are by no means bad in their respective positions. Definitely can do a lot. Hey, me when I click barrage and get a barrier. Not all midfielders can do that, and I don't mean players. I mean the characters themselves. And so, they're pretty useful. I don't know. And then just kind of relying on Fresh to hold down these barriers. That being said, Tone is in there, absolutely brawling it up. Oh, but a weird bounce coming off the middle is going to be putting it in, and we are starting off this match. This match feels weird. This is a weird one.
Yeah, I think it is definitely a weird one. Also, I think I don't know, capitalize on the weirdness or whatnot, but the gear in Awakening is exactly the same. Slick kicks prime time for the forwards and strike shot prime time for the goalies on both sides as well. I feel like that makes sense. It's just weird to see it, actually visually. But we do see some core flips here from Cosmic Calamities. Forgot and Katone both burning theirs to get a barrier here to set us off. But now it's going to be Last Call who are going to have the energy coming up. And they're able to get one, just kind of vanilla here. Fresh sending it back around the bounce house once again. Potentially another, but it's not going to be quite enough here. Bounce here from Borg. Natty able to save that one away. Breezy Breezy looking for the dribble, but the bounce going to send it a little bit too fast here. Borg, however, able to recover, send it back in, but Forgot able to hold it down. Get it back up to Katone. Pops the X-Max, the core flip from Borg. Will save that one away once again now. Forgot looking for a shot at the bottom. Core flip here from Fresh. Get over to 3Z. Pendulum comes in, but Natty saves that one away still, despite getting hit by the Pendulum. A favorable bounce kind of diming him up right there. Just bring it into overtime. Both these teams just kind of sending it into open space with the barriers both on the bottom side here to make it almost an Oni Village game. However, it will be Calamities who will bring down that barrier first here. To keep us going, Katone looking for the shot, but Fresh able to save it once. Pass splitter coming out as well. Pass down to Forgot. Katone pass down to Forgot once again. There's going to be 3Z who gets control, but Natty is just holding it down, winning every interaction against 3Z Breezy right now, who is not willing to burn this core flip just yet. They do earn Katone's core flip, though, which is nice, so no more flip on the X. Bellringer comes out, but Fresh saves that one away once again. Katone wins the strike war. Fresh with the barrier beam, saves it off. And Giga Blast coming out, but 3Z still not able to really get a hold of the core, get any real offense going for last call at all. Forgot wins another strike war. It just gets it right back up to Katone, and how long can Fresh hold against this? Seems like forever, but Natty as well. He's also holding forever. The core flip coming in, and a great bounce. Forgot able to position the primary in the perfect spot, really. Tie it up now.
Yeah. and there it is. That whole point, despite it going in for Cosmic Calamities, just felt like Fresh saying, yeah, I'm just going to hold it down. Like, I don't care about any of this. I'll just keep the barrier up. Don't mind this. I just won't let it go in the net, you know? It just... Fresh is incredibly familiar with this Asher pick. I've been playing it since the dawn of time. And, hey, now we're on the map where people just, like, get staggered and die. And I'm seeing people getting staggered and dying. So, and business as usual, all is right in the world. But I think this core flip on Forgot is about to be pretty big. As, hey, it helps get the barrier, and now Cosmic Calamity is trying to go in. Borg looking low. Things are getting a little dangerous for last call here.
Katone also looking low, though, and Borg actually able to find the KO with the barrage there. Now Fresh looking for a way to get around Forgot here. Pass up to Borg, gets over to 3Z, who has the Whiplash. Natty saves it off, though, as they're looking to stall out his power play a bit. Get over to 3Z once again, who gets stuck in the goo. Katone popping the X Maximus, looking for the KO. 3Z going down here, and Borg burns the flip, and now it's the power play for Cosmic Calamities. Katone and Forgot rushing up to try and get the offense going here. So far, last caller managing to keep it out. However, pass and Forgot down to Katone with the dribble into Bellringer. We'll be able to find it. Bring it to set point now, once again. Here for Cosmic... Well, I guess it's the first set in this game, but Calamities looking to start us off, it looks like.
Yep. Here, a big thing I'm noticing is Cosmic Calamities doesn't have a lot of damage, but, hey, Kai, the character, doesn't have a lot of health. You know, even though they don't have a ton of damage, they've been able to stagger Borg really easily, just off a couple stray hits, and capitalize on that. And it's been working out for them really well. And obviously, when you're X now in the power play, you just have a lot of opportunity to sit there, stall out for an opportunity, and just, you know, have one good push with all your X abilities. That being said, though, playing X into Asher, playing anything into Asher, let's be clear, is just like misery. But playing X, who really wants to just like force it through, into Asher, who is extremely proficient in not letting you force it through, makes things really hard. So, I don't know, despite Cosmic Calamities able to get it, so far we are now in the one barrier to one barrier stalemate. Caster's Curse, my bad, sorry.
Ooh, the flip from Fresh, kind of getting stalled out here, but weird bounce sends it around the world, and Fresh can't quite line up the strike shot in time. So it will be Cosmic Calamities taking the first set. Katone, the MVP on the X here. Quick strikes available. Both the orbs are up here as well. The goalies could be looking into that. Or even, honestly, Forgot could be picking up Ponderer, Dancer here. It will be quick strikes going over to the X. Borg opting for the Titans. Both Asher and Rasmus are fans of size here. There's the Orb Dancer pickup from Forgot. Ponderer going over to Fresh. Extra special on Natty, who already is like locking people in jail for life. Just gonna be able to do it even more. And Twin Drive pickup there for 3Z at the end to work with. But yeah, really good draft there, looks like, from Cosmic Calamities. Last call do have a bit more size, and the Orb Ponderer once again on Fresh is pretty good. But Dancer on Natty, or on Forgot, seems really scary. And of course, you also got Quick Strikes X and Extra Special Mako to contend with. Last Call might have a little bit of a challenge this set.
Yeah, I definitely think Orb Dancer on Forgot is going to be a huge deal. You know, now already just goes fast with her own orb, but she picks up the orbs from the map and goes even faster, you know? Like, that's terrifying. Quick Strike on Katone, also really good. Is going to make these offensive pushes really, really terrifying. And an extra special coming out on Natty. There's the second cage to the point. Like, we're just going to be seeing a lot of ensnare drums come out, and it's such a strong move. You know, if you can get 25% off any of your moves on Mako, that's probably, I guess, second most useful. You play Mako for the secondary, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people understate the utility of that ability.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong tool for shutting stuff down. I mean, like we've been seeing. But Katone with the X Maximus is looking to KO 3Z, who getting put in jail once again. Able to slip out, though, and stay alive for a bit longer. Having to kind of hug the wall there just to stay alive. But Fresh and Bork trying to hold it down for as long as possible. Fresh has to burn the flip. A nice angle as well. It's going to actually see the barrier come down here on the side of Calamities. Now it looks like Katone with the dribbling pass splitter coming out from Fresh to try and send it back in. 3Z still recovering a little bit. Taking a lot of damage from Cosmic Calamities at the moment here. Can't quite find the pendulum swing. And look to maybe set something up. However, Katone is the one with the core. Looking for a shot to the top. Fresh able to send that one away. Bell Ringer to send it up to Forgot. Playing on this speed lane. Not able to get anything off that push, but has a flip up now. It's going to be up to Fresh to try and clear it out here. But Natty with the snipe. The Mako primary hits it dead on and sends it right back at Fresh. Put Calamities on the board once again.
Yeah, from so far away. Just pinpoint precision, taking that thing out. Oh, speaking of getting taken out, 3C has been drone struck to oblivion. Forgot doing the primary into flip, but that's only one barrier off that power play. Forgot or Fresh holding the other one and using all of the Asher abilities. And with that Orb Ponder, it's just going to be getting them all back. It has 5 stacks already and prime time. You know, this Orb Ponderer pick looking pretty good. Borg tries to kill Katone off the core flip as well, but 3Z goes down again. Both barriers down. Cosmic Calamity is looking really good here.
Yeah, and now pass up to Forgot here. Katone able to receive the pass off of Forgot and win the strike war against Borg there. Put Calamities on set point yet again. As yeah, they're looking pretty good. 3Z stuck at level 4 has unfortunately not really gotten to interact with the core all that much. I think X getting taken away by Cosmic Calamities is really kind of rough right here for last call. As I mean, Natty and Forgot have doing a really good job of just not letting 3Z touch this thing basically ever. And now Katone going big mode, extra big mode off the orb, finds the KO onto Borgen. Now 3Z is also looking pretty low. The second barrier falls now, and core flip here from Forgot sets up the secondary. Doesn't get too much here. Borg back online. The last call in a bit of a precarious situation as Katone with the bell ringer is actually be able to find it through Borg. Take another set for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, Katone with the soft bell ringer, the weak hitbox, putting it in. And wow. This is the draft of all time. There are so many things. I'm looking at Catalyst, Rampage, and Might of Colossus. Both the forwards want those. Peak Performance could be a big deal for last call. A little bit of survivability. Hotshot could go on like most of these characters and look really good, but that's Catalyst for Forgot. Peak on Natty. Chrono Boost going to Borg is a really big deal. That guy's going to be moving. Mach 10 is out the gate. And both sides Awakenings going to the forwards. Over 3Z Breezy getting stuck with Rampage. Really has to worry about not getting KO'd to keep them. Especially, you know, getting stacks and then losing them. You can only get 10 stacks of Rampage per set. And that's if you go straight to 0.5. Like, it's going to be really hard to keep that up. Yeah, good draft for both teams, but I don't know. I think I kind of give it to Cosmic Calamities because of that Rampage pick. It's just, like, not super useful. But hey, I'm feeling hungry, and 3Z's feed me all those words I just said.
Yeah.
With a spoon.
I kind of agree, though. Calamities, that looks like a much better draft kind of on paper, as well as 3Z hasn't been able to do as much on offense as you would like to see out of Last Call. So like the barriers just aren't going down all that much. But I mean, we'll have to see. Rasmus, once he gets like 3, maybe 4 Rampage stacks, you're cooking a lot more than you were when you had 0. So if Ruzi can manage to set that up, it's going to become a lot easier here. That being said, both forwards looking pretty darn low. Fresh, unfortunately, going to be dropping that barrier, though, and 3 flips up on the side of Cosmic Calamities. Could be bad news for Last Call here. Able to get 1 barrier off of it, though. But Katone walking up is a bit scary. Forgot running very fast here in this midfield to get up to this top side. Trying to pass it down to Katone once again, winning this barrier and not going for the core, just going for 3Z. Just going straight for 3Z. Pops the X-Max, and now he's going for Borg. Pops the core flip, and now core flip here from Forgot sends it around, and it collides with Borg's flying dead body right at the goal line for an absolutely cinematic shot as Cosmic Calamities now get a goal of their own.
Who would win? 3Z and Borg both fighting for their lives, or one Katone who's extra big?
Yeah, two forwards or 1 forward that's the size of 2 forwards.
Yeah, that's 2 forwards for 1 forward deal, and just wow, yeah, Katone showing up absolutely bloodlust at that last point, and the guys almost gets knocked out there, forced to burn flip. But now just, doing a ton of damage to Borg. Taking a ton of damage. Where does health bar go?
Yeah, Asher able to do a little bit of damage back as well there. And also the goo setting up a fair bit of stagger here. But Tony not looking good. Does manage to get the barrier here, though. And avoid Fresh's dash as well to stay alive. It's a pretty nice core flip here from Forgot. Pass up to Katone. Is saved away from Fresh, but now the Bellringer coming in. Looking for the Bull Rush setup. Doesn't need it, though, because the strike will be enough to put Cosmic Calamities on match point and series point here, as they're looking to handedly take this with just 1 more solid one. Forgot is already at level 10 and been putting in absolute work in this midfield here. Unfortunately, Last Call just aren't quite able to keep up the pace that Cosmic Calamity has been putting out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really been just like Katone going crazy on these barriers and on these players with the support of Forgot and Natty, and we might just see that for 1 more point. That being said, game's not over till it's over. Last Call has the opportunity to bring it back, but that's a core flip, and that's going straight into the bottom corner, and that's it.
Yep. And now the game is over.
Now the game is over.
Yeah. Cosmic Calamities handedly taking that one. Looked really good as well, doing it. I think it's an interesting draft from Last Call to first pick the Kai instead of like first picking the X onto 3Z. So I'm not sure what like the game plan was with that, but I obviously didn't pan out this go around. As I mean, just looking at the stats, it's pretty much all just in Calamity's favors. There's a few redirects over on Borg and Fresh here. Did put up a lot, but Forgot with the typical 178 redirects for a, how long was that, 15-minute game is pretty standard now midfield stuff, it looks like. But yeah, very well played from Cosmic Calamities throughout the series, picking up an additional 9 KOs here as well. But yeah, I mean, they looked good. They're looking pretty good, and I'll have to open the thing that has their record on it, but that does unfortunately put Last Call pretty decidedly toward the bottom of the thing, and their playoff standings are not looking good, unfortunately.
Things are looking a little rough for Last Call. Would have to look at the rest of their schedule, but I mean, that's it for NASL this week. We have post show coming up next, where the standings will be reviewed, and that'll be a great place to see where all the teams are, how everyone's faring, how everyone's sitting with their season, and we're over halfway done. Just came over that curve today with week 5, 4 weeks left. And I think here's where a lot of teams and their their playoff positions will start to be set in stone. And so, hey, we'll be going there soon. In the meantime, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of summed it up for the most part, but yeah, GG's to all the teams that played today. It was a great game too, as well. I tip my hat to Last Call for giving us more cinema, but yeah, unfortunately, Cosmic Calamity is just looking too good this week. So yeah, that's all. We throw it over to the post show. Stick around for that. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, with week 5 coming to an end, welcome back everybody to the post show. My name is Tech, joined with some amazing strikers today, and we're gonna get into some questions about what happened this week. I'm gonna start off with NXZD, an incredible performance coming out of you today, and also your team with that reverse sweep in the 2-1 series. I'm sure you got to feel good coming off that one. So why don't you talk me through how you're feeling?
Yeah, for sure. So the first game was really tough for us. It kind of killed a lot of our momentum going into it, and the vibes are just kind of down. So we kind of just had to lock in for the last 2 games. Really, we kind of just picked up our vibes, kind of picked up the talking, and played just much better than we did in the first game. And it kind of came together with that.
Absolutely. And, Julie in this season, Nassau season
Yeah.
4, is one of the lowest picked strikers. A lot of people say you need a great midfielder to pilot it properly, but in this instance, you just straight up diffed. Why don't you sort of talk me through what was going through your head?
I mean, Julie's just really difficult because there's so many better picks than her. But when I saw the 1-2 start, I mean, I love playing Julie on 1-2 start, of course, and high rolling into Adrenaline Rush really helped, obviously. Those 2 awakenings are just so strong in her, and I think like especially with 1-2, like when you core flip, it does so much knockback that people really don't expect it, and I think it just kind of gave us like a crazy edge that people just aren't used to playing in the season, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah, especially with that 1-2, as you mentioned, being a huge difference maker, and you're up against Cosmic Calamities next week, which is going to be a very exciting match. How are you feeling about that matchup next week?
I'm excited. I'm really excited to play against Natty. I think he's really strong, and I've never been able to like play him, I don't think, in tournaments or anything. So it's going to be like a first kind of experience for me. But I'm excited.
Definitely, we'll make sure we look out for that one. The Joker, I have a number for you, and I'm going to ask and see if you recognize what it is. 101,737. Does that mean anything to you?
101,000?
Yep.
That's how much damage I did over both games, right?
That's right. With only 57 damage difference between those 2 games, got to be the most consistent damage output, perhaps, in the entire NASL. What was going through your mind those games and 13 KOs? Come on.
Yeah, I think I was a brawler today. I don't know. I just did my brawler thing, man. I had to just do a lot of damage, get a lot of KOs, and it helped us win for sure. So yeah, I'm glad I played my part in team's victory.
Absolutely. I was scared that you might punch some of us up here on the desk after these games. Why don't you talk us through the Xianzhu rune pick as well? Have you guys been scrimming with that, as we don't see a lot of runes picked in Nassau or even just at top level play in general?
Yeah, it's actually like low-key his most played character. Like he's known for his now because that character is like really strong and he's really good at it. But it's his like most played character, I think, and he's like really good at it. So we're like on certain maps and certain starts, like it's not bad. It might not be bad of a pick. So in some scrims, we've been like picking it in like places we can. And then right here it was Monu on Gates of Obscura, and yeah, just like played into the corner, put a portal behind me, and just like that helps me out a lot. So yeah, I think it was a really good pick, and we executed well with it.
Absolutely. And you're up against Last Call next week. This is an important match for your team, and we just witnessed them play a crazy series. Are you nervous at all, or just excited for that matchup?
I'm never really nervous for any games. Sometimes I guess, but this one, no. Those guys are all my friends, and like I always have fun playing against them. And like we really need these wins to make that playoff push. So yeah, we're just gonna go and like do our thing,
That's right. Well, thank you, Joker. And finally, last but not least, Al Dente. There have been some accusations with shocking evidence.
Tech, let me just cut you off. I've got a number for you.
Okay.
What does 15 mean to you as a number? You're talking about other stuff. What's 15? Do you know what that number, when you know what that stands for?
Ooh, enlighten me.
Stands for the KO record in the North American Strikers League Season 4 for most KOs by an individual player in one game. So I'm going to say we're talking about numbers. How about we start with that one? X-Lore on the Clarion app. It's Al Dente. I made my fresh debut as a rookie and I went crazy. Now you may ask me a question. Or continue with your bit.
No, of course. That is a huge record and huge amounts of damage coming out from you. There's been reports that Al Dente is actually Puffy FPS, Puffy first-person shooter, playing on a second device. Al Dente, what do you have to say about these accusations?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, if our team is so good that we can win 2v3, then I mean everyone else is done. I'd say honestly just bench Bells and Vaughn, and it looks like a stronger roster already. So anyway, that's all I got to say about that
Perfect.
question. I guess.
All right,
Let's
we'll
just
have to
get it
see
done.
what those coaches think about that one. Now that we're halfway through the Nassau season 4, as someone who watched Vaughn very closely last season, what would you say the biggest differences between Nassau season 3 versus 4?
The fact that Sad Boys has even less games with our starting roster, I think if our calendar looks the way it does, we're gonna have 4 weeks without our main roster this season. We've already had 2, and I think we're gonna have 2 more before the end of the season. So, we're just gonna do our best to make sure that we make playoffs again, because I literally said it at the start of season 3, where we were just we're gonna try to like get through the season. I don't care what our record was gonna be, and we'll show up in playoffs. And then in the middle of the season, our record was shaky, and people were starting to yap, and we were like, we already said what we had to say. We're just making the playoffs, and then we know what happened. So, I think we'll be just fine, and that's the answer. And then I said this on a post show, but Snake Draft really just has changed the game for the better, and I strongly believe that. So that's definitely my 2 cents on the matter. I like the plethora of characters. There's just so many more matchups that you would have never seen. Sometimes, things like fall into like certain handshakes, but you can't tell me if there wasn't Snake Draft, you wouldn't have seen like the Rune X into like the Asher Rasmus, and you wouldn't have seen all these interesting starts. Like we would have just been handshaking like always. So I really like that. W change. NASL 4 is probably my favorite season to watch so far, and I don't think it's close either. I actually love watching the games, so they're really good.
Absolutely. Snake Draft, a huge difference and makes it so much more enjoyable to watch and hopefully even to play for a lot of these people. And, speaking of Snake Draft, we saw Luna paying dividends throughout today's matches. I know clearly you love the Luna character. So, what are your thoughts on her in this current meta?
Me, the brawler?
Oh, well, what do you think Vaughn would think? Sorry,
Oh,
Aldente. Sorry. I'm mixing you two up.
I was gonna say I play brawler, which means I'm. Yeah, wait. I actually don't know how much I'm supposed to swear on this show. I'm a brawler, so I'm a dumbass, and I don't understand anything about game knowledge. And I'm completely limited in my skill set. But if I had to guess what another character was that's not playing the
Yeah.
brawler position, I think the character is pretty good actually. I think it's really threatening goalie. Um, like we've been playing a lot against demons, and when they lock that in goalie, and it's like a ponder or extra special start, feels really oppressive. And then Luna's always going to be good with like Deadeye and stuff. That's just how it is. I appreciate the fact that Snake Draft exists because it creates opportunities for it to be picked. When before, if you watch Sad Boys games, it would have literally been a Deadeye start, and I wouldn't pick it. Like I'd pick like the X Arrow Julie comp, or I'd pick like Estelle instead, just because why would you risk it? But all of a sudden, you get a couple picks deep, couple bands in, couple champs have been locked in, and the Rocketeers smiling wide. So I think I think literally every character has some like minute place to be picked in some position, like in the entire cast in certain games, which I think is cool.
Yeah, we love to hear that diversity coming out from strikers, of course, as you mentioned. And here are the standings for next week. We see the 3 teams in the first seed tied, all at 4-1. See the rest of the roster. Definitely, these are going to be some exciting matches. Al dente, is there any final thoughts you have on this week and potentially going into next week?
I think before I turn it on to my other brawler players, because I'm interested to hear what they say. I've been saying it for now for a couple weeks. But I think one is the one I've always said publicly, which is I think Bozo Bunch is such a good team. I think every loss they have is incredibly close. Like they've gone set 5 against Showtime, they've gone set 5 against Bang Bang, they've gone set 5 against Demons Raw. Like this is a team that can beat any team. They're 2-3, but they're not 2-3, if that makes sense. But then the other one that we haven't been as public about, at least in our team, is Cosmic Calamities. Both Bells and Vaughn love Cosmic Calamities. We talk about them actually quite a bit. They're like one of the only teams we've scrimmed and we like how much effort they put into the game. And Natty has turned into a beast of a player, and it feels like all the players individually add up to like a sum of their parts, which I'm a really big fan of. It feels like no one person on that team is like carrying it, which is really cool. It feels like they work well in tandem. So I'd like to shout out those two teams specifically, but I'm curious as to what my other brawler friends think.
Yeah, absolutely. Would love to hear from the Joker on that one and see what you have to say about that.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Cosmic Calamity is just add on to what Aldente said. They beat like my team last week too, and like I told them after the game as well. Like I really like how you guys like been like scrimming a lot and like practicing a lot. Like it really shows, and you guys have like improved a lot. Because earlier in the season, like before the season even started, we actually scrimmed them a few times, and it was not even close. Like we kind of bashed them in, but then like we scrimmed them again later on in the season, and they did like really good against us, and they just beat us in regular season. So yeah. Also, that team is pretty good. Um, Bun Bun looks really strong. I know they like lost today and everything, but I mean, every time I watch them, like they always like all their games are movies. So that's another team that can like beat anybody as well. As Bozo Bunch as well, like Vaughn said, like all their games are close to. Like I feel like Bun Bun can beat anybody.
Absolutely. And
I mean, Al
NXCD, your
Dente, my
thoughts?
bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
NXCD, your thoughts
Undefeated,
as well.
undefeated, by the way, just so we're clear. 100% record. NXCD, sorry.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play Cosmic next week. I think they're really exciting. Again, as I said before, I'm really excited to play against Natty. I think he has a lot to show. I also agree with the Bozo Bunch thing. I think Bozo Bunch are still really strong, and I think they definitely like keep it close almost every series that they play. And I'm excited to see like where they'll end up in like 2 or 3 weeks and see how the standings stand then, because I think it's going to be really close between a lot of teams.
Well said. Well, I will give the final shout outs for each people. If you want to shout out some of your teammates or maybe people that helped you get to this point, Al Dente, I got to start off with you.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Bells for always studying my VODs and just improving every day to make me proud as a brawler. I'd like to shout out Puffy for understanding the mission where I needed to farm DPM and damage so I can top the stats. And so when I'd used all my abilities to kill people, he would actually put the ball in the net. So that was pretty cool. And I'd like to shout out my goalie, Yuri Luz, for being the best goalie in the league. And when Puffy and I would grief, he would hold it down. So I'm down. You guys will be seeing Puffy again. He'll be subbing again. So look forward to it. And I'd like, as always, to thank the TOs. And don't forget to check out shop.BestieInSlot.com to support the land with the new wave of merch. So those are my shout outs.
Absolutely. Check that out. The Joker, any shout outs for you?
Yeah, shout out to obviously my teammates. You know, good to have Shionzu back. And dude, it's good to have Parkour back too. Like I haven't played with that guy since NASL season 1, right? So it was like kind of crazy like being able to play with him again. Shout out Megaverse too, like he'll be back as well. So our GOAT right there. And yeah, shout out for the players that warmed us up before today as well. I think it was Tempo Melon, Color Craze, and Soren. Shout out to y'all as well. So yeah, appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. NXED, all you.
Of course, shout out to my teammates. Yeah, we did really well today, and I'm really proud that like we're kind of able to come out of that first game with like a better mental state. And then also shout out to like all of our scrim partners that have been practicing with us like regularly for the past couple of weeks. It's really helped us a lot and kind of develop back into like the team that we were last season, and I think it's really going to bring us kind of far.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all and congratulations on your wins this week. And thank you for joining the post show and being part of BestieInSlot. When you see some of these people next, it's going to be week 6 in NASL season 4. So we are excited to see you. Thank you all and have a good rest of your night. Peace.